Blinded, Beach Billionaires, Book 1, by Jennifer Griffith, read by Jennifer's AI assistant, Chapter 1, Tatum. Tatum Carlyle sat at her desk, just a few feet from where Dawson Rafferty, president and CEO of Rafferty Insights, sat at his executive desk, looking gorgeous, thinking mind-blowingly brilliant thoughts that would change the future of world health, and just being the most excellent man that had ever graced the face of planet Earth. As his executive assistant, she should be focusing on work, not daydreaming about the way the left side of his smile rose a little higher than the right. A crush on a rich and powerful boss was the oldest cliché in the history of intra-office relationships. Keeping Dawson Rafferty's daily schedule, arranging all his travel, and sitting at his right hand during meetings so he could double-check notes and facts with her did not equate to being his helpmate, as the Bible called Eve. She wasn't in all actuality his better half, or even his lesser half. They weren't a couple that could be halved. At what point had her life goal become so narrow? Serve the unattainable guy withal. Diligence until that moment when he noticed how indispensable she'd become in every aspect of his life. The glaring truth was, nothing could happen between Tatum and Dawson for several insurmountable reasons, including their company's corporate prohibition against intra-office relationships. Nevertheless, there it lay in all its prosaic glory. Tatum carried a stadium lights torch for her brilliant billionaire boss, Dawson Rafferty, a man whose company was worth several $billion more today than it had been last quarter. Cue the half-hourly sigh for his too literal sense of humor and the way his hair sometimes flopped over his eye. Dawson Rafferty was why she didn't leave earthquake-prone California now that Tatum had gotten Grandma Mills all settled in an assisted living center and didn't need to be there daily anymore. Dawson was why she faced down her greatest phobia daily as the seismic needle swung and tremor reports popped up in the news. "I'm heading out to grab a bite with Andy Fielding," Dawson said as he breezed past, leaving behind a cologne wake and a weak-kneed executive assistant. Again, pathetic. "Look into something for me, would you?" "Of course," she said. Anything at all," she thought. Doubly pathetic. Andy was just on the phone. "He claimed shares of Rafferty Insights are being sold by staffers. Have you heard anything about that?" Lots. Tatum had been on this rumor for a week, but she didn't have enough to go to Dawson with it yet. She said, "I can get specifics. You want me to ask around?" "Yes, that would be perfect." Consider it done. At least now her snooping was sanctioned, she thought. "I knew I could count on you, Miss Carlyle." He patted the edge of her desk and then turned to leave. "Like always." "Always," she breathed and watched him leave. Chapter 1A, Dawson. The tang of the Huntington Beach air flowed into Dawson Rafferty's lungs, ocean fresh and alive. For the first time in 2 years, he discerned flavors in his tacos at lunch. And now ice cream was awesome again. He'd forgotten. Divorce will do that to a guy, make the world a vast, bland landscape. But he was coming out of it at last, and this chocolate peanut butter ice cream tasted rich and creamy and absolutely fabulous. Maybe he'd even dig out his boogie board and give the surf another go. Even that might be great again. "That's why I'm saying this is serious," Andy said. "Are you even listening to me, Dawson?" "You are the bits of sand in my fish taco right now, Andy," Dawson said as he unhooked his bike from the rack in front of the food trucks, balancing the last bit of his waffle cone. He wasn't wasting even a milligram of that ice cream. He got on and started to ride. Andy kept up, but with less balance on his bike. "Can't you see what a good day this is?" Dawson pointed at the sky, the sea. "With my research breakthrough coming any time now, how bad can things be? Seriously." "Hello?" "Hey, dude." Andy waved a paper napkin in Dawson's direction. "Whether or not you hit on another great new solution to the first world problem of obesity, Rafferty Insights is in deep trouble unless you have no idea how close I am to this improvement." The door of Dawson's brain was still sealed shut, but he could hear the key rattling around in the lock. It could turn soon, if he could just keep a grip on his mojo and not let guys like his lawyer Andy harsh his mellow. "I'm telling you, it's going to change the world." They were getting close to the beachside Rafferty Insights campus. "Great," Andy said. "But for now, can we just focus on keeping Rafferty Insights off the auction block?" Auction block. Dawson choked and skidded to a halt. The last bite of Dawson's ice cream dropped out of its cone and onto the bike path. An opportunistic seabird swooped for it. "Rafferty is solid. It's worth however many $1 billion, and it's not for sale." Andy stopped beside him, crumpled up his napkin, and tossed it unsuccessfully toward a trailside trash can. It landed with a crinkly puff. "As your lawyer, I have to advise you when things are getting precarious. But pretty soon, Rafferty Insights could look like that." He aimed a thumb at the crumpled paper, now surrounded by ravenous birds. Bending over, Dawson rescued gulls from their mistake about the wad of paper and dropped it in the trash can. "Explain. Because normally, share trading is a good thing. Share trading means corporate health." Dawson knew. He'd sold off a startup a few years ago with excellent results. With those $10 million, he'd invested back into his own research, starting up Rafferty Insights and turning $10 million into something more. Like, add a few zeros. Someone is buying up shares of Rafferty Insights. Someone? What did that mean? Over the phone, Andy had suggested malevolent trades were happening, but he hadn't said it could be a single entity doing the buying. Dawson gripped his handlebars until his knuckles went white. A single buyer of many shares was a red flag. It signaled a potential takeover attempt. Hostile. Yes, an individual, and he or she is hustling Rafferty Insights employees to sell shares, some at high prices. Employees. Dawson's head spun. But Dawson had been so loyal to them. He'd given them good salaries, this great campus to work at, lots of stock options. Maybe too many stock options, it would now appear. "Who is it? Any clue?" he asked. "It's not me, and it's not you." Andy shook his head, a resigned smirk on his mouth. "And that's the only thing I can guarantee." Maybe it was all the cumin in that last taco, but Dawson's throat burned with the same acidic gurgle he'd fought since the day his ex-wife Gwen served him with divorce papers 2 years ago. "You're saying every person in a 1,000,000-mile radius is a potential walking trader in a suit? In his case, a to-the-nine suit designer label?" Andy shouldered his messenger bag and said, "Don't start thinking that way. It's not healthy. 1,000,000 is too broad a radius. Try 10,000 miles instead." Hard not to let suspicion grab him by the throat. So many traitorous friends in such a short life since he started in pharmaceuticals. Even Eddie Villefort, his fraternity brother, no, his brother, they'd been that close. That betrayal still stung the most. The wind sent grains of sand pebbling over his face. Fool that he was, he'd believed the new springtime air had cured him, and that he'd soon have his old swagger back. The pirate growl that he'd seemed to lose custody of in the divorce. Now it was just throwing sand in his eyes. He rubbed his hand down his cheek, tugging at his eye. He felt 78 years old all of a sudden. Making money aged a person. Keeping money took a more harrowing toll. "Okay, Andy, hit me." His shoulders slumped as he leaned over the handlebars of his bike. "What's the solution?" One thing about Andy Fielding, besides the fact that Dawson's college roommate and now corporate attorney never lied to him, was that he never came to Dawson with a problem until he had a feasible solution already worked out. Andy winced. "You're not going to like it." "Just tell me." "Because I'm going to hate even more letting Rafferty Insights slip through my fingers." If Dawson's brain unlocked and he actually discovered what he was on the verge of, Rafferty could be bigger than Pfizer and Dow put together. He was poised to make an astounding breakthrough, one that could change the entire world's obesity struggles. Rafferty couldn't be lost now. For the sake of everyone who struggled with weight-related problems, he'd do whatever it took. He mashed his fist into his palm. "I know you have a solution," he said. "Lay it on me." Andy gripped his messenger bag with both hands. "You have to get married again." Chapter 2. Tatum. The wind hit Tatum's face as she sat on the cool sand beside Janet from downstairs. With her fingers curling in fury, Tatum crumpled the top of her brown paper lunch bag. Dawson needed to hear this as soon as possible. After Tatum convinced Janet to do the right thing. "Don't sell, Janet," Tatum pleaded. Janet from downstairs had better not cave to the pressure to sell all her shares in Rafferty Insights to the wealthy stranger who'd come offering. "It's enough for me to buy a boat, though." She looked torn and said, "I really like boats. I could give up my apartment and live on it in the harbor. I'd save so much in rent." Tatum begged, "It can't be enough to buy more than a raft. Save your shares. They'll be worth double later. I can feel it." "I don't know, Tatum. It's really tempting. And it'd buy a lot more than a raft. I have quite a few shares." Dang it. What was wrong with people? Because speaking of rafts, didn't Janet realize the life raft she was floating in was Rafferty Insights? And by selling all her shares, she was puncturing it. Janet took a phone call, and Tatum stood up and walked away, wiping sand off the back of her boring dark skirt and cardigan work uniform. Dawson needed to be aware of this situation. Tatum had to get off the beach and find him. Now. So, Tatum, up walked Roz, the office poster girl for gorgeous women can do sciencey stuff too. "I wonder if I could talk to you about something. A way you could make a lot of money fast. Depending." No, not Roz too. "Does this have to do with offloading my corporate stock in Rafferty?" "How'd you guess?" Roz lit up, then dimmed. "Oh, don't tell me someone else got to you first. I'll lose my commission." The brown paper lunch bag in Tatum's grip didn't stand a chance. In fact, it could ignite any second due to the heat of Tatum's rage. So it went to the extent of commissions being offered to those who talked others into selling to this high-priced bidder infiltrating the place. "I'm not selling." "Aw, come on! What good are a few shares?" Tatum had a lot more than a few shares. She'd exercised every purchase option and put part of every paycheck into buying more shares. She'd even taken a room in her friend's house, forgoing getting a better apartment of her own. If she could show her loyalty to Dawson in no other way, she'd at least do so financially and put her money where her heart was. "Whatever. Come on," Roz said. "Think of yourself for once, would you? You know what I love most about my job." Tatum stopped, sand skimming against her shins. "I can hear the waves of the Pacific Ocean from my desk." "Ah, I thought you were going to name the obvious thing you love most, Dawson Rafferty," Roz cackled. "Excuse me?" Tatum's feathers ruffled. "Oh, don't tell me you're the one female employee of Rafferty Insights who doesn't have a hankering for a little weekend getaway with hot property and still newly single Dawson. I've seen you. Every time he passes, you get this look like you've just been in an earthquake." "Not a funny comparison," Tatum smirked. She hated earthquakes. "Roz," she said, "that's ridiculous. Of course, everything about him spells emotionally walking wounded." Roz sighed. "As far as I know, no female has broken through that shell since his divorce." That was true. No woman was on his social scene. Tatum kept his calendar, so she'd know. "Believe me, I've tried." Roz looked forlorn. If the heat from being accused of a boss crush burned, the heat from her jealousy scorched. Tatum's teeth clenched as she said, "He's our boss. And you know, the company rules prohibiting dating corporate coworkers." "Phooey on the rules. I'd date Dawson if he asked." Roz examined her fingernails. "Oh, but maybe you're not interested in Dawson since you're couch surfing on Lark Whitman's couch." "Lark, the sister of Nix Whitman. So hot," Roz sighed. "And that mind. I get all wobbly just thinking about the brain and brawn combination there. You ever see him? Like without a shirt?" "Please." Nix Whitman, Tatum's teenage crush, who'd never noticed Tatum once in all the years she'd pined for him. "Sure, I see Nix. We go out sometimes." That didn't come out like Tatum meant it, that she and 50 of her closest friends went out, built bonfires on the beach, and hung out. Nix sometimes showed up. Just to torture Tatum with memories of awkwardness. "Gotcha. You and Nix Whitman. Wow." Roz gave Tatum the once-over with new appreciation. I never would have pegged Nix for the fussy librarian type. Tatum was not a fussy librarian, nor was she Nix's type. I could give him your number. How weird would it be to give someone like Roz her completely unrequited childhood crush's phone number? Probably momentarily weird. Except that Dawson eclipsed Nix in every way. You'd do that? Roz's eyes flew open. If you'll tell me who is buying shares of Rafferty Insights. No way. And lose out on what I'm due. Forget it. Not even for Nix Whitman. Roz sighed. But if I knew the buyer's actual name, it would be a temptation, believe me. Tatum needed to talk to Dawson. Now. Chapter 3. Dawson. Married again? No way. He'd crawl on his bare belly over hot coals and broken glass and live scorpions first. But before Dawson voiced any of the 10 million versions of negative response or even started breathing again, Tatum Carlyle came jogging toward them through the arched gate climbing with vines. Miss Carlyle, Dawson said, and then glanced at Andy, who blinked to say the subject of a second marriage was mum for now. You all right? His personal assistant's bright blue eyes were wild, focusing on him with even greater intensity than usual. Her sensible cardigan hung askew. Usually she was so prim, so together, so nondescript and secretarial. Tatum Carlyle didn't usually have her hair down, but it had escaped its tight clasp at the nape of her neck today, and she looked frazzled, though her hair looked amazing. Sir, I was able to do some recon like you asked. She looked distressed, which was highly unusual for her. Not that Dawson let himself notice her looks in that sense, or any other. She was his employee, and there were ethics about noticing the looks of employees, especially in this corporation. Just then, the main campus disgorged a rush of hungry workers, all carrying a variety of lunches, surfboards, and beach chairs. I'll talk with you as soon as I'm done meeting with Mr. Fielding, he said. This subject of a second marriage had to be closed tight and welded shut before Dawson could shift gears back to the problem of employees selling out. Oh, Tatum's eyes shot toward Andy, as if noticing him there for the first time. Sorry. Yes. She stepped backward, running into the towering oleander hedge. After your meeting, she sounded like by then it might be too late. She curtsied and took off, her hair still wild and free-flowing behind her. He was a hair guy. He liked that less buttoned-up version of Tatum. No, wait. Make that Miss Carlyle. She was gone, and he needed to close the subject with Andy. In private. Too many ears here. We'll talk in the atrium. Dawson headed across campus to the main building and took the elevator to the rooftop. Andy followed. Tropical and desert plants stretched skyward. Fresh air was a must in a pharmaceutical research facility, and Dawson had planned this location strategically. First, let me make one thing abundantly clear, Dawson said. Safely out of everyone else's earshot, Dawson planted his feet and his opinion. Gwen and I are never happening again. No one still thought Dawson and Gwen were a good idea. Not even Dawson and Gwen. Of course not, Andy looked shocked. No, he said. That's not what this is about. This is bigger than that. He dug through his messenger bag and found a file folder. Look, if this is about my emotional health, that I'd deal better with the threat of hostile takeovers of Rafferty Insights if I were married, then I'd echo you. You're 100% right. Even in the darkest, unhappiest hours of his marriage with Gwen, Dawson had fared better, been more creative, and had more adventure in his little finger than he'd had since the split. Away with the divorce went his swagger, leaving Dawson all but the shell of an absent-minded professor. Make that 100% right, as always. Yes, you're a better person when you're in a committed relationship. He smirked. Unlike me, but that's not what this is about. As if you'd ever been in one long enough to know. Women are like fast food. Andy offered no apology. Something you order up when you feel a craving. Gross, thought Dawson, but he said, the women you choose have about the same nutritional value as a pile of fries with barbecue sauce. Wait a minute. We're talking about you here, But it's not your deep emotional needs. It's about Rafferty's deep financial needs. Andy opened the file from his messenger bag and shoved it at Dawson. Shareholders meeting. 3 weeks. I'm aware of it, believe me, Dawson said, as were his caffeine dealers. Up late nights, Dawson did his dog honest best to complete the research on the upgrade of his tech before it arrived. He wanted good news to share with everyone who believed in Rafferty. Not to belabor anything. But what does this have to do with a wife? He asked. First, some clarification from you. When I checked, you're not the majority shareholder anymore. Andy's brow furrowed. How exactly would a situation like that happen? No mystery there. I did that for good reason. Andy's eyebrow doubted that, but the lawyer held his silence, prompting Dawson to elaborate. Over the last year, I've allowed my employees to buy some of my shares, as a show of good faith, an expression of my gratitude for the people who had sacrificed a lot, gambled a lot in the early days, and continue to do so. He'd offered his longest employees his own shares at a discount, and he cursed, realizing what he'd done. The sun went behind a cloud, Dawson said. And you're saying that someone else is amassing all of those shares. The normally fresh smell of the atrium's plants instantly mildewed as the reality sank in of what he'd done, and how he'd been backstabbed. Wholly hostile takeover. Worst fears realized. Yup! Andy frowned as he read the look on Dawson's sick face. If he or she gets to that magic number of 50% plus one share, whoever it is can force a sale to another company. How could Dawson have been so careless? In the name of reciprocal gratitude, he'd launched a missile right at himself and the company he loved. Worse, all that generosity, and this was how his employees repaid him. Dawson paced the rooftop, tropical fern fronds slapping his face. This was an Eddie Veal Fort magnitude debacle all over again, except on a much grander scale. Not just a college research lab level discovery being hijacked by a jealous rival. No. Instead, this was millions of dollars in research and development, people's jobs and livelihoods and families on the line. Heartburn. He swallowed hard, but it wouldn't go away. I have to stop trusting people immediately. All of them, he thought. So, easiest solution is, Dawson said, jumping to problem-solving mode. We just need to get to the rest of the people who haven't sold. Do you have a current list of shareholders? How current? Shares could be changing hands even as they spoke. I've got family members with shares, he said. Not a wife, but family. Of course, they were family members too absorbed in various science careers to look up and notice what Dawson was doing most of the time. Andy frowned and shoved his hands in his armpits. I went to see your sister out in Malibu. Shonda? In early days, Dawson had invited Shonda to be part of the company, but she'd refused. Too involved in her own nuclear engineering career to bother with her little brother's inventions. Even when he'd given her 1,000 shares of stock from his own coffers, she'd politely thanked him and accepted, but then offered nothing more in the way of interest in Rafferty insights. She wasn't all bad, naturally, nor were the rest of his siblings or family members. When the chips had been down between Dawson and Gwen, Shonda and all his other siblings and their spouses had rallied around him. They weren't callous or uninterested in him, just too busy with their own pursuits to join Rafferty Insights. They were family, just not a family business type of family. If your visit to her was about shares, my sister Shonda never votes in the meetings. We really can't count on her showing up for it and voting. It was about shares, Andy said. He stared out the window and then looked back at Dawson. When I got there, she had a new car in the driveway. A nice one, by a German maker. Oh, really? I didn't think she made that much money, Dawson said. Even though her work was important, Malibu had notoriously high rent. Do I have to spell it out? Someone, a stranger who she said told her he was acting on your behalf, went to her and offered her a huge payout for all her shares. Shonda sold out. Acid boiled in his stomach. His own sister had betrayed him. I have to stop trusting everyone. Right this instant. I'm sure she had no idea. She said the person gave her some kind of story about the shares being needed somewhere else for now, and she simply trusted. It was only 1,000 shares, she said. While millions of shares had been issued in the IPO, 1,000 shares at a critical moment could make a huge difference. He could call her and chew her out, but the damage was done. No need to make her feel horrible, especially if things came to the worst. Whoever was doing this respected no boundaries, hitting up Dawson's own family. The sour taste bubbled over the edge of the volcano and blazed an ulcer in the back of his throat. The old familiar taste of traders surrounding him, cramming their way into his every system. Who's left? What about other shareholders? Anyone with real holdings? Holdings he could identify and attempt to persuade to side with him. Holdings he could persuade to not take any extravagant offers for purchase. Unfortunately, only 2 remain in question with enough shares to put you on safe ground. 2 was terrible, but it was better than 0. Who are they? He asked. Can you find out? Yeah, Andy said. Took some doing. One is a military officer on active duty somewhere top secret, apparently, who I doubt this buyer could get access to, but neither could you. Okay, strike one, thought Dawson. Who else? He asked. There's a Mildred someone lives here in California, but only lists a P.O. box. Mildred, with a post office box? Probably 80 or 90 years old. So, a post office box address, Dawson asked. So that means we can't show up on her doorstep. I mailed something, but got no response. Andy leaned against the wall of the raised flower bed. I'm assuming Mildred, whoever has been approached, and has her mind made up, or she would have sold before now, Andy said. He sighed, suddenly heavy, as if his blood had turned to concrete. Why not sell? He asked Andy. Everyone else had sold. Even his sister had sold. Old people are usually on one side of the spectrum or other, too trusting or too suspicious of a great payout. It's all speculation on my part, but I'm putting my guess on the suspicious side. If that was the case, this Mildred probably wouldn't trust Dawson either. Maybe he wouldn't contact her and try to persuade her. Maybe he ought to leave well enough alone and hope she'd told the high-pressure buyer no on principle. Beyond Mildred and the out-of-communication military guy, there's no one with a chunk? Nope, Andy said. A few in-house employees haven't sold, and maybe you need to reach out to them. Not sure that would be ethical, though. Could be seen in a negative light by the CCA. That was true. Ethics. We're going to lose him, his corporation. I'm not losing Rafferty Insights, Andy. I'm not. Yet as he spoke, Rafferty Insights splintered in his grip, all the little shards of wood floating away like a torpedoed rowboat. Luckily, I discovered a workaround. Workaround? Dawson huffed. It had better be foolproof, he said, because he was the biggest fool, and he needed to work around that sad fact. This is where we get to the wife part. Andy handed him a sheet of paper. Here's the verbiage from the original setup of the corporation. He slid his finger down the list of officers and the number of shares each original holder owned. It's the rules from the original IPO. See? Dawson squinted to read the fine print. This says 50,000 shares held in reserve for the CEO's wife to purchase. Did Gwen buy them? Did his cheating ex-wife own 50,000 shares in his company? Gasp. At the time, you talked it over with Gwen, and... Andy paused. Oh, right. Gwen and Dawson hadn't been in a good place at that time. Dawson said those were the days when she was referring to Rafferty Insights as Dawson's Folly. Gwen's face popped into his mind, and the churning acid at the back of his throat resurged. He got a tic-tac from his pocket. Right, so she never exercised the option, he said. At least there was that. Dawson tugged at his chin and said 50,000 shares would be a good hedge against any hostile takeover. He sighed. 1,000,000 roadblocks popped up between here and home free. Who are you dating that you could trust to help out? Andy asked. No one, Dawson said with finality. No one you trust or no one you're dating? Both, he replied. And he hadn't planned on dating either. Not until maybe this morning, when the taco and the ice cream and the lure of the ocean had come back into sensory focus. But then only as the seed of an idea, not a full-blown, I'm ready to date moment. Boogie board, yes. Dinner and a movie, no way. The marriage doesn't have to be forever, you know. Andy picked at a ginkgo leaf stem, just long enough to exercise the buy option and save the company at the meeting. 2 problems, Dawson thought. 1, he was done with disposable marriages. Forevermore. He'd rather lose Rafferty insights than put anyone, himself included, through a disaster like Gwen had put Dawson through with her casual attitude toward commitment. 2, the totally trustworthy people in his life he could count on one hand. Andy, himself, and who else? Chop, chop. Let's figure out who you can line up with immediately. Like by this afternoon. 3 weeks is a breath away, so I need names of all the eligible women in your life. That's not enough time to solve this problem. He dated Gwen a year to divine whether he could trust her. Then she'd spent their whole marriage sharpening her knife to stab him in the back. I'll find someone for you then. No worries. Andy pushed away from where he leaned against the wall. He hooked his thumbs through his suspenders. You're looking at the love doctor, my friend. No, I know what kind of women you doctor. Sure, but I could step it up. There are a few classy girls in my contacts list. Not a chance. You're my best friend, Dawson said, and I trust you implicitly in business situations. But you cannot be trusted when it comes to women. Not true, Andy protested. Need I mention Priscilla? Dawson raised a knowing eyebrow. Or, say, Ashley. Both were living proof that Andy did not qualify as a good judge of women, to name just 2. They tried to rob you on the first date. Your wallet was empty of cash, need I remind you? Fine, Andy huffed. Fine. But there's got to be a whole stadium of honest women out there willing to marry a billionaire. Come on, it shouldn't be a problem. However, it wasn't just a business deal. It was also Dawson's hand in marriage. A little bigger deal. Ultimately, more than business would be involved. When a couple signed on the line and vowed to love and cherish and protect each other, it changed something inside them fundamentally. There might even be a chemical reaction. He wasn't sure. It was something he could research someday, but not in the next 3 weeks. Dawson Rafferty was done with divorce. 3 weeks. Dawson's head hurt. 3 weeks, he said. He pressed his palms into his eyes. We could run a bachelor auction, like a charity event, golf tournament. We could include celebrities. You're friends with Chet Winters, right? He knows other movie stars. Chet Winters, owner of To the Nines Clothing, an A-list action hero actor. Chet was still mourning the death of his wife. He'd even quit acting and turned into a recluse. He'd be up for a bachelor auction even less than Dawson. Stop, Andy, Dawson said. You do know that you're walking a tightrope right now, right? Fine. But you're refusing to let me help you narrow down the candidates, or even line any up. What do you want me to do? Do you have a secret, cool sister or cousin hidden away somewhere? That's a nope, Andy chortled. Otherwise, would I have turned out like this? Good point, Dawson asked. Does the contract allow for anyone else, to buy the shares? My mom, maybe? Nope. Wife only. Ironclad. Wife. Dawson had never planned to look back at that word in connection with himself. What should he do? He squeezed his eyes shut. If he'd been at his desk and not up in the atrium, instinct would have made him buzz Miss Carlyle on the intercom for her opinion. Miss Carlyle always knew what to do when Dawson was stumped. Oh, yeah. Miss Carlyle had wanted to see him. Something urgent. And Dawson had put her off. I need to go. I'll give this some thought. I need to go see Tatum. Tatum? Andy looked lost. My administrative assistant. She wanted to see me. Oh, you mean Miss Carlyle? Andy turned up his nose and said, Tatum, is it? Look, don't go stooping to that level. If you're going to marry someone, at least find someone you could be remotely attracted to. Come on. I hadn't even considered her, Dawson said. Yeah, he trusted her, but more like a right-hand man. Girl Friday. I do trust her, he thought. Those words rattled around in the rafters of his mind for a split second. Then, Dawson said, besides, she's a Rafferty Insights employee. Corporate rules. It would take a vote of the shareholders to change those provisions. You remember the desperate situation that prompted them. Kind of like the one looming now. I have to wonder, though. Andy rubbed his chin. You could fire her, propose. See how it went. Because beneath the clunky shoes and the drabness, she might have a little something. Don't you think? No way. Dawson didn't. He shouldn't and couldn't and wouldn't. She's an employee of this corporation, as am I. Besides, I'm not going to propose to Tatum Carlyle to solve my wife problem. No? Andy asked. No. She's a good employee. And how would firing her and proposing look to the ethics investigators who are always sniffing around big corporations like ours? You got this thing in your eye when she came running toward you this morning. I did not. Dawson was getting tired of all this talk about women with Andy, of all people. Whatever, Andy guffawed. She works for Rafferty, Andy. Final. However, an idea hatched. He headed back to Tatum's desk. That was Miss Carlyle's. Hopefully, she'd have her hair back up in its clip by now. Chapter 4, Tatum. Tatum answered her phone on the first ring, just like she always did when Dawson called. Did that make her loyal or desperate? Miss Carlyle? Dawson made her name sound official and somehow more intelligent. I apologize for postponing our meeting. Are you available now? Yes, sir, she said. So available, she sighed, plus chomping at the bit to tell him what she'd learned. Good. I want to hear your information, and then I have some questions to ask you. Can you meet me at the diner on the pier? At the pier? Really? She wondered. Why not at their office? Something bad and good rumbled inside her. Instinct made her reach for her hair clip. Oh, great. It was already a mess. Once fully loosed, her hair tumbled onto her shoulders and was impossible to reclaim without a serious wrestle with a blow-dryer, product, and an industrial-strength clip to lasso it. Down, it was pretty glorious. Down, it made her stride like she owned the world. Dawson had never seen her with her hair down. Duh. Dawson couldn't ever see Tatum, hair up or down, and it was stupid to think otherwise. His ringtone sounded again, and Tatum, I have an NDA for you to sign. NDA. She thought of all the possibly acronyms that could be, but landed on nothing that could be relevant. She asked, NDA, sir? Non-disclosure agreement, he said. Oh, Tatum hung up, but the words continued to echo through her head and chest cavity. Dawson was going to ask her to keep a secret. A few minutes later, Tatum kept pinching her leg beneath the table of her favorite burger joint. Across the table sat Dawson Rafferty, looking worried but fine. He still hadn't asked for her information about the buy-up. She could explode from the pressure. This could have looked like a date. He'd bought her meal. They were alone in a booth. The waves at the base of the pier crashed, and the air smelled like ice cream and fries. They were close enough she could smell his cologne, even over the fries. This is a working dinner, right? She asked. If not, this was wrong of them. According to policy, she couldn't go on anything with him that could be construed as a date, or have her knee nearly brush up against his, like it could almost do. Just to clarify, maybe he was going to ask her to sign a promise not to tell that they'd eaten a meal together. Yes and no. It's off the record. Totally, he said. Oh, of course, Tatum said, her stomach quivering so much she couldn't imagine filling it even with this mushroom and Swiss burger. So instead of eating, she took the conversation reins and told him what she'd sleuthed out during her conversations with Janet downstairs and Roz. She combined it with the independent research she'd done before Dawson asked, like the guy from HR and a few other conversations she'd had. None of it boded well. Dawson breathed a heavy sigh and asked, Did you find out who is buying up shares? Tried. Failed. But the people I investigated didn't actually know. She should have pressed Roz harder, tried to win her over with a bigger offer. Money plus Nix Whitman's phone number in exchange for Mr. Hostile Takeover's information. Sorry, she said. She'd let him down. His face proved it. No bad day in her job here up to now compared to this single moment of seeing Dawson's eagerness evaporate into disappointment. Disappointment with her. Even the mushroom and Swiss didn't look good to her anymore now. "Thank you," he said. His gratitude rang hollow. "Now, like I said on the phone, I have a few other questions, and they may be unorthodox. I'm okay with unorthodox questions, especially if they were personal in nature." If he was wanting this whole meal and meeting to be off the record, maybe her moment was actually here at last. He tugged a handwritten list from his pocket. It was so methodical of him, just like Dawson, to have a written list. He said, "First up, what do you think constitutes a solid foundation for a lasting marriage relationship?" Tatum's wrist jerked to the right, knocking her ice water to the edge of the table. She caught it before it toppled ice and lemons and water everywhere. Pardon? A marriage relationship question was the very last thing she was expecting. He might as well have asked for her opinion on the latest celebrity gossip, a topic a guy like Dawson Rafferty and his science-immersed mind would never broach. "Are you sure you meant that question?" she asked. "This is 100% serious." His face showed it too. He handed her a napkin from the dispenser on the table, and she wiped the lemony water off her hand. "I need to know what you think constitutes the framework for a solid marriage." She sipped the water, trying to keep herself from exploding everywhere in a little shower of sparkly heart-shaped sequins. "You do realize this is a serious dating question, the kind that normally gets asked when the relationship has progressed enough to warrant a deeper probe into the psyche," she said. "When someone wants to take a friend relationship out of the friend zone and into the dating realm. For that reason, this had to be a red herring. She was his employee, plus Dawson Rafferty was ethical in the extreme." "I realize that," he said. "Okay." Collecting herself, Tatum studied the rafters at each rib of the octagonal restaurant ceiling. "It's not something I get asked every day." Not her. Not Tatum Carlyle, the girl every guy ever had put at the top of his just friends list. A solid foundation for a relationship begins with a common belief system, a similar worldview. It would be hard to see things one way while your spouse sees the opposite. Like, remember a few years ago? The big raging argument about the social media photo of the dress? "Oh, right, the gold one," he said. "It was black, but exactly," she said. "It was gold." He shook his head like she didn't know what she was talking about. Oh, but she did. And soon he'd see her point. "See what I mean?" She tilted her head knowingly. Gold versus black. "You have to both see gold. Or at least be able to admit that seeing black is a possibility. I've lived that. I totally get it." Was that how life had been with his ex? 10 seconds of pop culture talk, and she'd inadvertently unearthed more understanding about his marriage than 2 years of working side by side with him. "Anything else?" he asked. "Or is a similar viewpoint all that's required?" "No, there's more." Her mind scampered to pull together thoughts on this topic she'd considered over the years. Unfortunately, they all rotated around the axis of Dawson Rafferty as her ideal. "Second, I think a good foundation rests on similar goals. What both people want out of life long term." "What do you want out of life?" he asked. Tatum dropped a waffle fry right onto the lake of ketchup. Was he really asking her this? Why? And why the NDA? Which she hadn't signed yet, thank you very much, even though this whole excursion was off the record. Was this, in fact, a date? No, it couldn't be. It looked like a date, though. It felt like one, and not a first date. The conversations sounded more like a 50th date. No, she refused to tilt the nozzle to add helium to that little balloon of hope. Or haven't you decided yet? Dawson picked up the fries she'd dropped in the ketchup and ate it, his lips moving in a circular motion as he chewed, blast them. He continued, "What you want out of life? Oh, I decided that a long time ago." And he was sitting within arm's reach right this second. She could see the way the side of his right eye crinkled more than his left when he smiled. At this proximity, she could smell his cologne, feel the radiant warmth of his knee near her own. But whether or not I'll ever get it remains to be seen. This was off the record, sure, but not that off. When cornered, strike back. How about you? She asked. Of course, mine's obvious. Rafferty insights, he said. Right, of course, Tatum said. Obvious. But then what was the whole relationship banter here? It couldn't be that the modern planet Earth incarnation of Mr. Spock was skipping all preliminaries and simply selecting a relationship based entirely on logic. May I ask, is there a point to all these questions? Dawson checked his phone, and then he looked back up at her. If you'll sign this digital copy of this non-disclosure agreement, I'll fill you in. Anything you and I talk about stays between us. Period, she said loyally. Still, she signed the screen with her finger, grimacing at the handwriting. Her signature looked so wonky when she did it with her fingertip instead of a pen. Fine. There. Now tell me what's going on. Dawson leaned forward and she saw him swallow. Tatum's insides quivered. He looked so earnest and beautiful. These questions about relationships did the tarantella in her mind. Her mind raced through a litany of things he might say to her next. Off the record, can we date? We've known each other a while now, and she wasn't stretching too far, was she? They had been friends. He was her boss, but they had a certain rapport, right? He was too busy to think about dating in a romantic way. Logic was his thing. 2 years after a divorce, it was time for him to get out there again. He'd already given Roz, who should have been irresistible, according to modern standards of beauty, the brush off. Maybe he was ready to take a chance on someone real, steady, and loyal. She reached up and took a lock of hair over her shoulder, twirling its thick, evenly spaced spirals. Someone once told her it was the kind of hair that should guarantee a person a perfect life with no problems whatsoever. Very funny. Dawson said, I'd like to let you go as my administrative assistant. It knocked her back like a sudden summer squall. This time her water glass did tip off the edge of the table. She bit the side of her tongue hard in an attempt to keep the emotion out of her voice. You're firing me? But why? Shooting the messenger. That was it. Is this because I told you about the subversive buy-up? Because we could wind back the tape, pretend that conversation never happened. I really like my job, she said, fighting to keep emotion from her voice. I really like working for you, she thought with all the emotion. Wait, it's not like that. And this is only if you agree, he said. Who in their right mind agrees to be fired? She asked. Like from a great job, working for her dream guy, where she got to see him every day and be there for him. Wait, this wasn't. It couldn't be. No. She couldn't let herself believe that he was firing her to date her. Not even a possibility. Unless all the Independence Day fireworks stood poised to be ignited with a single match. She thought, say it, Dawson. Please, say, I'm firing you so I can date you. Tatum drew breath, held it for a second. I don't want to give up my job. It would take a very special reason for me to agree to it. Very special. Like Dawson Rafferty declaring his intention to court her. What if I was offering you a different job instead? For instance, could it please be the Be My Girlfriend job? No, that wasn't what this sounded like at all. He would have said role in the organization or place in my life, not different job. Dust settled, dust she shouldn't have stirred up with a whirlwind of hope. It was her own fault for letting her mind go storming around. I need help with something highly sensitive, and you're the one person who can assist me. The only person I'd trust. He trusted her. The idea sent shimmers and sparkles and bright stars floating all around her. Not as many as in the moment she'd thought he was firing her to date her. But still, the trust sparkles were almost as good. I'd like you to find me a wife. Chapter 5. Dawson. Dawson didn't know what he'd expected Tatum Carlyle to do when he extended the offer, but it wasn't sitting back with a gasp, and her face turning the color of the vinyl of the diner's booth. She gathered up the hair that had flowed over shoulders. It was really nice hair that he'd like to examine more closely. She wadded it up, shoving it into a clip. She'd missed quite a few locks. Gwen had started out with very good hair. Then things had gone bad between them, and she'd chopped it, shaved one side out of spite. But Gwen's hair wasn't like Tatum's. Tatum's went beyond. It was exceptional. Now, however, she was tucking it away, like she'd given him a glimpse of what might have been, just to tantalize him. For a short moment, he explored her face, the curve of her jawline, the broad expanse of her eyes. He'd never looked much at them before. Didn't she normally wear glasses? Where were they now? Did you just ask me to find you a wife? Her question jolted him back to the moment where he hadn't just offered her what probably sounded like a sketchy job. No doubt this is unexpected, he said. For him, too. The look on Tatum's face shouted that he'd overstepped. Great! Now she was going to turn him down, and he'd be left to his own devices. Not a good prospect. It could be argued his taste in women was at least as bad as Andy's, Gwen being the case in point. So, I'm losing my job as your executive assistant and... Look, I'll be perfectly candid. You're not the only one possibly losing a job. All our jobs are at stake. If you don't get a wife, she asked. Yes, and in a very short amount of time, he said. How short? She asked. 3 weeks, he said. 3 short weeks, he thought. The clock on the wall with the cat looking back and forth ticked louder. Look, Dawson, I'll agree to be fired, but not necessarily to do this other job. She dropped her head, but she lifted her eyes to meet his. You have to give me more to go on. Since she was now bound under the non-disclosure agreement, he could divulge the whole thing. Within a few minutes, he'd outlined the full gravity of the situation to her. To his relief, she seemed to comprehend it all instantly, both the need for action and the need for swift response. Oh, Dawson! The curls that didn't make it into her ponytail swung back and forth. He'd never noticed how nice that curve of her neck was, and when she said his first name, he felt different. Like the relationship between them had changed. You have to ward off that buyout. Rafferty is too important to too many people, and not just those of us you employ. Thank you, Tatum. That means a lot to me. He texted Andy immediately. To Tatum, he said, I'll get Andy to send over your contract for the new position, personal assistant. Instead of executive assistant, her right eyebrow shot upward. She said, You already had a contract prepared. You knew I'd say yes. Why heat crept up his neck, he didn't know. Sometimes Tatum saw right through him. She pushed back in the booth, crossing her arms over her chest. I'll do this, but it has to be on a few conditions. Consider all conditions met. I'll do whatever it takes. Getting this taken care of is priority 1 right now. Good. She gave a curt nod and said, because if we're going to accomplish this, in this ridiculously short amount of time, it has to be your main focus. Tatum looked at the ceiling again, showing off that tempting neck. Blast it. 3 weeks? She asked. Geez, that's less time than they even have on those dating reality TV shows. And they have a whole crew of producers with months to sort through potential candidates for their star. Was she calling him the star? Comparing him to one of those shirtless TV hunks? He had to laugh. If the people who had called him Geek Face in high school ever got wind of that, very funny. What's so funny? She asked. Nothing. He wasn't going to explain. He said, go ahead and lay down the law. What are my instructions? Well, you have to live by my schedule, for one, which means obviously for dating, weekends and nights. But it also means days, too. Anytime I can find you a date, you're on it. No problem. Good. She was into it. You have to trust my judgment on stuff, he said. If I say a girl has potential, you have to see it out. Attraction grows with time if it's the right person. Trust me, she said. What I care most about isn't so much how she looks. Although, yeah, if she's got really nice hair, then great. The curls waved at him from her mess of a ponytail. He blinked them away. Good hair as a bonus. Got it. Tatum heaved a sigh. Give me a minute to think. Maybe he misheard her, and she said eat, not think, because she pulled the pile of fries toward her and began downing them in quick succession. Frankly, she seemed less animated than she had when he first asked her to meet him, or even during the lead-up to the new job offer. She still had energy, but it seemed forced. He didn't know why. Up to now, she'd always been someone he could count on for enthusiasm for any project. Maybe it was too far out of the box. Well, it should be for anyone normal. He knew he was asking for something out of the norm, and that what they were doing was definitely off the beaten path. Hence, the non-disclosure agreement. Honestly, the board wouldn't like what he was asking her to do. Andy, the attorney, didn't have to tell Dawson it landed squarely in the unethical zone. But if it was for the purpose of saving all their jobs and the jobs of every person who now worked for Rafferty Insights, then Dawson didn't have a choice. "How's this going to go? I can see you have some ideas formulating," he said. "Yeah, okay." She fidgeted. "Fine. You'll go on these dates, but what I also need from you is feedback. We'll be adjusting as we go, like a learning robot. Artificial intelligence, except not artificial." He liked how she thought. "Got it," he said. "Every wrong date has to move us closer to the right one." She motioned this with her hands. "So honest responses from you will be crucial." They ironed out a few more ground rules, reiterating the rule of speed being key, meaning he'd have to plan on a date a day, or possibly more, as Tatum could arrange, until he found someone he would like to spend time with more than once. Date, meet up with Tatum for feedback, then she'd send him to someone new. Perfect setup. "I knew you were the right person to ask," he said. "Yeah," Tatum sounded a little ill. "We'll discuss more details." "Maybe tonight," Dawson said and picked up 3 fries at once. "Text me." This was going to work. That, or it was going to go down as the most awkward and humiliating way to lose a billion-dollar company in corporate history. Chapter 6. Tatum. Why on earth had Tatum said yes to this? Was it because sitting across the table from Dawson, seeing him smiling, relaxed and happy, had transplanted her brain? Really, she should have shouted for all the pier to hear, "I volunteer as tribute dude," instead. Or she should have just said no and quit, walked away from his royal blindness. But truth was, the solitary shot she had in the world of catching his notice was by being in his proximity all the time. If she quit, she gave up that one card she could play, which was the only reason she had said yes. She was so pathetic. Well, there was also the other aspect. The necessity of saving hundreds of jobs and potentially tens of thousands of lives. How could she refuse? Despite the death knell of her own happiness. It was like one of those superhero movie clichés where the bug boy has to give up the girl he loves most in order to save the busload of children plummeting to their death off the bridge. A bug boy t-shirt. That's what she should wear as her daily uniform for this whole endeavor. Martyr for the greater good. She'd agreed to meet Dawson after work tonight. Meanwhile, she cleaned out her desk. Goodbye, desk, she thought. Goodbye to everything she'd worked for, wished for. With a lumbering walk of shame, she lugged her box of personal items from her desk downstairs and out to her car. Whispers hissed as she passed desks like Roz's and Janet's. Fate decreed that she must bump into that bottom feeder from HR, whose insidious subterfuge was sabotaging the company and her life. "Change your mind about selling?" he asked. If a glare could melt lead, which was the content of HR man's skull cavity, molten metal would be running out his ear canal. Back at Lark's house, the mantra repeated in her sad mind. Dawson needs a wife. Dawson needs a wife. Dawson needs a wife. Tatum stood in the laundry room, where she proceeded to junk her everyday work wardrobe, the one that she had amassed so carefully. If she didn't get to be in the office, she sure as shooting wasn't wearing pinching shoes or stupid sweater sets and skirts anymore, like the standard office worker uniform. Jeans and t-shirts and sundresses. No more tight bun in her hair that gave her a headache by afternoon. No more neutral colors. And she was going to wear makeup. Plenty of it. and let her hair down every day. He wanted good hair. He'd get it. She yanked out the ponytail elastic and shook her hair out, letting the curls go wild. Dawson Rafferty may not have fired her, but he just kicked all her years of administrative efforts to the curb, and she wasn't playing the office game anymore. If she had to work off campus, she'd dress off campus, and she'd give him her full opinion whether he'd enjoy its content or not. From here on out, Tatum was going to be her full self, full stop. With a sharpened pencil and a piece of notebook paper, she got to work scrolling the social media contacts on her phone. It took a while. They ran into the thousands, thanks to growing up living all over the world as the daughter of a foreign service officer. Dad had dragged her and her siblings hither and yon, so much so that there was no place like home. Literally, except Grandma Mill's house out in San Gabriel Valley. She sent Grandma a text. "Can I come out there tonight? I've got a new banana bread recipe I want to try." Tatum did all her baking at Grandma's house, not Lark's. Baking cleared her mind. Boy, could Tatum use some clarity. Grandma texted back. "Can we make it next week? I have book club here tonight. I doubt you want to discuss The Lioness Mother." Nope. So she went back to scrolling friend lists. Much as she loved her friends and acquaintances, were any of them actually good enough to set up with Dawson on a blind date? Or for a blind marriage? No one jumped out at her, yet she kept scrolling. What did Dawson want in a wife exactly? Besides good hair seemed like a thin list to go on. Also subjective, Tatum tugged at a spiral of her own hair. It sprang back into place. No more fussy librarian bun for these curls. Credit to Roz for the descriptor. Man, come to think of it, Tatum probably had looked the fussy librarian at work. No wonder Dawson never gave her more than a passing glance. What had she expected, though? That the love light emanating from her eyes would capture his attention and make him fall at her feet? So what if the Baroness on Sound of Music claimed that there was nothing so irresistible to a man than a woman who was in love with him? First, he had to know she was alive. She texted Dawson. "There's one thing I need to know," the text said. He texted right back with just one. "I should think you'd have 1,000 questions. But can you save them until after I'm done in the lab?" Well, she guessed she could wait, and she did have 1,000 questions, and they were coming like a freight train down his track, he'd said to text him. Now he was putting her off. Again. Yeah, he was a busy billionaire. But was he really going to prioritize this? Or was she just going to end up like a tangled ball of frustration-colored yarn? She started making the list. One name, then two. Even if he didn't do his part, she'd do hers. She'd do hers. She, for one, wanted to save Rafferty Insights. 5 names. 6. A few more. All of them incredible women who any guy would be lucky to date, even awesomeness incarnate Dawson. An artist, a brain surgeon, a professor at a major university, an elite athlete. Any one of these would be amazing. With the lightest pressure of the pencil, she wrote Tatum Carlyle across the bottom. Then she erased it quickly. A text came through from him that said, "Meet me at the campus. I'll be in the parking lot." She folded up the list and shoved it in the pocket of her favorite curve-hugging jeans. Her superhero t-shirt gave her confidence and courage, even if it had to also represent bleak martyrdom. Only she would know that. She got on her bicycle and headed down to Rafferty Insights in the moonlit night. A bit later, they met in person. "Miss Carlyle?" Dawson looked past her and then back at her again. "Is that you?" Tatum glanced down at her jeans and flip-flop sandals. The sleeve of her thin t-shirt fluttered in the evening breeze. "I'm not underdressed for this meetup, am I?" He stepped closer, tipping his glasses off the top of his head and looking at her. "Yeah, it's you." Hadn't he seen her every day of his working life for the past 2 years? Probably not, she thought. But he's seeing me now. Her sleeve fluttered again, an echo of whatever was going on at the back of her stomach as Dawson's eyes did one more rove of her form and stepped right up close to her. "Your hair looks good. I like it down." he said. He looked like he might reach up and touch it, but like he also restrained himself. Do we talk here? She looked him square in the eye. Because first I want to know, why me? A lot of reasons, he said. Come on. He led her to his truck, helping her into the passenger side. For one, I'm not a people person. You knew the guy at the diner today by name. Delgado? Yeah, I guess. See? I still don't know it. He started the engine and pulled out of the parking lot. His truck smelled like gasoline and burnt rubber. She liked it. For a guy with too much money to count, he sure didn't put up a pretense when it came to what he drove. At the office, too. You know Roz and probably everyone else in the whole company by name. Roz. He would mention her, of course, she thought. Not everyone, she said. There were weekend janitors she never saw. Anyway, my point is you understand human nature. That's something I don't get. Tatum wished he could develop it, if only for a fleeting moment, so he could perceive how deep his every compliment knifed into her soul. For another thing, and it might seem similar, but it's different. You seem to know everyone. He reached for her phone, which opened up to contacts. See, you have what? 2,000 contacts? And probably a lot more you don't keep in touch with by phone. How many social media friends do you have? 10,000? He asked. It wasn't 10,000, but close. She reached and took it back. I've lived a lot of places in my life. Maybe, but you made the most of those places. I'll bet if we played that 7 degrees of separation game, you'd never be more than 2 degrees removed from almost any other person alive. I don't know about that, she said. There were people in the darkest corners of Western China she'd have to be 3 or more removed from, for sure. I mean, there's North Korea and some Arab countries I might not have contacts in. My dad was never posted anywhere like that. Dawson cocked his head to the side and lifted an eyebrow as if she'd just proven his point. He wheeled into a parking lot behind a shopping center and shut off the truck. You know everyone, he said, which means you're going to find me the right person. Fine, she said. Conceding that point felt like a surrender. Here, take my hope. Haul it off to prison, or kill it outright. See, connections are good. He came around and got her door while she pondered the death of her future dreams. Let's go in. Inside the restaurant, he ordered burritos for both of them, the kind she liked. How did you know I'd want carne asada? Had he been noticing her lunch every day? Please, please, please? Everyone wants carne asada, he said. It's the best thing here. Dang. She smirked and they took their food to a table. Dawson brought them each a pile of napkins. Look, she said after a good first bite. I have a friend in Chicago who I knew in Europe who once worked for the fashion industry. She could get us in touch with pretty much any Swedish runway model you pointed out in a magazine. Dawson recoiled and said, no models. I told you looks is not what I'm after. Except good hair. Then what was he after? I believe in Rafferty Insights. I believe in you, Dawson, even if you only want me in the capacity of a matchmaker, she thought, but said aloud. I'll make this happen, but you have to give me some direction. Dawson went back up to the counter and ordered dessert from the display case. We'll have the apple pie, please, and the brownie sundae, the cinnamon bread pudding, the creme brulee, and a double strawberry shortcake. He came back to the table, and Tatum asked, Did you just order one of each dessert on the menu? Yeah, and? He asked. And I think I just fell in love. A little smile twisted at the edge of his lips. Horror surged through her. How could she have said that aloud? It was the kind of offhand comment she would have made on a casual get-together with Nate and Jess and Amy and Lark and Nix and everybody. Not the kind of thing she should spout at her boss. Who I have a raging crush on, she thought. There was truth in sarcasm. She prayed Dawson hadn't caught it. We have a lot to discuss, he said, as if the words had glanced off him like a sideswipe on the freeway. Woo! And there's a certain type of girl I'm looking for. It's not a Swedish supermodel. Right, back to business. Tatum tamped down her internal chaos and pulled a piece of paper and pen from her purse. Talk to me about these requirements, Mr. Rafferty. Call me Dawson, please. Dawson, so close yet so very, very far. Chapter 6A, Dawson. He'd intended to talk business, and to make the list of what he wanted most in a woman, but somehow he'd ended up asking Tatum a few questions. Her hair. It distracted him. It turned him into a question asker. For instance, why did you live all over the world? And why come here to put down roots? To the first, she responded with her father's work in the Foreign Service, and to the second, her grandmother as home base. Her parents had died. No wonder she craved roots now instead of wings. Dawson pondered it all. He had never lived anywhere but California. Now, as owner of Rafferty Insights, he probably never would live anywhere else, unless he lost the company to this unknown saboteur. The last bite of the bread pudding sat between them. Whoever took it would signal the end of the meal and their return to business. An hour of conversation about everything and nothing, about her time abroad and his time near the ocean. It went by and neither one of them touched it. When the cuckoo clock hanging next to the neon open sign chimed 10 and closing time, Tatum took the final bite of the last dessert. They left, and the restaurant locked up behind them. The air from the ocean smelled tangy, and hardly anyone was out on the sidewalks of Huntington Beach at this hour. They could talk. "We really ought to talk business," he said. I kept going off topic. "Right," she said. "We wasted the whole evening talking about my life." It hadn't been a waste, he thought. It had given him some things to consider, preparing him for their next discussion, priming his mind for different ideas. "Now," he said, "about my requirement. I've already noted trustworthiness as the prime directive." She tapped her temple as they passed in front of a nail salon. "So, what else, Mr. Rafferty?" "Call me Dawson, please." "I'm thinking I'd be happiest with someone who is cosmopolitan," he said, barely thinking. "Yuck. Isn't that the title of a dirty magazine?" She crunched her eyes shut. Before he could correct her, she'd opened them, and he saw that she'd been joking. "You're weird." "I know." "Fine. Okay. You want someone with experience in the world. That's a good fit for the needs of Rafferty Insights. You might want to go global one day soon. A wife who doesn't mind international travel is a good requirement." They sat down on a bench in a little recessed park off the main walkway. Tatum scribbled a few notes, and Dawson watched the curve of her fingers. She was left-handed. He'd never noticed before. And she wore pink nail polish. Nope. No on the noticing. Tatum still worked for Rafferty. Well, for Dawson Rafferty. But as the head of the company, he represented it. Therefore, Tatum Carlisle's fingers could not curve, nor could her nails sport any particular color at all. What else? She might have asked this a second time. "Are you all right? Your eyes getting tired?" He'd been squeezing them shut. What a geek face. His high school tormentors were right about him. One of those sudden, brief headaches, he said. This was harder than he'd expected. Being near one girl with great hair and fascinating life experience while trying to think of some different girl to insert in his life was kind of like trying to think of the melody of one song while another one with an impossibly catchy tune was blasting on your headphones. No, Tatum Carlyle cannot be impossibly catchy, he thought, despite her incredible hair, which smelled even better than it looked at this proximity. He squeezed his eyes shut again. Maybe he should plug his nose, too. Hey, whoa, don't stress out about this, she laughed. Speaking of catchy tunes, her laugh was like a meadowlark's call. Most guys don't give it a lot of detailed thought. Most guys are like, wow. I'd be interested in that. Know it when they see it, basically. So I'd be surprised if you woke up making a list of requirements for an ideal woman. Yeah, he said. Hey, what about this? She read from a list she'd been scrawling. Besides a naughty magazine-type girl, she winked. You need a woman who will understand what it means to run a corporation like Rafferty Insights. You need someone who won't get all bent out of shape when you have to put the company as a high priority. Someone who not only won't resent your dedication to it, but who will celebrate that and help push you higher. Yeah, he managed. How could she have discerned so perfectly when he hadn't even known it himself? His thoughts jerked back to Gwen. to how their fights had increased at the same rate as the success of Rafferty Insights. Still, being married, he'd been able to focus, to wrangle the corporation in new ways, and force it to succeed. For the sake of his wife and for their future. He'd done it for them, he thought. Not that she cared. She claimed she only wanted his attention, but in retrospect, he realized her protests didn't match her actions. "Maybe I'm reaching," Tatum said, "but I'll venture a guess this was a point of contention in an earlier relationship." Tatum drew a circle on the tabletop with her fingertip. "Not to pry, of course," she said. No, it's not prying. You're absolutely right. I need a woman who gets it about the amount of drive and total concentration it takes to helm a ship as big as Rafferty. I also take it you want someone quite the opposite of your first wife." Another hammer smash of the target. Tatum had been exactly the right person to choose for this job. "What I want is someone with no facade." He lifted his eyes, and they met Tatum's. A connection of understanding seemed to weld between them. No hiding, no pretense. For either of them. As she gazed at him, Dawson felt her seeing past all of his bravado as a corporate CEO, through the scientist layer, even past the former geek face level, and into the pithy core of what made Dawson himself. And she didn't judge it. She just saw him for who he really was and what? Wanted his happiness. Acceptance washed through him like a flood of warmth. "No facade," Tatum said, her voice soft. "Got it?" Caving to an impulse, Dawson let his hand slide to the center of the bench between them, where her right hand rested, his knuckles brushed against hers. All evening he'd been fighting it. One little brush, a split second of touch, a tactile reassurance that the emotional sensation he'd just encountered was real, that Tatum wasn't some illusion. She was real, and he absolutely couldn't want her. Chapter 7. Tatum. Next morning, Tatum's feet pounded along the deserted stretch of beach. If she ran, maybe her feelings wouldn't catch up with her. She ran faster. So did the feelings. She broke into a dead run. They pursued like lightning. When the dreaded feelings caught her by the throat, they tore at her with the razor teeth of ravening wolves. How could Dawson have done that to her last night? First, how could he have put her in such a heart-rending position? Sure, he'd had no clue she was dying with love for him, but still, how could he have been so callous as to touch her fingers just at the moment that she had lost herself in the eternity of his gaze? Cruel. Dawson Rafferty was a cruel, heartless taskmaster, and she was more gone over him at this moment than all the cumulative moments since the day she'd met him. Stooping, she picked up a clump of damp sand and chucked it at an abandoned sand castle. Take that, dreams of a future with the man she cared more for than anyone in the world. Die. A dozen more clumps flew, and soon the shape of the sculpture had deteriorated to nothing but a dissolving mound. A middle-aged jogger in a velour tracksuit paused on the trail near her and tugged out his earbuds. He must have seen her fit of despair because he opened his mouth, a puzzled and worried look on his brow. "Broke up with my boyfriend." She pointed at the biggest, most destroyed lump of sand. "Just stoning him in effigy." "Healthy choice," velour jogger said, and headed off. Tatum's thoughts jumbled all her conversations with Dawson in that burrito place and on the sidewalk bench. 4 hours, they'd covered miles of ground, from his relationship with his ex-wife to Tatum's life story, to what made an ideal match for a man with a successful corporation. For one brief moment, she'd been sure they'd connected. At least for her, it had been a touchstone moment, a touch fingers moment, when their hands had brushed and the blood had changed direction in her veins. Then it had all ended, and Tatum was his off-limits employee again. Now it was soul-crushing, though, because to succeed for him, she would have to fail herself. Post-sandcastle destruction mode, Tatum's adrenaline abated. She went back to Lark's. Lark had gone to work. Darn it. Tatum needed to vent. Regardless of any NDA, she could at least talk about Dawson's crimes in the abstract. Tatum drove the half hour to Grandma Mill's assisted living facility in the San Gabriel Valley. Grandma had given up her little brick home a few years ago when she'd needed more care, but even without the house, Grandma herself embodied home. Grandma, Tatum rapped softly at the door after checking in at the security desk. "Come on in, sweets." Grandma stood in the kitchen, a grin on her face, flour on her nose, and sporting her apron that read, "I bake." "What's your superpower?" "I'm baking today." "Oh, good," she said. Never had a girl needed a cookie so much as Tatum did this morning. "After you called last night, I couldn't put a cork in my sugar and flour cravings." She gave Tatum a flurry peck on the cheek, trying out a new recipe for cinnamon coffee cake. Cinnamon filled Tatum's senses. "Can I make the hot cocoa?" Later, after 2 comforting rounds of cake and cocoa, and a good, long chat about the ups and downs of Medicare and who in the assisted living center was flirting with whom, Grandma cleared the dishes. "You seem a little off, and you never come out to see me during daylight hours on a weekday. It's not man problems, is it?" It most certainly was. "Whatever," Grandma said, and brought Tatum a plastic baggie with slices of leftover cinnamon cake. "You just give him a piece of this cake and tell him there's more where that came from. But he better treat you right. You're a precious girl, Tatum. You deserve to be cherished." "He is never going to cherish me," Tatum said. "Then you need to give him the heave-ho." Grandma mimed hurling him. Tatum couldn't do that either. "If you don't, I will." Grandma raised a mischievous brow. "You know I could too. With my cast-iron skillet collection, I could be quite dangerous." "He's far too beautiful to mar his looks with a cast-iron skillet," Tatum sighed. "Besides, I actually want him to be happy." Grandma relaxed her fist. "Oh dear! Now I know it's love. Pure and real." "Yep. Which makes it all the worse." "Love is like being tossed in the surf sometimes," Grandma said, riptide and all. "Exactly," Tatum said. She was squarely in the clutches of the undertow at this point. Surfing and drowning are so closely related. "You'll float. I believe in you." Grandma hugged her. "Thanks." She gave Grandma a kiss goodbye. As Tatum touched the doorknob to leave, the word surfing lodged in her mind, along with an excellent idea. "Really, truly, thanks, Grandma. You're the best." Out in her car, stomach fortified with cinnamon and cocoa, Tatum made a phone call to the potential best option for Dawson's lasting happiness. Chapter 8. Dawson. The sun hadn't risen over the mountains yet, and the ocean would be cold. Dawson zipped his wetsuit up to his neck and shut off his motorcycle's engine. The beach beckoned. He'd heard its call for the past month, but had been locked in the lab, and it was time to get back in the water. It was time to be himself again, to get past Gwen, the heartache, and the heartburn. He was ready to be himself again. Unlocking his creative mind was his best shot at saving Rafferty. Except Tatum, he thought. He had Tatum as an ally. The ocean roared for him to get over the sand and into its waves. Dawson untied his boogie board from the back of his bike. No competition for the curl this morning. Too early for the college crowd here at Surfside Beach. The weather had cooperated, as he predicted, and he took a second to calculate the rate of waves per minute, as well as how high the swells reached. Perfect morning to get in the water, since he hadn't heard from Tatum all day yesterday. Researching, probably. He'd done some of that himself, getting no closer to the solution in the lab. He shouldered the boogie board, but his phone, locked in the seat box of his bike, started ringing. The younger, more irresponsible version of Dawson Rafferty would have ignored it. However, as CEO and CEO and CFO of a corporation, he knew better than to ignore a pre-dawn phone call. They usually spelled doom. Doom he could evade, but doom nevertheless. Pulling it from the encasement, he saw the caller's name. "Tatum?" he asked. "You're calling me at dark 30? "I'm afraid so," she said. He said, "Is this because you have a whole lineup of potential wives for me, and I have to meet them starting at dawn?" His comment must have been funny. Tatum gave one of her meadowlark laughs. Tatum Carlyle did not give courtesy laughs. If it wasn't funny, she'd make a huffing sound instead, yet another way he knew he could trust her. "Not too far off, actually," she said. "Oh, he asked, a muscle twitching in his torso. She replied, "It's not until later this afternoon, around 4. I'll clear my schedule," he said. "Perfect," she said, "because today you're meeting Agnes." "Agnes?" Dawson asked. Where had he heard that name before? "That's good," he said. "Do I need to wear something in particular?" "I'd recommend a wetsuit." He glanced down at the spandex protecting his frame against the morning breeze's chill. Excellent. He wouldn't even have to change. Nice. Water activity, I take it. I thought Agnes would be most amenable to doing something where she was really comfortable. You do surf, right? Surf? He was great on the waves, and he could jet ski with the best of them, but keeping his toes hanging 10 had never been his forte. Surfing might be a bad idea. I ride a boogie board passably, he said, and I body surf. In fact, I'm so good at it, sometimes people at a distance mistake me for a seal, the dogs of the ocean. Nice! Tatum offered a geeky seal's bark impersonation. He laughed. It was like she knew that a fake seal's bark would put him at ease. Then she sobered. You do know who Agnes is, right? Name sounds familiar, he said. And then recognition lit his mind. At the same moment, the first ray of sun split the smog over the Santa Ana mountains. And he said, She is the Olympic athlete. Yup, Tatum confirmed. She competed in both the summer and winter games. Dawson had never met her, but he'd seen plenty of news stories about Agnes Pearl. She'd triple medaled over the past 5 years, and now she had endorsement deals from companies that anyone on the globe would recognize. So, I'm hoping you surf because that's what I scheduled for your date. She's flying in on the puddle hop from Las Vegas right after lunch, and she's bringing her board. Tatum said something else, but Dawson was staring out at the very ocean which would be humiliating him beyond degree in a matter of hours. You're quiet. I can change the activity if you're not comfortable with surfing. We can book a private day at Thrillsville if you'd rather. For a fee, the manager will close the park and the two of you can have it alone to get to know one another. No. Dawson shook his head. It's totally fine. I'll surf with her. Surely Agnes had to be used to being better at sports than any guy she dated. Has it been a while since you were on a surfboard? She asked. You could say that, he said. If you need a quick round of refresher instruction on a surfboard before 4 o'clock, my day's pretty open. Tatum, having just been fired from her 9 to 5, likely told the truth. It's going to take a serious refresher, he said. But you're still game, she asked. You sure he was sure? Look, you're a good sport. So if you like, I'll arrange to have the best surf instructor I know meet you with 2 good surfboards at the beach in, say, 10 minutes. That was fast. She must have lined up someone in advance. So efficient. Surfside Beach, okay? She asked. They arranged a meeting spot near where he was already standing near the waves, and Dawson shot his boogie board an apologetic look for his betrayal. In the parking lot, 6 minutes later, Dawson spied a cute, short girl crossing the asphalt and struggling to balance a full-size surfboard under each arm. It looked unwieldy, and she tottered left and right. Cute of her to attempt such a heavy feat, whoever she was, but those would be a lot to lug, even for a taller person. Dawson dropped his phone back inside his motorbike seat compartment and jogged over to help her. Hey! The cute girl with the bouncing ponytail, bikini top, and board shorts was no stranger at all. Tatum, he said. I thought you said 10 minutes. It's been 6. And you didn't have to lug both boards. I could have helped. I live a block away. She aimed a thumb over her shoulder. Where's the instructor? He looked around for the promised best surf instructor Tatum knew, but saw no one else. Oh, did you mean yourself? In the flesh. She beamed a morning sunshine smile at him. Her word flesh made his eyes reflexively dart to the flat of her stomach, the indentation of her navel, and the wasp-like tininess of her waist above the low-slung waistband of her swim shorts. Nice flesh indeed. He yanked his eyes back where they belonged. Before they could roam over the other portions of her body, she'd failed to cover this morning with her usual cardigan sweater. Tatum Carlyle. Well, nice, as Andy predicted. There was a lot you kept hidden all this time. And a good thing, too. An unethical employer would ignore the rules of harassment and such and would say something leading right now. An unethical employer would be scrambling for ways around the guidelines of boss-employee relationships and exactly how to make physical contact possible right here and now. Good thing Dawson was so ethical. He caught Tatum's eyes roving across the stretch of his shoulders, and he squared them reflexively. I've got some bad news. Dawson planted the end of one board in the sand. Boogie Board and I are old friends, but Surfboard. Nice to meet you. Tatum's face clouded. I can still change activities for this afternoon. Late lunch and some live music might be a better choice. No, I seriously want to do this. He was serious. Okay, she said. Well, I've taught surf a lot of times. When you lived in Ghana, you said. Yeah, and on the Gold Coast. She had a faraway look. She'd lived in Australia too. The girl had been everywhere. Look, don't freak out. But the best way is if we share a surfboard at first. I won't freak out. He tried to picture it. And every mental image involved a lot of close proximity. Whatever you say is the best way is fine with me, he said. Totally fine. She smiled. Standard teaching protocol when I was in Ghana went like this. You'll climb on. I'll lie behind you and we'll conquer the waves. In that position, he thought, I'm pretty sure I'd feel like I could conquer the universe. His mind went into a cloudy haze of closeness to Tatum, and his clarity levels plummeted to worse than Los Angeles on its highest smog index day. Neither of us can be shy about it, Dawson. You surf with Agnes at 4 o'clock. By then, he said, I intend to be impressive. With one board planted in the sand, they marched toward the water. The surf was breaking just right, and the water was icy cold, the refreshing temperature that made him growl in invigoration. Growl. Cold? She asked. Arctic. He placed the board atop the surface of the water. She followed him into the deep green ocean. Wow, that is chilly. She dipped herself all the way in. Only option. He copied her, coming out with another pirate-like expression. Like I said, you get on first. Like this, he stretched his belly along the surfboard while keeping balanced, an action he'd attempted so many times in the past, with little success. However, this time it was different. Tatum climbed on the back of the board, steadying it. She placed her torso flush against his back, and her warmth soaked through him. The scent of her shampoo overpowered even the brine of the ocean, drenching his senses. Either that, or whatever pheromone she herself gave off. The heavenly scent of Miss Carlyle. Usually people get toward the breakers and the surfboard tips sideways. They slide off and have a hard time getting back on. Tatum pointed to the wave. Let's aim for it head on, with the tip of the board. Then we can get past it. He paddled, she guided, and they took the board beyond the breakers with ease. There, floating in the calm buoyancy of ocean, only the occasional swell lifted and dropped them. Dawson closed his eyes, letting the warmth of this woman infuse his sinews. They bobbed a moment, and he could have stayed there all year. Wow, she said, sitting up astride the board behind him, letting the gap between them fill with only a chill. I've never gotten this far from shore so quickly. That laugh bubbled from her again. It helps to have some strong biceps and triceps joining in the swim out. To his electrification, she squeezed his upper arms, as if testing their strength. He glanced over his shoulder at her. She was staring down at his wetsuit-clad upper arm. She looked entranced by it, and soon dropped her hand, as if she knew it wasn't right to be touching him like that. Together we win the Oscar for Best Surfboard Paddling on a Cold Morning. I'd like, he thought, to thank Gold's Gym, and especially their upper arm workout machine, for making this moment possible. Are you ready? She patted his oblique muscles and said, Let's catch a wave. With her guidance, they paddled their way toward where the swell became a curl, Tatum coaching him all the way. For the next hour and a half, Dawson battled the slippery surface of the board, the unpredictability of the tube, and his own inexperience. Every dump into the churning sandy drink brought him back up again, thanks to the ankle link to the board. Every time he came up for air, he saw Tatum's head bobbing at the surface of the water, calling to him to climb back on and paddle out with her again. Again and again, they swam out, surfed in. She steadied him, coached him, and cheered him. Best of all, she draped her incredible body over his with every return to the fray. He could have done this all day. I could do this all day, every day, and never get tired. He took the next wave like a boss, riding it all the way from inception to where it melted onto the sand, with Tatum gripping his hips from behind him. He was king of that wave. I might as well start entering surf contests this afternoon, he thought. I think you're ready for a solo run, Tatum said, and stepped off the sandy board into the foam near a pile of kelp leaves and bubbles. You've got all the moves. Oh, yeah, he did. Not that he'd shown any woman his moves since his split with Gwen, but Dawson knew his way around more than a surfboard. His gaze took an involuntary journey across Tatum's skin once again. In the morning sun, it was a color of golden brown he'd only seen on a suntan oil commercial. Cute, no longer fit. Hot, raging hot, fit her instead. A big wave whacked against the backs of his legs, buckling his locked knees and making him have to sidestep to keep from falling down. Stop! Mother Nature snapped him out of an unproductive thought pattern. Okay, if you think I'm ready, I'll try for the solo run. Yep. And then I'll take off. You're ready for Agnes, right? Agnes? Chapter 9, Tatum. 2 steps into Lark's house, Tatum collapsed onto the sofa. Pre-dawn surfing had drained her energy, but the bigger struggle had come from being that close to Dawson Rafferty, lying flush against his spandex-covered back. Noticing every well-toned muscle in his torso without running her hands across him with satisfied sighs. The fight of her life. Between the tug against physical magnetism and the knowing that Dawson would soon use his surf skills to impress one of the most eligible, athletic, and physically agile bachelorettes on the planet, Tatum was being ripped into 1,000 little bits. No one had a worse job than Tatum. Then again, no one had a better job than Tatum. She snuggled the beach towel up under her chin. Stop. Are you what the cat dragged in? I mean, the whole army of feral cats that live in the alley? Lark sauntered in from the kitchen and plopped onto the recliner next to the sofa. She looked ready for some kind of fashion model shoot, even though she worked as a marine biologist and not a marine biologist and not a model. You look also like the cat who got the canary. Or maybe it was a partridge. They're bigger. What's going on? And why are you wet? Tatum let her eyes drift shut and sank down into the memory of the incredible morning she'd spent pressed up against Dawson Rafferty. I went surfing, and, because there's obviously more to it, Lark's steel-trap mind was snapping shut. And why aren't you at work? This is Tuesday. You never skip work. And certainly not to surf. Are you suddenly taking drugs or something? Exactly. Hopped up on Dawson-fueled adrenaline. Tatum opened just one eye. Why aren't you at work? Doesn't the world of the Bolsa Chica Ecological Reserve require your profound skills of wildlife biology and being the world's foremost expert on the warty sea cucumber on a Tuesday? Don't forget striped shore crabs, Lark said. I'd really rather be known for those than the warty sea cucumber. Who wouldn't? Tatum took in Lark's smart outfit for work. It fit her smart vocabulary and her smart job and her smart everything. So much smartness and style had never been combined into a single person. If she hadn't been Tatum's best friend for almost 10 years, Lark would have been as intimidating as a tiger in the wild. I'm only home for a jiff. I had a meeting at the Long Beach Aquarium, and I stopped by on my way back to work. She peeled a banana and took a bite. Speaking of Tuesdays, again, seriously, you look like the sea coughed you up. You better get showered and head over to Rafferty, dear one. Not this afternoon, Tatum said. No sense telling her landlord she'd been fired, especially when non-disclosure agreements prevented explaining that she'd also been rehired. I'm taking a different shift. Right. The shift that lets you surf all morning. You're not fooling me. The skepticism that defined Lark's no-nonsense personality surfaced. Don't lose that job. I'm still counting on you to fix me up with that guy there who's the man of my dreams, you know. Hundreds of brilliant engineers and chemists and statisticians formed the framework of the Rafferty labor force. It could be any of them. Which guy is that? Tatum asked. But before Lark could answer, Tatum felt the tremors of the truth. She shook through and through. Dawson Rafferty, obviously. Lark's gaze rolled to the ceiling. He's the only logical choice. Logic. Besides her willowy liveness and brilliant mind, logic was Lark's other defining quality. Her mind was such a well-oiled piece of precision that the only comparison Tatum knew to it was Dawson's. Or maybe her brother Nix's, when he wasn't being a total dipwad. Lark twirled a strand of her dark hair around her index finger while she talked about him. I mean, sure, he's rich, but that's not the thing that makes my heart go pitter-pat when I read articles about him in Science World Daily or the Wall Street Journal. Oh dear, most girls with crushes on a billionaire would be scraping for news about him from online tabloids. Lark Whitman scrolled through the actual news about Dawson Rafferty, the articles that reported on his business achievements, which were a far stretch from the greasy grime of made-up sludge about his personal life. Tatum spent considerable energy shielding him from that so-called news. Back when she had a job she could tell people about. Last month, I read rumors of a Rafferty Insights medical robot that can cure obesity. Had to be Dawson's idea. I almost hunted him down and offered to have his baby. Tatum froze solid for a moment, knowing if she moved, she'd crack. Finally, she managed a weak, "Well, he's not really that kind of a guy," she said. But the ice-cold truth doused her. Lark did have a thing for Dawson and, like it or not, she'd be an ideal match. Think about it, Tatum. He and I are a pretty good fit. On paper, she thought. Yeah, but everything inside Tatum screamed no. Hollered it all the way to Big Bear Mountain and back. I don't know, Tatum said, her calm voice no reflection of her roiling insides. He's been divorced. You might not like that about him. He might have, she paused, issues. Issues, Lark said with a dismissive wave. Everyone does. I just want his mind. She started twirling her hair again. I really should make it a clause in your rental contract. I'll give you 6 free months of rent on the laundry room floor for one date with Dawson Rafferty. Lark would never let her live down her initial request to rent the laundry room floor. Lark had insisted Tatum take a bedroom, and she happily offered it in exchange for dishes and weekly cleaning, since Lark wasn't paying rent either. Nix owned the house, but he preferred living closer to his work. Probably not even for laundry room floor rent, Tatum said. Probably, not definitely no, Lark's eyes flashed. So you're saying there's a chance? The front door swung open, banging against the wall and bouncing back. A man's large frame filled the doorway. Well, what do we have here? A couple of career girls playing hooky on a Tuesday afternoon. Nix flashed that Whitman grin and swaggered into the house. Tatum's heart executed an unauthorized ballet move in her chest. Muscle memory from too many years with a crush on her best friend's older brother. Useless years, pointless years, especially since Nix Whitman still treated her like she was 11 years old, her age when she first met the Whitmans while visiting Grandma Mills during a summer stay. Old crushes died hard. Nix. Lark placed an air kiss near her brother's cheek. What brings you by? Somebody's got to enforce the laws against truancy, Nix said, grinning that terrible knee-buckling grin. Takes one to know one. Tatum huddled under her towel. But it was getting hot in here. She'd have to take it off soon. Dang, why did Nix still have an effect on her? How come you're not at work? Nix swaggered into the kitchen and yanked the fridge door ajar. You girls and your Diet Cokes. He guzzled one, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The stuff will kill you. He flashed a broad grin and slid an arm around Lark's shoulders for a moment before mussing her hair. Seriously, he said, what are you girls up to today? I need a diversion. Work is just too, he paused, heavy. That might have been true. He had one of those jobs, engineering but with civic consequences. Nix took a long pull of the drink, his Adam's apple bobbing. The sight triggered a powerful thirst in Tatum. All she'd had to drink since before sunrise was salt water. Wow! On unsteady legs that had worked out too hard all morning, she dropped her towel and padded barefoot to the kitchen to fill a glass with ice water. Tatum's been surfing. Lark took a bite of an apple from the fruit bowl. I can see that. Nix's eyes were scanning Tatum's entire body from shoulder to toes and back again. They lingered on her bikini top for a split second before returning to her face. You look sun-kissed today, Tatum. Nix stepped a little closer, and she could feel his warmth nearby. In all her years crushing on him, she'd never seen him appraise her. Now he looked like he was considering firing his brand right onto her skin. She didn't know how to react to this change, other than to let her pulse race, blast it. I was giving a surf lesson this morning to a colleague. Or, rather, boss, but she didn't say that aloud. You have any other plans today, Tates? It's your day off, right? Hey, wait. I didn't think you were allowed days off. He took a step closer and in a low voice said, You work too hard. Was Nix flirting with her? What the heck? To answer your question, she said, I'm going to see Grandma Mills. Probably. And maybe shopping. How do I sign up for that? Nix asked. Don't men hate shopping, she said. Please. You can go with me to see Grandma. She made the cinnamon bread. Tatum pulled the Ziploc bag out of the fridge and tossed the leftover baked goods on the counter. No, girl. The surf lessons. Lark shoved his shoulder hard, making a fizz of Diet Coke splash onto the countertop between Tatum and Nix. Hey, he protested. Hey is right. Lark bumped his hip with hers. Quit hitting on Tatum right now. Just because she's in swimwear doesn't equal an invitation to you, buddy. Actually, Nix's flirting was refreshing after so many years of indifference. Of course, it probably didn't mean anything. She couldn't put any stock in it other than he found her suddenly attractive in a swimsuit. That was all. Fine, he said through a mouthful of cinnamon wow. This bread is really good. Is there any more? Nix relented, backing out of Tatum's personal space a few inches, but still looking right at her. I just thought if you had a day off, we could spend some time together like we used to, just you and me, he said. Like they used to. Nix, we've never really done that before. Sure we have, he protested. Apparently Nix owned a different set of memories than she did. Yeah, let's trip out to the San Gabriel Valley. Grandma Mills' cinnamon bread is luscious, like her granddaughter's eyes. What was happening here? When Nix said eyes, he didn't look at her eyes. He was staring at her midriff. She wished for the towel back, and she would have gone for it, but he had pinned her between the refrigerator and the kitchen island with his gaze. Or, if you change your mind about grandmas, I could shop all afternoon if you want. I can be a champion shopper. In fact, we could shop all night and into tomorrow, too. Nix. Lark wielded a butter knife at him. Knock it off. Come on. Nix reached for her hand and threaded her fingers between his, squeezing. Your boss might not even notice you're missing. The words truth struck deep. In the strong and steady gaze of Agnes, the acrobatic athlete, Dawson might not even spare a thought for Tatum. The thought sent her elevator of bliss from this morning's waves straight to the basement. What about it, sugar? Nix hadn't dropped the suggestion. I'll hit the shops with you. I'm great with feedback on how clothes fit. If you've got the day off, you might as well. Well, she just might. Truly, Dawson wouldn't notice. And if he did, he wouldn't care. Plus, day of days. Nix Whitman was practically salivating to spend time with her. Her, Tatum Carlyle. She should not stop to ask why. She should take the gift and run. I do want to make a quick round of some shops, if that's okay. But not clothes shops. Antiques instead. Aw, bummer. Not even one vintage outfit you could model for me. He stepped closer, sliding his fingertip up her arm and turning her into a shivering mess on the inside. Fine. If it's with you, it'll be great no matter what. Let's just go now. Don't change your clothes or anything. He got a twinkle in his eye. Don't change anything, Tates. Then he winked, and her traitorous insides flipped over like she was 11 or 12 or 19 or 22 all over again. Dude, stop! Lark shoved her bent knee into the back of her brother's locked one, making his stance buckle. Can you be a human to her and not an animal, please? She turned to Tatum. I apologize for my brother and his whole species. Don't worry about it, Tatum said. I do need to shop. She needed a distraction. If she stayed there all afternoon, she'd just watch the clock and wonder what Dawson and Agnes were up to. He's fine, Lark. She turned to Nix. If you're up for a trip to the collectible past, I'm on the lookout for a particular map. I had a lead online, but I want to see it in person. I'm a whiz with antiques, Nix beamed. For as dumb as he was acting today, no one would ever guess that he held an advanced degree in environmental hydrogeology from the University of Southern California, or that he held a highly responsible job, possibly one that required clearance of some kind. I'm great at everything. No sense arguing with crazy talk. Good, Tatum said. You'll like this old map of California I've been scouting. I mean, for a friend. Lark tossed her apple core into the disposal and turned it on. Over the grinding, she said. Friend. Right. Is this that super secret crush guy you're always going on about? Because he likes maps, doesn't he? Dawson Rafferty very much did like maps. Give me 10 minutes, Tatum promised, and I'll be all shiny and ready to go. Nix gave her one last scan and a sigh. Seriously, you don't need to change a thing. That sigh did something to her. Could it really be meant for her? After all this time? Shut up, Nix. Lark splashed him with water from the sink. Maybe Tatum should have been bothered by his audacious flirtation, or by the fact that Nix was clearly objectifying her. But for one thing, she was far too dumbfounded by it to reject it outright. For another, she was completely flattered. Sure, she knew men needed a physical attraction before their emotional attraction triggered. Psychology class had taught her that annoying fact. But could this be real? Nix, suddenly acting like he was into her. Someone must have paid him to do this. Had to be a bribe. No, better to just pretend everything was like it had always been between Tatum and Nix. They'd just hit up Yardley Antiques. A pleasant day of teen wish fulfillment to check off her list, and it would be done. Hey, Tatum, Lark called to her from the living room. Tatum had just slid a white, clingy sweater over her torso and was checking it in the mirror. Was that a text I just heard on your phone? Could be work messaging to say you're fired for taking a ditch day? Tatum sped toward the couch, where her phone had slid between the cushions, muffling the sound of the chime alerts. Indeed, it was a text. From Dawson. Must schedule meet up with you to discuss results, it said. Meet. Yes, she'd requested feedback after each date so she could refine future lineups, but wouldn't email or text or phone calls suffice? Another from him chimed in with, were we calling this something? A post-mortem? Today, we'll recap 1. Success, and 2. Areas to refine. 10-4, he named a late night time, tonight. And a spot on a beach where the city's recreation department sponsored regular bonfires and music. Oh yeah, meeting in person, at a bonfire, was so much better than a text recap or an email. Maybe she'd bring her guitar. Guitars and bonfires went together. It would give her a chance to test something. Giddiness she couldn't and didn't repress made Tatum's fingers tremble as she typed in a response text, 10-4, good buddy, even though she felt no buddy feelings toward him at all. At least she had an afternoon with Nix ahead of her. Could be interesting, if she could keep her mind off Dawson. Chapter 10, Dawson. As it turned out, 3 trips into the waves and back were all Dawson and Agnes Pearl bothered with. By 4 p.m., the waves had mostly died, and by 4:30, the county coroner could have put a toe tag on the surf. Since the waves are gone, why not share a run along the beach? Agnes said, stretching into some indefinable yoga position. Yeah, that might be an idea. He didn't mention that his muscles were shot from a full morning surf lesson, or that he'd been counting on the principle of buoyancy to keep him looking like a contender. There are some good sand volleyball courts with pickup games a ways down. If he ran only as far as the volleyball nets, he could fake effort for a while. Excellent. I love volleyball almost as much as I love surfing, she said. Unfortunately, that ways down had turned out to be a little over 6 miles, which wasn't that far on a bicycle, Dawson's usual mode beachside transportation. But as a run, that was 2 5K runs, basically. I'm glad you're so into fitness, Agnes said. I guess I pictured a brainy CEO, more as the basement video gamer type. Nail on the head there. At least that had been true for the past however many months since he'd gone into post-Gwen hibernation. I like to take care of myself. He half smiled. But then his facade crumbled when he fell in a heap at the edge of the sand volleyball game the second they reached it. Just catching my breath, he claimed. You join in. That team really needs help. You sure? She asked. I do love the game. Go for it. I'll join in a sec. But he hadn't. Agnes had killed it until eventually she'd left the now winning side and come to sit beside him. So you lived in Finland? He asked. She was an American but had lived abroad. Ticked that request box. Yeah, I trained there for the biathlon. Right? The sport with cross-country skiing and rifle shooting. Anywhere else? He asked. Brazil. That was where Agnes had won her bronze for women's Greco-Roman wrestling. A few other countries and sports emerged in the story of Agnes's life. Sure enough, Tatum had taken to heart his request for a woman who was cosmopolitan. The woman had definitely experienced the world, albeit through sporting events. Forgive me, she said, but you look beat. I hope you're okay. Sympathy laced her tone. I don't usually run 6 miles at a stretch on sand either. She patted his knee. The volleyball players filtered away, leaving Dawson and Agnes alone with the breaking waves. Sure, now they broke. It's more intense to run on sand than on asphalt, he said. Right? She broke into an analysis of various running surfaces. Then they talked about fitness and nutrition for a while, with Agnes describing her different routines for each day of the week. However, Dawson didn't exactly have time for endless idle fitness chat. So, new question. What would you say your biggest challenge is? Dawson yanked the reins of conversation in a new direction. Was this woman the type to trust, or the type who'd betray? Mine's probably trust. Totally. I totally get that, Dawson. Really, I do. Finally, Agnes seemed to be willing to delve into something new, something deeper, something that would reveal how she'd be at his side if things worked out. My biggest thing right now is finding a trainer I can trust. A trainer? Dawson thought. Wow. At first, her words fell flatter on his ears than an off-key tune. But then Dawson let them sink in. Trust did matter to her, at least on some level. He'd have to give her another shot. Tatum had stipulated he must give every woman she sent him a full chance. Besides, he didn't have much time, and Agnes was here with him now. Might as well dig a little deeper before writing her off. Trust is a biggie, he said. It's hard to come by. Maybe this line of talk could open the door to her saying something with more depth. Totally. I totally get that. I do. She had said that before, right? I mean, we crave it. In all aspects of life. Agnes lifted a handful of sand, then let it sift through her fingers. The problem with a lot of trainers, when they're trying to get me as a client, is they just want me in their portfolio for the name, you know? Oh, Dawson knew, he said. It's hard to tell who's genuinely willing to help you. Right, exactly, she said. Trust. Agnes turned and her eyes met his. Something sparkled there, maybe. It's all about trust. She bit her lower lip. Dawson bated his breath. This might be the moment. The connection was so close to happening here. Her lips parted, and Dawson knew the next words from her mouth would tell him what he desperately needed to know. And unless I can get a full workout of my upper and lower back muscles, I'm toast when it comes to cross-country skiing. Kier plunk. Expectations sank like a poorly thrown stone into a murky pond. Oh, look at the time. Dawson pointed at the sinking sun. 20 minutes later, each of them caught separate lift rides to their respective destinations. Dawson texted Tatum to meet him at the community bonfire on Sunset Beach at 9. He and Tatum had a few things to discuss, and talking to someone who listened better than a very fit cardboard cutout wouldn't be too bad either. A little later, he met Tatum for the recap. Here are your guacamole dogs, sir. The food server handed Dawson 2 paper plates, each loaded with 2 hot dogs and buns, slathered with an inch of guacamole. The smoky scent of the grill and the nearby bonfire filled his nostrils. Your chips are at the kiosk. Balancing the plates, Dawson made his way across the sand toward where Tatum sat on a large piece of driftwood. He joined her at the barely warm edge of the bonfire's heat reach. I hope you like guacamole. Dawson offered Tatum the plate. But if not, then more for me. He pulled the plate back. She lunged for it. Don't even think about hogging that dog. Tatum took the plate and snatched at her bag of corn chips. You'd be surprised how hungry you can get spending the day in the water. Tell me about it. He downed a big bite of his hot dog. The salty, creamy deliciousness slaked his hunger. Upbeat Latin music played on the other side of the bonfire, a mariachi trio. The air snapped with a distant storm's electricity miles offshore. No, Tatum said through a mouthful. You tell me about it. How was Agnes? Agnes, right. That was why they were here. To discuss Agnes. I want to hear about your day first. Tatum's hot dog stopped in midair on its way to her mouth. My day? She asked, staring at him. Well, perhaps so. How was your day? Question crossed the line between professionalism and friendship. Didn't married couples ask each other that at dinner every night? At least healthily married couples. Dawson and Tatum were barely 24 hours into this arrangement. Maybe it was the hours he'd spent with her taut body draped across his back that had made him feel a lot less boss-like toward her, and he'd better shove that memory from his mind as soon as possible. Never mind. Hey, what you do during off hours is totally your business. She shook her head quickly. Oh no, it's not like that. I mean, I went antiquing with a friend. The way she said friend and the way her skin tone went rosy, visible even in the firelight. Clearly Tatum had been on a date. Buy anything good? His tone came out duller than a knife in the drawer of an abandoned camp trailer. Wow, Tatum on a date with someone else, right after all their closed morning on the surfboard in the sharp chill of the Pacific Ocean. Tatum bestowing that laugh, or that slim waistline, on some other guy. The back of his neck bunched up. Yeah, actually, a good find. She chewed another bite. This is surprisingly amazing. She closed her eyes and enjoyed. Was her date bright enough to get her a guacamole dog? Obviously not, considering how ravenously she downed the one on her plate now. You want another one? They'll make more. I mean, yeah, I could eat 10. Shopping takes as much out of me as surfing. Exertive shopping with a date. Suddenly, Dawson didn't need any more corn chips. Online antique shopping is better, he said. More selection, fewer parking struggles. Yeah, sometimes. She crumpled her chip bag. But the little stores don't always list their items online, and I hate bidding in auctions. True. Someone always outbids me at the last second because I don't keep an eye like I should. Was he talking about shopping or dating here? He wasn't sure. Southern California has countless good antique shops, but the thrift stores can be even better. I find stuff all the time. Yeah? He asked. She leaned forward, her eyes light. Yeah, in fact. But she sat back and just smiled. In fact, I did find something good today. A hint of bitterness crawled through him. Found something good could mean something completely unrelated to antiques. Nice. Now it's your turn, date post-mortem or whatever Latin you're using. Tatum folded her paper plate in half and tossed it on the bonfire. Let's walk. He flung his plate onto the flames too. They walked in a slow, wide circle around the flames and the milling crowd, falling into step with each other. He kept his strides short, so that was possible. Tatum was tiny, and her legs were short. Keeping pace with her relaxed him. Thanks for meeting in person. It's better from a confidentiality standpoint. No paper trail, tangible or digital, she said. Exactly, he said. The huge bonfire crackled, and a massive log within it slipped, sending 10,000 orange sparks glowing into the night sky. Okay then, are we approaching this clinically? She asked. Like, we'll rehash pros and cons of each experience? Yes. Then you have information for which direction to go next time. Perfect. It's like a date autopsy, hence the term post-mortem. His Latin training came in handy in a conversation outside the laboratory for once. I get it. She gave him a half laugh at his connection of the terms. And by using that Latin term for death, you mean after the date is dead. Your date with Agnes was DOA? Not DOA, as in dead on arrival. No, he said. It had started out well enough. He continued, but when the surf died, 3 rides in, so did the date, a slow, painful death. Dawson related the events of the afternoon in painstaking detail to Tatum, who laughed at all the right moments, including his collapse onto the sand near the volleyball game. So she played volleyball without you? Tatum asked. Her laughter rang high in the air, audible even over the mariachi band. Because your legs had turned to boiled lasagna noodles from too much surfing? Pretty much. Tatum suddenly leaned against him, grabbing his arm. Whoops. Stepped in somebody's sandcastle excavation pit. Her ankle wobbled on the uneven sand. Dawson flexed to hold her up. You okay there? He asked. Fine, she said, smiling up at him, not immediately letting go. They crossed a rough patch of rutted sand, and then she released him. Unfortunately, maybe he should turn around and recross that area a few times. Let's analyze the data. What do you want my date selection robot to learn from this? Dawson floated. A woman had clung to his arm, and she could wield the phrase analyze the data. With her curls spilling all around her face, she looked angelic in the firelight. Of course, she worked for him, so he had to stop floating. Right now, torpedoes fired, and he regained terra firma footing. They arrived back at the piece of driftwood, and Dawson helped Tatum find a comfortable seat. Day 1's date fit my original request list perfectly. Agnes is smart, driven, and she's got dedication in spades. That woman understands that miracles happen, but the best miracles are the ones you work your fingers to the bone for. Check. Tatum nodded a single head bob, and her ponytail echoed it. Another thing, she was definitely cosmopolitan. Well, you know what I mean. She'd seen a lot of places in the world. An Olympic athlete would seen the world by definition. Tatum patted her arms. Maybe they needed to move closer to the fire so she'd be more comfortable. And third, well played in the looks and general physical health department. Despite any other complaints Dawson might have had, Day 1's date's appearance had been the picture of perfection for any guy with eyes. Athletes have attractive physiques. Check, Tatum said, a subtle twinkle in her eye. What? He asked. What? You're laughing at me. Now, Tatum really did laugh. It's just that you're so clinical about how Agnes Pearl looked that you're referring to her without using her name. Clinical. Most guys would just use monosyllables. She spoke like a caveman, saying, I think she's hot. That kind of thing. Well, if Tatum wanted low talk, Dawson could go there. I liked her legs. I wanted to take a big bite of her calf muscle. Monosyllabic enough for you. Spot on. Tatum gifted him with another laugh. It rippled over the night air, waving through his torso, lifting his spirit. Had Gwen ever laughed? Maybe, but not with this kind of joy. Toward the end, she'd laughed at him on occasion, but even from the beginning, she'd never caught his humor. In fact, for the past several years, Dawson had doubted he possessed any humor. Until now, until that laugh. He said, All our time together in the office. I hardly ever heard you crack a joke. Tatum gazed up at him, the firelight a few feet away reflecting in her large eyes. Turns out you're pretty much a laugh riot. Quit hiding that stuff, he said. You're hoarding it, probably telling yourself hilarious stuff silently and depriving the world of the comments that could make us hold our sides with snort laughs. It's selfish. I try never to be selfish, she said. Dawson lowered his voice. I know that too. The air settled, and the mariachis went on a break. The bark of the driftwood had worn smooth with the ocean, and it wasn't half bad to sit on. Tatum gazed out at the waves, swaying to an unheard melody. She started humming a folk song he recognized from when he was a boy. Just sitting here in the breezy night with the sound of the ocean and the dying fire beside Tatum Carlyle untensed Dawson's muscles. How long had that knot in his neck been tied like a steel bar? He couldn't remember it ever loosening like this. After a few minutes, Tatum returned from wherever she'd gone mentally. Okay, so you gave me the pros about the date. What were the cons? Quick! She snapped her fingers. It wasn't that Agnes was wrong, necessarily. He thought about it. Agnes had operated under the assumption that Dawson lived and breathed sports as much as every other American male. He liked sports, a lot, just not the same ones as she did. In fact, the one sport he did follow closely, Japanese sumo, Agnes had declared a waste of time as compared to Greco-Roman wrestling. She who skied while holding a rifle, and yet lived in Las Vegas. More like I was just the wrong guy for Agnes. Totally the wrong guy, he realized. Got it, Tatum said. Although I think you're being modest. Tatum dug her toe down into the sand. Anyway, you're saying athletic is fine, but you need someone with a few more interests. Music, art, that type of thing. Food, current events, history, maps, psychology, gardening, automobile engines, glass blowing, bookbinding. Any additional interest would be good. Something happened over at the bonfire. A swell and depression of sound, like someone had thrown in something that melted spectacularly, and everyone was reacting to the sight. The mariachis fired up again, playing a loud chorus with the audience singing along. Then applause when the music died out. Bonfire people started filtering away. Wow, they're going. I guess I can't blame them. What's a bonfire without music? Beside him, Tatum scooted on the driftwood. You're ready to go, too. Was he? No, he wasn't. I didn't mean for it to sound that way. We're still refining data, right? Is it okay? I'll be right back. Tatum sprang up, jogging away. She came back a couple of minutes later holding a large case banging against her leg. On a taller person, it would have looked less dwarfing, but Tatum was small, especially her waist. That t-shirt she wore hugged it just right. Why hadn't he noticed that attractive feature before? Oh, quit it, he thought. I can't notice it now either. You don't mind, right? She unzipped the cloth case. Now that the regularly scheduled band is finished, she tuned it, twisting a couple of knobs. Of course not. You can't have a still-burning fire without a guitar. My belief exactly. She finished tuning and played a succession of chords. The chords morphed into a song he knew. I'll play, but I prefer not to sing alone. Wait. What? He asked. That was his cue to sing. Truth was, he used to sing. That was until Gwen had told him. You could actually be kind of good if you took lessons. Doesn't matter. The waves and crackling of the fire work like auto-tune. Covers up any dissonance. I'm serious that it's been a long time, really long. As a kid, he'd sung at the top of his lungs everywhere he went. It had helped him remember things in high school, like that song for memorizing the periodic table of the elements, and the other one with all the states and capitals. I haven't sung anything, not a note. Not in years. Sorry, I don't sing well isn't a good enough reason not to sing. She elbowed him, a gentle cajoling, and nodded with encouragement. What'll it hurt? The ears of all who hear. Oh, whatever. She started strumming the chords, and the mellow tones combined with the orange firelight to soften Dawson. He was going to do it. He was going to sing on a public beach. Maybe he should close his eyes and just go for it. It turned out Tatum didn't have much of a songstress voice either, but it didn't stop her. "Michael, row the boat ashore," she began. Dawson joined in on the hallelujah. Yeah. If there had been a dog kennel nearby, Dawson's voice would have triggered a howl-a-thon. However, the immensity of the dark sky muffled any off-pitch notes. The night breeze off the sea diffused anything unmelodious. Dawson found himself singing a little louder and with a little more freedom. He hadn't heard his voice in a long time. "You're not half bad," Tatum said, strumming the final chord and smiling up at him. A warmth peppered Dawson's skin. Singing again. Tatum struck up another set of repeating chords. She didn't sing, just brushed her nails down the strings. "I remember a time when I was a teenager in Romania," she said over the resonance of the strings. "There were a bunch of us, and we had guitars, and we went around to the local orphanages and sang folk songs, and we thought it was fun. And then we realized the kids had no idea what we were saying in English. At Christmas time?" "People did service like that at Christmas." "No, just in the summer," she shrugged. "We should have done it at Christmas, since we could have sung internationally recognizable songs." "Huh, good idea. Summer." She went to orphanages to sing in the summer. Who did that? "By Christmas, I'd moved to Japan. It's a Buddhist country. They're not as into Christmas as other people are," she laughed. "I take that back. They really get into giving presents." Dawson listened to her talk about living in Japan, but he kept going back to the story of her singing in the Romanian orphanage. Like it was no big deal, like she did stuff like that all the time. Gwen would have taken a photographer and put the whole event on the public service tab of her website, and it would have been a one-time deal. After Japan, where did you go next? "Oh," she blinked a few times. "I stopped moving around after that." "Did your dad retire from the foreign service?" "You could say that." She gave a little half smile, but it looked fueled by pain. "We were there during that big earthquake in Kobe. Maybe you heard about it. The one where the nuclear reactor was damaged. Everyone had heard about that quake. It had been deadly." "Yeah," she nodded. "Both my parents were in the one major office building that morning in the one section of the city that suffered complete destruction." "Both her parents? In one day? I didn't get to say goodbye." "Oh, Tatum, what could he say?" "Nothing that wouldn't sound hollow. Nothing could compensate. I bet you miss them." "It's been a few years." "I'm getting better." She strummed a final chord. "Okay, the test is over." She forced a lighter tone, and he went along with it. "You pass." "This was a test?" he asked, still reeling from her revelation about the loss of her parents. He would have to come back to this later with her, after he'd thought of something less lame to say. "Only sort of. Just to see how flexible you are. Your willingness to do something unplanned. But it was fun too, right?" "Yeah." So, how could he describe that she'd resurrected music in his life? Fun didn't capture it. Healing, invigorating, amazing. Those were closer. "Okay, fine. It was to see whether you'd fit with this one person I know who loves to perform publicly. And now, you'll both be saved from that torture." "Are you admitting my singing is everyone's torture?" Dawson elbowed her, possibly an out-of-line move. But she laughed. "Don't sugarcoat it or anything." "Absolutely not. Dude, you have a great voice. But I can tell you'd really rather not swoop onto the stage and perform duets every weekend, like this one person would expect in a husband. She's a full-time musician known for doing duets. See? Tatum had been the right person to ask. She'd not only evaluated the potential woman for Dawson's sake, but she also considered whether Dawson would be the right man for that girl's needs. Dawson had made a brilliant choice of matchmaker. So duet-obsessed girl is out. Out like a light at bedtime. She snapped again. Suddenly, a mental image of Tatum lying in bed popped into his mind, but he swept it out fast. "Any other of my skills you need to evaluate before another setup?" Actually, yes, she said, drumming the body of the guitar. It's not for date 2 because it might take time to arrange, but what's your knowledge level when it comes to art? Medium. It's a broad subject. He liked a couple of local contemporary artists whose work he'd seen at benefit galas. One time, he'd even met Kitty Kipling. Her sky left him feeling like the universe had no boundaries. Kitty Kipling herself wasn't too bad either. A work of art in her own right, some articles said, and probably the closest thing he'd ever had to a celebrity crush. I'd probably need another tutorial if that's what you're asking. This morning's tutoring session had been so incredibly hands-on. He wouldn't mind another as long as the teacher was still Tatum Carlyle. Let me see what I can set up. She tapped her chin, apparently deep in thought. I may know someone who might be just the right fit to become the next Mrs. Rafferty. The next Mrs. Rafferty rattled, spinning Dawson backward to the first Mrs. Rafferty. He swallowed hard as the acid bubbled at the back of his throat. Well, I look forward to hearing about her. The reflux wouldn't go down. It's late. We better call it a night, so that Dawson could go home and find his purple pills, and possibly some Tylenol against the impending muscle aches of tomorrow. Dawson? Tatum hooked a finger under the hem of his shirt sleeve, catching him before he could stand. Yeah, their eyes met. She's out there, the one you need. He hoped so, because he didn't have many more days to search. Maybe. I get a good feeling. She's not too far away. Later, instead of heading home, Dawson took a detour through the laboratory at Rafferty Insights. For months, ever since he first discovered the possibility of the calorie scavenger robot, he'd been working on stabilizing it. 1 or 2 equations eluded him, but he was so close. The microbot, not nanobots, those were too small. Microbots could effectively neutralize caloric intake in all test subjects. However, they couldn't be pinpointed to adjust for an individual's dosage. Yet, if he could achieve that, then the calorie scavenger would be useful across a broad spectrum of people. Beyond the diabetes patient population, the tech discoveries of Rafferty Insights was treating so far, dieting struggles and hazards would become obsolete. So would joint trouble related to obesity. Heart disease could be vastly decreased. It would change the world. This was Dawson's potential legacy, the thing he felt born to accomplish. Which meant, if he lost Rafferty now, when he was this close, he'd lose his life's mission and purpose. Well, that couldn't happen. Whether or not Rafferty Insights went down, Dawson had to preserve the research and keep it from falling into the hands of whoever was trying to get it. But who was it? Yeah, that was another question giving him acid reflux. After grabbing a caffeine hit, Dawson settled down in his lab equipment and began working. Research usually refocused him and helped him relax. At least it had before his divorce. However, tonight his head was full of the surf lesson. Whenever the tide of those thoughts rolled in, memories of the pressure of Tatum's body against his own, his mind stirred. Well, he was a man, after all. It was only natural. And he'd been out of the game longer than he'd been out of his marriage, unfortunately. So it made logical sense. What wasn't logical, when he explored the reaction, was that the excitement wasn't purely physical. Sure, that did exist. Boy howdy, did it exist. But when the physical excitement ebbed, something else surged. What was it? He couldn't pinpoint it. Just like he couldn't pinpoint the solution to this nanobot situation. Well, whatever it was, at the bare minimum, knowing that he'd conquered the surfboard today gave him a burst of confidence to attempt something new here in the lab as well. With fingers poised over his keyboard and looking at his computer-aided drafting software, he began to draw, not like an artist, but like an engineer. With formulas, not fluid movement. But the result was the same, or even better, some might say. A line here, a memory of crashing wave, an angle there, a dump into the briny drink. Each time resurfacing to see the smiling face of his trainer. The melding of memory and action resulted in a new energy tonight, accompanied by a daring he vaguely recalled possessing at one time. It guided his mind through the design. Dawson worked into the night, which had been mostly spent already by the time he'd arrived at the lab. At the crack of dawn, the first engineers deposited themselves at their computers at other cubicles in the lab. Stop! Dawson checked the clock. In the past 7 hours, he'd poured the foundations of a variation on the design of the adjustable calorie scavenger bot. Glorious, of course, it wasn't fully realized as a design. Yet, inspiration had only come in flashes, between cracks in the wall of hurt that always stood between himself and invention these days. However, it was something. Surfing might be his new favorite pastime, or singing on the beach near bonfires. Don't lie to yourself, he thought. Tatum Carlyle might be your new favorite pastime, geek face. No, she was his employee. It wouldn't happen. It couldn't. Chapter 11. Tatum. Tatum stood in front of her closet, humming a lame folk song. Stupid earworm! Stupid guitar on the stupid beach! Stupid idiot moments where she'd blabbed about everywhere she'd ever lived to the one man on earth she wanted to tell it all to. Stupid lame crush that wouldn't die on the guy who was ruining her for anyone else in the future. All because she took this stupid job that was ruining her life. At least I'm making double overtime, she thought, with which she'd do what she always did with any extra cash, buy more stock in Rafferty Insights. Tatum tugged a red shirt off a hanger and slid it over her head and one arm. Nope. She took it off again. She might see Dawson today, and for Dawson she'd wear blue. What was weird was that playing guitar on the beach with him a few nights ago had been even better than when they'd been all over each other on the surfboard. Probably because even though at first she thought he couldn't carry a tune in a suitcase, he didn't seem to give a rip, and his voice had improved and filled the night, getting richer with every verse. When he let go and belted out the lyrics of the folk song, the pure abandon in his singing made her tumble head over heels for him 100 times more fully than she already had. He'd pressed his shoulder against hers on the driftwood seat. Their knees had touched. When his voice had joined hers in song, they'd connected on some cosmic level. Hadn't they? How deep could she dig herself into this? Hopelessly deep. She tossed the blue shirt aside and rummaged until she found an orange shirt. Wasn't orange the opposite of blue on the color wheel? Orange would protect her. And for the record, as soon as this assignment came to fruition, Tatum was quitting. Because in no way could she go back to working for him as his executive assistant after this, fielding his intercom buzzes, juggling his intercom buzzes, juggling his schedule, arranging all his meetings, advising him on this and that. Not with the feelings and emotions he stirred in her to the point where her soul was one huge tornado of aching for him. At this point, things could never go back to the way they were before at this point. They were now 5 days into the get the boss a wife experiment. First Agnes and then 3 other women, a journalist, a cartographer, and a chef, all with equally uninspiring results. So frustrating. These were perfect women, absolutely gorgeous, educated, refined, and sweet. How could he have not clicked with any one of them? Even the cartographer. What else could he want? She was going to have to get more analytical and come up with more than simply the list she'd compiled based on Dawson's original requirements. Apparently, she'd better cross off the actress, the pop singer, the foreign diplomat, and the ballerina. Who was Tatum going to have to round up freaking Kitty Kipling? Drat! And why didn't she have anything appropriate to wear to meet a billionaire? She tore off the orange t-shirt and pulled out a pink sweater and polka dot skirt. There, it was perfect for the pre-date briefing at the racetrack. Fine. But now she had nothing for the post-mortem later. Blast it, all her clothes were wrong. A sundress. That was what she needed for tonight. She shot off an emergency text to her equally short friend Amy, who lived not too far away. Do you have a cute halter dress I could borrow? The text said. The reply popped in instantly. I'll drop it by your place on my way to yoga. Heading out now. It's the blue one, napkin skirt style. Does that work? Blue, of course. Back to blue. Blue worked great. especially the other morning when she'd been wearing her blue swim top and shorts. Had it been her own wishful thinking, or had Dawson Rafferty's eyes popped out of his head, strolled all over her body, and then returned to their sockets? She switched on some music, jiving a little while she put hot rollers in her hair, until a loud creak of the bathroom door startled her. "Oh, snap! You look like you just got a raise." Lark waved sparkle fingers at Tatum. "What's going on with you? You're still home at 9:35. You're still home at 9:35? You're dating someone." "What?" Tatum dropped a hot roller and it clattered in the sink. "No, not at all." Lark's skeptical eyebrow quivered. "I know when 2 and 2 make 4. Look at you. You're wearing colored underwear with lace." Indeed, Tatum sported a non-boring bra while she stood doing makeup and hair. "Fine, I'll cover up." She grabbed for her robe. "I happen to like blue. You look insanely good in blue, so it's a good thing. I mean, did you see Nix's tongue roll out like a scroll the other day when you walked into the kitchen in your blue swim top? I thought we were going to have it surgically reinserted." Lark pulled at the mirror, exposing the medicine chest behind it, and took out her contact solution. Whether or not she'd intended it to, in her state of post-ocean mess, blue may have worked a little magic on Nix, too. Yeah, that had been weird. How did you enjoy the date with Nix, by the way? Not that I want my brother dating you, but still. Why? What's wrong with me? Tatum finished adding the last curler and unplugged the roller tray. Nothing's wrong with you. Lark rolled her eyes a single time before starting the operation of applying her contacts to her eye. But he can be pretty beastly. Case in point, the way he flirted so outrageously with you, and the way he went on and on about the date later. I figured he must have continued to annoy. He was fine once we were checking out the shops. Frankly, Nix had been a moderate to good shopping companion. He only got bored when I spent too much time looking at a few maps. Maps she'd thought Dawson would be interested in. Someday, she would find and buy the one map to rule them all. She wasn't giving up. He carried the stuff I bought, so that wins him some points. He said you took him to see your grandma. Cinnamon cake and banana bread called to him. Nix had been a perfect gentleman at Grandma's house, charming her and talking about her baking skills, and asking about her memories with Grandpa. He was sweet to her. Too bad he couldn't have been this sweet during the decade or so, when she'd had an undying crush on him. Too late now. Well, don't worry. I'm not implying that the glow about you is due to going on a date with my bizarre brother. Lark dropped her hand and jerked her face toward Tatum. Wait. No, it's not due to that, is it? No. Maybe back in the day that would have been the glow source. Tatum started applying makeup. Where was her blue eyeliner? So that means it's that guy from work, doesn't it? Lark put in a contact. You've been gone a lot of nights. So what guy from work? I only had dinner at a food truck with a colleague, and sang with him to the strumming of guitar, and ate all the desserts at the taco shop, and discussed life goals and exchanged life story details. You are the worst liar of all time. In fact, you can't even fib. Besides, considering as how I am the all-seeing eye, I can tell these things. You don't need to tell me. Lark smiled a self-congratulatory smug grin. Plus, I'm all for it, especially if we can double sometime. Right. Tatum was already third wheel in Dawson's dating life. Add Lark and one of her usual NBA player dates, and they could qualify as one of those fifth wheel RV things. I can see it now. You and your colleague and me and your boss. Again with that? Probably not, Tatum said. As in, no. Much as she should force herself to open her eyes to the possibility of Lark going out with Dawson just to see, Tatum couldn't do it. She had her reason. Okay, they were based on a hunch more than anything else. Tatum trusted hunches. You're not answering me on this, Tates. Lark blinked her eye a few times, letting a big drop of saline solution slide to her chin, which she flicked onto the fluffy white hand towel she held. I'm being serious. I like the guy. I'm super interested, and I'd figure out some miraculously irresistible way to bribe you into introducing me if I could. Not really happening. It should. Logic told her so. Tatum ignored logic. I read in an article, Dawson Rafferty is a champion surfer. Lark blinked a few times, then turned her intensity on Tatum. Maybe he could give me lessons. Hardly. Tatum started sliding the hot rollers from her hair, leaving big loose curls framing her face instead of the usual spirals. That's looking nice. Whoever your hot colleague is, Lark said, giving a big wink. He will like it. That was not the goal. Or was it? Chapter 12, Dawson. Dawson double-checked Tatum's text. Meet me at Santa Aurelia Racetrack at 3, it said. I'll brief you there and then your date is meeting you. I hope you like equestrian sports. Horses were good. Yeah, he'd done a little riding in his time. He looked around the racetrack, glad he arrived a few minutes early just to check out the lay of the land. The air smelled of fresh-tilled dirt, horse manure, and too much cologne on both the old men and the young women dressed to the nines passing him as he paced the wooden planks of the Art Deco open-air viewing stand. The stark white paint of the fence contrasted with the verdant grass and deep brown soil of the track. Even so, racetracks in general perplexed him. Betting of any kind held zero interest. Dawson would take all his risks on his own efforts. Thank you very much. Made him wonder. What kind of woman was Tatum trying to foist on him? If the Santa Aurelia racetrack happened to be today's setup's type of place. He paced back and forth, glancing time and again at the enormous clock on the far stables. Where was Tatum? It was almost 3 now. Hey, Dawson. A familiar face offered him a sad grin. How's it going? Chet Winters. Dawson stuck out his hand, and his old friend gave him a bro hug, complete with a back pat. You're back in California? Auditions, Fred insists. Fred was Chet's longtime agent, the best in the business. You're actually ready to act again? Dawson asked, surprised. Chet looked out at the racetrack. Plead the fifth there, Dawson, but it's an action film with a horse racing subplot, so I'm here for research. Chet placed a ball cap on his head and pulled it down tight on his brows. Better keep a low profile. Yeah, good to see you, buddy. Hang in there. You too. Chet walked away. He'd never been the same since his wife Noelle passed away. Instead of acting, he'd taken up acting as CEO for her men's suit company to the nines. It was hard to see Chet so downhearted. Dawson wished Chet could find his footing again. Maybe this role would help. The stables, paddock, viewing stands, and oval track made the air crackle. Or maybe it was because he had a date. Dating still got under his skin. Why couldn't he just find someone who he could be chill with? Wasn't someone out there like that? A starting gun's pop sounded, and the gates flew open. A heat had begun. And suddenly, there were hooves flipping clods of earth like so much biodegradable shrapnel. Whole sections of the stands started yelling as one horse and rider pulled into the lead after rounding the second bend. Well, looky here. A man walked up and blocked Dawson's view of the track. If it isn't Dawson Rafferty. The sneer was new, but he'd recognize the pinched voice anywhere. Edwin Villefort Tau Kappa Omicron, wielder of the most backstabbing knife of Dawson's life. Even more stabbing than Gwen's. And that was saying something. Hey, Eddie. Long time. After 3 years as his college roommate and fraternity brother, Dawson knew exactly what Eddie would say next as well, and could have intoned it at the same time. So, Dawson, how's it rolling? His usual question. No surprises. The banal predictability of Eddie Villefort lived on. At least of the post-collegiate Eddie Villefort, the one who could never exact enough revenge. The only thing new was a waxed mustache ending in needle-sharp points. It's rolling. Dawson extended a hand to shake, unsure of whether Eddie would deem it beneath him. How are your folks? Who cares? Eddie's upper lip curled, and the needles pointed downward. Oh, yeah. At last word, Eddie's father still referred to him as the worthless one. I don't keep track. They live their lives, I live mine. And I live mine very well, by the way. He shook a key fob at Dawson with an insignia for an Italian sports car brand. That's great, Ed. What brings you to the racetrack today, Rafferty? Eddie sidled up to him. A sudden gambling streak. Not today, he said. Wherever, he thought. Across the track, another race was lining up in the chutes. Aw, come on. You can tell me. You laid down a cool 1,000 on Fortune Hunter, didn't you? Just like half these mangy blokes here. They stood with their backs against the rail fence. Not that a secret gambling addiction in you would surprise me. You know I always saw the dark side of you, Raph. Even when no one else could. Still paying for that too, you know. Oh, here it came again. The old blame game. But the truth was, Villefort had made all his own decisions in that college cheating scandal. No way would Dawson accept any responsibility for that. Dude, none of that is on me. Dawson shoved his hands in his pockets. Besides, did you forget? You already exacted your revenge, to the tune of $100 million. Even now, 7 years later, Eddie's revenge still stung like 1,000 wasps. You got me expelled from USC? Whatever, where Eddie's dad had been a trustee. How many times did Dawson have to hear it? Just because the guy had cheated off Dawson and gotten caught, it didn't automatically mean Dawson was guilty, too. You got yourself expelled. You could have stood up for me. Venom laced his word. We were seniors. I was this close to a degree. I couldn't let that go unanswered. Still shouldn't have stolen Dawson's research. It seems like you've spent the past 7 years proving you don't need a degree to succeed. For instance, when Villefort swiped Dawson's senior project out of their shared fraternity house bedroom on his way out the door and turned it into Dexter, a massively successful company. I can see it in your eye. You still want to prove ownership over Dexter. Dawson didn't need to prove anything. He knew, and so did Villefort. Nothing else mattered. Come on, Raph. If you really thought you could prove it, you would have taken me to court. Eddie got right up in Dawson's face. But you didn't have the nerve for court. You did exactly as I predicted and rolled over. Like a dog. The starting gun fired, and the horses burst from the gates, swung wide. Dawson's heartbeat kept time with the approaching hoofbeats. Remember, that's not why I walked away from suing you for intellectual property theft. I told you that you could have the tech you used to market Dexter. Emotionally presenting it to Eddie as a gift had been the only way Dawson could sleep at night. He also did it in an attempt to cut the legs off Eddie's revenge attempts. If I give something to you, you can't steal it. Villefort's eyes narrowed to fiery slits. Even if I had stolen everything from you, and I admit nothing, it wouldn't have been enough. Villefort blew hot, alcohol-laced breath in Dawson's face. When you let me get caught for that situation in Dr. Chamberwell's class, you should have gone down with me. But somehow you set me up for the fall. Was that what he'd taught himself to believe? No way, man. I was just studying and trying to get my degree, Dawson said. And you walked away unscathed, while I lost my shot at a degree from USCC, lost my shot at Ashley Corrigan, and had to leave Tau Kappa Omicron in a walk of shame far more degrading than any co-ed's morning stumble, Villefort spat. Dawson wanted to do his own walking away from this conversation. Do you know, Raph, my own father hasn't spoken to me since that day. Not once. Not once. Not Christmas or Thanksgiving. The university trustee and ambassador doesn't even note birthdays. Eddie made fists so tight veins poked out of the backs of his hands. He brandished them in Dawson's face. Dawson didn't blink. That's wrong of him, man. I'm really sorry. You took everything from me. Eddie's eyes blazed and his neck flexed. He could blow a gasket. A hissing escaped Eddie's throat, making that possibility seem even more real. Everything. Which is why I set my wheels in motion to take everything from you. What are you talking about? Can you not let the past be the past? I'm talking about Rafferty Insights. It's your everything these days, right? The needle points twitched, and he gave a snort of derision. Eddie! Eddie was buying up all the shares and laying the groundwork for the hostile takeover. A loud gasp rose up from the crowd. Out on the track, a racehorse had stumbled, rolling and throwing its rider. Dirt flew everywhere, and a second horse and jockey collided with the tumbling mass of man and beast. Chaos ensued and shrieks pierced the air. It all made sense. Dawson should have known instantly, but he'd given Eddie far more credit for being a human than the bottom dweller deserved. Leave Rafferty insights alone. Dawson stepped closer. Lives are at stake. This isn't about you and me and old vendettas and hurts. The health of millions of people all over the world hang in the balance. You assume I care? Eddie grabbed Dawson by the collar, yanking his face close to his own. Their foreheads touched. I'm telling you, Raph, you better watch your back, and your front, and your company. They're all circling the drain. Dawson refused to flinch. I liked it better when we were friends. Eddie's temples flexed, and he moved his jaw and lips like he was about to spit. But he loosed his hand and stalked away, the click of his wingtip shoes rapping sharply across the wooden planks. Emergency crews flooded the area, and Dawson backed away from the railing, making room for the combination of paramedics and veterinarians to get through. Chaos ensued. With Eddie out of sight and earshot, Dawson exhaled in a loud puff and shook himself all over. Talking to Eddie was like being crawled on by a centipede. 100 spiny legs all over his skin. Even if Dawson hadn't, then Andy Fielding should have guessed. It was so sneaky and heartless, it could only have been Edwin Villefort behind the treachery, going to Shonda, and lying to her about the shares being needed. He smacked his fist into his palm. Obsessed people were crazy. Eddie held his own in a lineup with Darth Vader and Captain Ahab. Dawson paced. Best way to deal with an obsessed enemy. Obviously, giving them what they seemed to want on the surface hadn't worked. Dawson didn't have time or interest for fighting back. Distraction, maybe? Too bad Villefort couldn't get obsessed about something random like carpentry. With the uniqueness of that waxed mustache and the sheer intensity of his personality, Villefort could easily land himself a job as a specialty woodworker on TV. In fact, Dawson could even pull a few strings by using tons of cash and line that up. Or anything. Anything would be healthier than his backward-looking revenge plot. Dawson had to stop him. Later. The clock struck 3. After the run-in with Eddie, Dawson was in no mood for a blind date. Not yesterday or any of the earlier days either, if he was honest. The repeated failure of it was hollowing him out. Think of Edison. He figured out however many conductive materials wouldn't work inside a light bulb. Unfortunately, Dawson didn't have time to winnow through the 6 billion or so women on the planet. Not with a vengeful Villefort on the prowl for Rafferty insights. He texted Andy. Culprit discovered. It's Villefort who's buying up the stocks. Andy shot back. No! We should have known it! I'm an idiot! They were both idiots. Glum. Dawson could just go lie down on the dirt of the track. Andy shot another text. You got a wife yet? That's your best avenue? And more urgent than ever since Villefort is involved. He's a vindictive. Dawson stopped reading. Tatum has someone for me to meet in a few minutes. Who would Tatum foist on him today? Horse race gambling woman. Not promising. Dawson cursed under his breath. Villefort was rushing him into this. All he wanted was to find someone trustworthy, passably attractive, and real. Seemed his wish list was shrinking by the day, evolving too. Paramedics bustled behind him, and the commotion continued. The crowd, hushed earlier, first murmured and now grew to a dull roar. The stands liquefied as its inhabitants ebbed and flowed. A woman in a fitted pink sweater and polka dot skirt made her way along the front of the viewing stands. Amazing hair, too. All thoughts of Villefort and Rafferty and stocks evaporated. That hair. Wow, maybe that woman was his date. Big, loose curls were his weakness. Well, any curls, gorgeous curls, made his troubles vanish. Dawson tracked her as she moved through the crowds. Very nice vertical to horizontal movement ratio. probably perfect according to his off-the-clock physics research project conducted during undergrad. He and a buddy had calculated the precise ratio of how much a woman's hips should move from side to side to create maximum impact. This woman's motion matched their animated sequence perfectly. Very nice. A cold breeze wafted past, waking him. No wonder they'd called him Geek Face. Animated hip sway calculation experiments totally qualified him for the moniker. Please let that girl be his date for today. He headed her direction. Even if she wasn't the planned date, he'd like to meet her. But she disappeared into the crowd. A tap came on his shoulder, and he turned around and saw a curve-hugging pink sweater and polka dot skirt. Yes, at close range it was even more luscious. "There you are," she said, her face half covered by large white sunglasses. "I've been looking for you, but there was so much commotion." Dawson puzzled at her a moment. "Holy!" He gulped. "Tatum!" Tatum had been the female with the perfect hip sway interval. "Stop the presses." "Well, I did ask you to meet me here." Didn't recognize you." Crown him king of understatement. Her hair fell in soft waves over her shoulders. She lifted her sunglasses. Beneath them, she'd done something different with her makeup. He didn't know what, but she looked great. Yeah, she looked great. He'd lost all power of articulation and was back to cave grunts, blamed the serious curve, accentuating outfit. "Sorry I'm late. The emergency vehicles blocked everything." She reached into her purse and pulled out a lipstick. As she slathered it across her lower lip, he couldn't tear his eyes away. Since when did Tatum Carlyle have lips like a plush sofa? He had to blink himself back into reality because she was still speaking. "I checked for you in the stands first? Were you caught in traffic too?" Dawson was caught in the lipstick application. "Something like that. No, that wasn't right. So I ran into an old rival." He couldn't say friend. "Something wrong, actually?" "Yeah. I found out who's buying up shares of Rafferty." Tatum's eyes flew wide. "Who?" "College buddy with an axe to grind. Ed Fort, the CEO of Dexter," she asked. The company title jabbed him. "That's right. Are you all right? Do you need to postpone your date today?" "No," he said. "I have to make sure I hedge against hostile takeover. Finding a wife is more vital than ever. If Fort gets Rafferty, he won't perpetuate the company or just steal the tech and reuse it for himself. He will drive it into the ground." From the fire in Fort's eyes earlier, the guy wanted total annihilation of everything related to Rafferty Insights. The whole company? Every person on the campus will be unemployed, and none of the research will continue. Which means a lot of people will lose out on life-saving medicine. Tatum looked as grave as Dawson felt. She really seemed to care about Rafferty Insights. He'd sensed that before, but it seemed more apparent now. "Well, your date is here." She didn't fake being chipper. "Try to focus because she's amazing. I think you'll be impressed. You and your date today could fall an instant. Mad love. Statistically unlikely, but not impossible. Bring her on." Quick briefing. "I went to some effort to try to match your requirements." Tatum switched back to being on task. It helped Dawson regroup. Plus, with Tatum in business mode, he could see past her sweater and incredible hair and think about the very serious task at hand. First and foremost, you need someone you can trust. "Yes," he said. "Yes, indeed," he thought. "The way I see it, the best person to trust is someone for whom the 50,000 shares will have very little meaning." "Hey, wait a minute." He held up a hand. "I thought we discussed the opposite." "Hear me out." Tatum started walking, leading him away from the noise and race patrons. They found a spot in a shaded area. She leaned against the Persian green stucco of the main viewing structure, her hair lifting in the breeze. If you marry someone who doesn't value the stocks, on the basis that she already has more money than she knows what to do with, then the 50,000 shares will be a drop in the bucket. "So you're talking about my dating someone with wealth?" "Vast wealth. An heiress, for instance, would have no incentive to sell them off to the highest bidder. Say, if she's already elite, a member of the class of super rich, any offer from an unsavory character aiming for a hostile takeover would never faze her because she simply doesn't need the money. It's like if a little kid comes up and tells you he'll give you a penny if you'll do something unsavory like eat a bug, and it's no temptation. That was brilliant, actually. You're very smart. Thank you, Dawson. Her eyes sparked when she repeated his name, and then her face changed, like she'd said something embarrassing. Well, yeah. In 10 minutes, you'll meet Ophelia Satchel, billionaire heiress and equestrian. Satchel. Wait. As in Satchel Chemical? That's the one. Dawson had never met a Satchel. He'd never thought he would dare. Satchel Chemical made everything from petroleum jelly to household cleaners. That family's fortune had been enough to turn half a dozen heirs into billion-dollar philanthropists. 50,000 shares of Rafferty Insights would be a speck of unnoticeable dust to Ophelia Satchel. Tatum was a genius, a gorgeous genius in a pink sweater, with quite nice lipstick. An equestrian, did you say? Horses? He could do horses, but maybe not to the degree a Satchel could. She rides, Tatum said, but she also dabbles in thoroughbred breeding schemes. It's her main pastime. She owns a horse competing in the 4 o'clock heat, although, I imagine due to that wicked accident a bit ago, the schedule is a little behind. Tatum glanced at the enormous clock. Anything else I should know? He asked. Not unless you want my somewhat hastily researched brief on horse racing and breeding before I leave you to your possible fate as suitor of a billionaire heiress to the Satchel Chemical fortune. Anything would help. Sure. He'd spent a fair time around horses growing up, and he could saddle a horse, ride a trail in the hills, and had once shod a cranky old stallion. However, what he didn't know about horse breeding and racing could fill a 10-acre library. I'll message it to you. Good. But he had an even bigger problem, truth be known. Actually, if there's something you can brief me on about women, that might help even more. Hey, you do fine with women, she muttered, finger swiping across her phone screen. Trust me. He did? No. Seriously, no. Look, he said, I've never been much in contact with the upper crust female class. Tatum hit send and looked up. Oh. She pressed her lips to the side. She seemed to do that when she was thinking. They were a berry color today from that lipstick bathing. What flavor was that color? How's this? Excuse me. Oh, right. Advice about women. Lay it on me. What if you let her be the one to educate you on her favorite topic? And when that's over, Dawson, stop worrying. Just be yourself. Myself, right? That was what people always said. However, his current self had never been able to keep a woman. It obviously wasn't enough. Can you expound? Tatum bit her berry lips. Yourself is good enough, Dawson, but if you need specifics, then be kind, she said, which shouldn't be tough since it's your default, as is being generous. Those traits will either 1. Draw her to you if she's the right person, or 2. Make her try to control you if she's the wrong person for you. Treat it like science. Science? Yeah, Tatum was brilliant. I can do science. Yes, you can. Her eyes glinted again, and her hair wafted all around her pretty face. Thank you. He reached over and pressed a hand on her shoulder. The sweater was velvety soft, like her lips must be. I am continually impressed with how right I was for asking you to do this. Always, Dawson, she laughed, but it was hollow. No meadowlark song. Look, maybe you should save some of that dry wit for Ophelia Satchel. Now, scoot. She's expecting to meet you beneath the clock. Right. He would head over there now and see what the future held for him. Dawson turned to go, but he stopped after a few paces and turned back toward Tatum, who had already pulled out her phone. Tatum, she looked up, and her eyes caught the sun, illuminating her face and making her look angelic. Dawson, you okay? She asked. Well, mostly. If he could just get this off-limits employee out of his thoughts. Where do you want to meet for the post-mortem tonight? And what time? Chapter 13. Tatum. Tatum killed time at Grandma Mill's house all evening, trying not to obsess about whether Dawson was falling in love with Ophelia Satchel, or her gazillion dollars, or her gazillion dollars, or her horseback riding physique. It was not working well. Do you like the movie? Grandma Mills had insisted on watching a Hallmark Channel movie where a secretary fell in love with her boss, while trying to make him to another executive. It's so cute, don't you think? They'll totally get together. It's inevitable. No, it wasn't. It was doomed. Her life had devolved into life imitating art, but in a broken, sad version with no possible happy ending. It's cute. You want anything to drink? Tatum retreated to the kitchen to burrow into Grandma's stash of chocolate chips. At 9:30, she left to meet Dawson, probably to hear about his whirlwind love affair. Maybe he'd even proposed on the spot. In the white-blue glow of a streetlight, she idled her car about a block down from the gardens where she and Dawson were supposed to meet 5 minutes ago. She was late, and she was never late. Not for Dawson. Maybe it's a sign I'm letting go, she thought. She swiped an extra application of mascara, hoping to look a little less tired, but it probably wasn't working. This plus the lipstick earlier. Her purse's makeup kit had seen more use today than in the last 6 months. So embarrassing. That awful moment when she realized she'd marched all over the Santa Aurelia grounds and had forgotten to put on her lipstick. And then, in a fit of bad timing mania, she'd opted to slather it on without a mirror while her boss was standing there watching. She'd never be able to chemical peel from her memory the look of discomfort on his face. The second he walked away, she'd yanked her phone out of her purse and tried to use the screen as a makeshift mirror to check and see whether she'd actually aimed well enough to get the magenta stain onto her lips, or whether it had ended up a gash of pink above her mouth like some bad Japanese animation mustache, which could be the only explanation for the quirk of his lips when he kept staring at her mouth. Why was it every time she was around Dawson, she flubbed something that normally she could do in her sleep? Right. Probably because his magnetism interfered with her fine motor skills. It disrupted her every waking thought and most of her sleeping thoughts as well. Being this near him all the time, chatting about daily life, and worse, which single woman on earth could be his perfect match, made her dizzy with desire. And what was she doing about that? She was systematically shoving him into the arms of a series of wealthy, attractive, eligible women. Did this make her certifiably crazy? I really shouldn't answer that right now, she thought. What she did know was that Dawson was officially 10 minutes late for their meetup at the gardens. Dawson Rafferty, the promptest guy on the planet, was late. She drummed her fingers on the steering wheel, checking out her rear window again. Wouldn't he text her? Oh, maybe the other thing had happened. Maybe he and Ophelia Satchel had hit it off, and Dawson had lost track of time. The man she'd been in love with for months could now be cozy in the arms of one of the top 3 most eligible single women in the country. By Tatum's own arrangement, a sharp pinch followed by a strong squeeze afflicted the muscles near her heart. Or was it actually her heart? It had taken no small string of miraculous coincidences to bring about today's racetrack date. Miracle 1. Ophelia Satchel's second favorite horse was racing at Santa Aurelia, which had brought her out from her regular digs at her mansion in the rolling hills of Kentucky, near where the famous Kentucky Derby was held. Miracle 2, Ophelia had just cut ties with her long-time on-again, off-again boyfriend, the heir to that fried chicken empire, so she was open to dating a different billionaire. Miracle 3, Ophelia adored Dawson by reputation. She'd used Rafferty Insight's early weight control products to get herself down to a light enough weight to ride as her own horse's jockey at one of the best races of her life. She felt like she owed Dawson for the dream he'd made come true for her. Sigh. Tatum had chucked him at her and walked away. Thus, not surprising that Dawson hadn't shown up yet for their rehash of the day's events. But he'd been so fastidious about arranging this meetup. Truth was, Dawson might not only have forgotten to exit his date with Ophelia, he might also want to keep what happened between him and the lithe, wealthy horse lover private. Rightly so, and probably best for Tatum's heart if she was perfectly honest. Tatum should just text him and tell him she'd meet up with him some other time. Let him off the hook, or at least assuage some of his guilt when he realized tomorrow morning that he'd stood Tatum up. Not that Tatum was complaining. She was getting paid handsomely to endure this torture, so she could buy more shares. Except that she only wanted them if they came along with the perk of being able to shoot the breeze with Dawson Rafferty anytime she liked, and maybe do a little surfing together. Tatum didn't text him. She could wait. Right? Heavy, cement-filled sigh. She picked up her notebook from the passenger seat and opened it to the list of names. There were twice as many as originally penciled there, but meticulous research had netted a much larger field of potential women, meaning through social grapevines, she could make contact with them through friends or through friends of friends once they'd been carefully vetted, because her worst nightmare would be throwing Dawson to a she-wolf. He'd already been through a tunnel of misery with his first wife, the Wicked Witch of the West Coast. Or so Tatum imagined her. Either way, Dawson was too kind-hearted to deserve another wife like that. For that reason, she'd created the list and only included women who wouldn't make his life a Russian novel that went from one miserable scene to the next. The uppermost requirement was simple: someone nice. Beyond that, she considered his suggestions motivated, understanding, healthy, well-traveled. I'd be perfect. She wrote her own name in light pencil at the bottom of the list again. And then she drew a heavy line through it. He'd never see her that way. She crossed through a couple of others from the list. They wouldn't work for various reasons. But then she erased the black line and rewrote hers at the bottom. Super light, almost couldn't see it. Cleansing breath. She drew a circle around Ophelia's name. Ophelia Satchel was probably perfect for him. Ophelia met all of the requirements, plus she was a crazy rich Kentuckian. If not Ophelia, then any one of these other incredible women she'd managed to contact, do serious background checks on, and get to sign a non-disclosure agreement created by Andy Fielding, preventing them from blasting to the world the fact they'd been scheduled for a potential blind date with a billionaire. Not that any of these women would need that extra layer of legalese to ensure discretion. These were serious women, not floozies, not fame hunters. This was a good list, a solid list. Dawson would find a wife on this list. She was sure of it. A sharp knock rapped at her car window. She jerked upright and wiped away the fog on the glass. Sorry, she started saying to the parking meter cop, telling her to move, since she'd never fed the meter when she pulled up. Not a parking meter cop. Dawson. Her stomach tried out for the Olympic diving team. She opened the door to see him more clearly. He'd changed his shirt and he looked all shiny clean. Hey there. He reached for her hand to help her out of the car. Yum. What was that cologne? It went to her head. You ready to go inside? Ready for anything if it's with you, she thought. Upon contact with his hand, Tatum's heart lurched sideways in her chest, filling the space where the Olympics were setting up their winners' podiums. Dawson Rafferty in A to the Nines designer suit. 3 pieces, dapper to the moon and back. Blast him. He so rarely wore a suit, except on days when he was meeting executives from older, more established corporations. The medical tech startups like Rafferty Insights didn't have 3-piece suits as part of their culture. Oh, but they should. Her eyes crisscrossed the dark blue fabric that showcased the breadth of his shoulders. Nice color match with her blue napkin sundress, like they belonged together. Sure, I'm ready to go inside, she finally managed to say, at which point he didn't exactly drop her hand. Instead, he threaded her arm through his, helping her weave their way down the crowded sidewalk toward the late-night art show on the green space. She'd worn heels even though she knew this was a garden and possibly unsteady ground. I hope you're okay with having this post-mortem do double duty as prep for tomorrow's date. I'm a fan of multitasking. Dawson helped her sidestep a bicycle rack. It's not my forte, but you are always great at it. She turned to Fizz. Why must she be so blazingly susceptible to his charm? Thanks. I try. That's why I keep you around. Well, one of many reasons. Is that dress new? You look great in it. Holy triple strength Fizz infusers. She might float away and start popping everywhere. I like blue, she said. He glanced sideways and gave her a once-over. I like you in blue. She swallowed hard to keep the squeal of delight from edging up her throat. She better change the subject fast, before she fell further into his depths. They had a serious task at hand. Tell me about your date. With Ophelia Satchel? So, had he gone on more than one date? And why was he calling her by her first and last name still, if he'd spent the whole day and deep into the evening with her? Red flashing warning systems kicked on. You haven't been with her since I left you at the racetrack? Well, Dawson slid his hand down the inside of Tatum's arm, grazing her wrist and sending tingles all over her. Then, wonder of wonders, he slid his hand into hers. Alert, alert, red alert. From your tone, I take it that Ophelia Satchel, philanthropic heiress and equestrian, didn't end up as the winning bet today. I'm sorry I was late to meet you, if that's what you're getting at. I had to go to the office for a bit. There was a situation in the robotics lab. They crossed a pedestrian-thronged street onto the quarter-acre of green grass that served as a soccer field during the day, but which tonight sported floodlights and paintings by hundreds of local artists. So what happened then? On the date, Ophelia Satchel is an interesting woman, and very beautiful. You really covered the cosmopolitan bases, since she's traveled all over the world with her horse breeding business, even to Saudi Arabia, for actual Arabian horses. Impressive, yeah, and so she's nice. Dawson paused near a 10-foot-high oil painting of a pink panda, and she wouldn't give 2 seconds thought to whether or not she owned stock in Rafferty. Tatum finally mentioned the elephant in the room, but no spark, not the faintest. Really, she shouldn't exhale in relief at this admission. It equated to another failed launch of the ship of love, but his hand was still in hers and his thumb caressed her wrist. Don't be silly, she thought. His hand is there to keep the two of us together in this crazy crowd. Tatum told herself the truth, but her heart rejected it. He's holding my hand. It chanted nonstop while the contact persisted. So, this means your date at the art gallery is back on for tomorrow. The tech-dominated life of Dawson Rafferty likely put him at a conversational disadvantage for his date with none other than the mega-artsy, but gorgeous Kitty Kipling tomorrow. So it's a good thing we're at the art show, so we can brush up your art-chatting skills. That's the upshot. He went silent as they passed through an arbor of trees into the open area, where floodlights illuminated art of every form, from sculpture to living art, from paint to compressed recycling cans. Wow! Wow! Tatum took it all in. I've never seen anything quite so, she trailed off. Yeah, he said, as they walked along the grass with the other zillion people there to consume the feast with their eyes. His hand gripped hers tighter when they passed something truly amazing, a tall, all-blue butterfly with copper antennae. Did he even notice his grip on her? Maybe he was natural about it, casual, but her heart was not taking it casually. I'm going to ask you a personal question, Dawson. It might not be thoroughly appropriate, but the hormones surging through every vein in her body demanded she find out. Sure, anything, he said. They stepped out of the circulation of the crowd and into a less brightly lit area. Tatum turned to face him, and she bit her lip before beginning, just to give herself courage. Since you split with your wife, have you kissed another woman? This information was relevant to her assignment, right? Totally relevant. Why is my upper lip twitching? She bit it into submission. Again, the spark is vital, as you know, as you said about Ophelia. A group of teens rushed by, bumping Tatum, making her fall forward into Dawson. He caught her. She didn't pull away, just stayed in his embrace. His arms tightened around her. The spark, he whispered, is not the whole of a relationship, but without it, there's no intersection of feeling. It's the crux of a real connection. I take it you're ready for one of those, this time around. His intense gaze raked her face, landing again and again on her lips and her eyes and her lips again. It's possible I am so far out of practice that I can't remember what a real spark is. It's exactly this, fool, she thought. Feel this heart-pounding jolt jumping from you to me? Then again, if what she was feeling here in his arms with his soft breath caressing her temple, only qualified as a spark. She'd be in for total electrocution if anything more powerful developed between them. Or maybe she was the only one feeling it. Was that even possible? Dawson tugged her gently away from the rest of the milling patrons, out of the path of the art patrons, and into a shaded area just beyond the edges of the lights of the show. Tatum swallowed hard. If that's the case, was she really saying this to him? Then you probably ought to ease your way back into things, like a practice run kiss. With me, she thought but didn't say aloud. Moving slowly would be key. He closed some distance between their faces, making Tatum's pulse increase by an inversely equal proportion. After all, I could really massacre my return to physical affection. His breath breezed across her lower lip, soft, caressing. Not possible, she whispered, as her eyes closed and she inhaled his intoxicating scent. Pine and cedar, like a walk in the woods. The kiss floated in the air somewhere in the inches that separated them. The notorious Dawson electromagnet switched on again, tugging her, jamming her brain signals. A soul message soldiered its way through, though. Do not kiss your boss. Do not, I repeat, do not kiss your boss. Kissing the boss got women fired. Kissing the boss ruined women's reputations. Kissing the boss went flagrantly against corporate regulations. Worst, kissing the boss would keep her up at night for the rest of forever with alternating aches of regret and longing for a repeat, which could never happen. All 100% true. However, her brain and her body had disconnected the second his fingertips had skimmed the inner skin of her wrist. Maybe making a foray during a non-threatening scenario would be the way around your misgivings. Tatum's mouth trembled in time with the shiver at the back of her stomach and just above her kneecap. If you wouldn't mind using me as a control, you could conduct the experiment. You know, for the scientific method. Dawson's voice came low and raspy. I know a lot about the scientific method. Oh, she bet he did. All of her internal organs sang areas of praise to the scientific method. He walked her backward, even further away from the crowd of art-goers, toward a stand of shade trees. Dawson directed her so her back was up against the smooth bark of a tree trunk. He leaned one hand against the tree and ran his other hand through her hair. Gorgeous, he whispered. He called her gorgeous. Since there's no one else besides Andy involved in this top-secret project, I guess that makes me the most appropriate candidate. Most appropriate, he echoed, a centimeter closer. And since you're already here, with your hair like that, and that berry lipstick, and wearing blue, the electromagnet must be pulling him as well. He bent over her, closing the distance to less than an inch, to barely a breath. And she breathed, since I'm actually contracted to help you with this task. Yes, by contract, he said. It's definitely a legally binding contract. Binding, she said, ignoring the little voice in her head that told her to resist. A sweet ache blossomed in her stomach. And ethically, we agree that this is purely for the purposes of the job I've been hired to do, and will go no farther. Even if we don't write it down, it can be an oral contract. Yep, oral contract, he said. Heat from his gaze seared her, head to toe. He placed his hand on the small of her back, igniting her desire just as he closed the distance between them. She succumbed to the magnetic force, his lips pressed against hers, an exhilarating mix of force and tenderness. A rush of pressure, and then a backing off in teasing, coaxing pleasure. The blaze ignited to a 3-alarm level. Tatum hooked her index fingers into the pockets of his suit's vest, the rest of her hands testing the strong musculature of his torso that she'd been so treated to the feel of when they surfed. She slid her arms around his waist. He pulled her even closer. The first kiss became a second and a third. The fourth kiss went a little farther, and by the fifth kiss, she didn't care if she ever drew breath again. Dawson Rafferty's kiss is the only food my body or soul will ever require again, so long as I live, her mind said. You smell like roses and vanilla, he said. I can't get enough. So, "This is using the scientific method to test satiety?" she asked between tests. "I'm determining whether it's even possible, and at this point, the likelihood looks nil." He curled her head back and gave her neck a round of testing next. Was this how the pretty girls lived? If so, maybe she'd opt for a blue halter dress every day of her life, especially if it turned Dawson Rafferty into an insatiable kiss machine. His hand slid from her waist down to her hip, and she realized the direction his kisses might be taking him. And it wasn't a direction she'd ever been, nor one she intended to go in without a wedding band on her left ring finger. Even with the guy she never thought she could have, who now seemed intent on making her his own. Even with Dawson Rafferty, the best guy of her whole life's experience. So, Dawson? Tatum used all her willpower to move his hand from her hip and take a heaving breath to clear her mind. "I think we've established that you're not going to need any easing back into it." Dawson dropped his hand, and he stepped away. "Oh, right. Trust me, you're all set." He rubbed the side of his face, looking as if he was rebooting after a major system fail. He scrubbed the back of his neck, then shoved his hand in his pocket. "You really know how to reintroduce a guy to the world of physical contact, Tatum." "Thank you." She looked at the thinning crowd, at the bunches of art vendors who were now packing their wares into tubs and crates, taking down display stands. Where had the time gone? They'd failed at their post-mortem. All she had done was establish zero spark between him and Ophelia, though no explanation of why to help guide her next date lineups for him. Worse, she'd completely failed at the pre-date prep she'd intended so that he could hold his own in an art conversation. Truth, Kitty Kipling won't give a rip about his ability to have an art conversation if he so much as kisses her once. That kiss. It was deadly to self-control. If she couldn't have a repeat, she'd never feel alive again, so long as she lived. No, she doused those flames of desire with a fire hose of reality. He only kissed her because she was helping him find a different woman as his wife. And no man could resist Kitty Kipling. Chapter 14. Dawson. 11. Tatum had told him that he was supposed to meet his next setup at 11, but that was basically all he could recall. Come on, after a kissing session like he and Tatum had shared under that tree, and the way his blood rushed in his ears, how was he supposed to remember or even think about anything or anyone besides Tatum Carlyle? Holy mackerel, the way the dress she'd been wearing had given hints of her legs now and then as she walked. The way its fabric caressed her body, Dawson would have given a literal $1 billion to be that dress for a requisite period of time. Then he could have conducted all kinds of experiments through the scientific method. A sigh slid through his lips as he took a freeway exit for Pasadena. She'd said Pasadena, but he couldn't begin to piece in any other bits of their conversation after the revving number she'd done on him. "Hey, pal," another motorist hollered through Dawson's open window. "Watch where you're going." "Oh, right." He looked back up at the road again, but all he kept seeing was the hot pink berry pout of Tatum's lower lip as she bit it when they were inches apart last night. The morning drive dissolved from his view, leaving him in that vision, taking him back to that moment when her rose and vanilla scent overpowered his every particle of willpower. Plus, she'd tasted like chocolate chips or French silk pie. Add those to the sensory feast, worthy memory of their little surf lesson. What man could be expected to keep his kiss off that delicious pink girl? They'd been prepping for it for days. Last night's scientific experiment had been steeped in chemistry, and no semblance of Chemistry 101. That was PhD level stuff going on between them. Thank goodness they'd agreed to keep it professional. Dang. Okay, he knew he'd crossed that line by several miles. The light of day made it glaringly clear. Oral contract or no, he'd been nothing even close to professional in his attentions to his employee Tatum Carlyle last night. Shame sent a rain cloud over the sun, but not enough to dampen the residual surging of both physical and emotional feelings awakened last night. Ever since hiring her 2 years ago, he'd liked Tatum Carlyle. But now he'd kissed her, and she'd absolutely returned his kiss with a fire he'd never dreamed she possessed while she'd sat sedately in the front office, responding when he buzzed her on the intercom, wearing her hair in a tight knot, with a fire that made him hers. Just like the incredible hair she now always wore down, Tatum was a revelation in every single way. Another horn honked, and he blinked again just in time to see the light turn red. He slammed on his brakes, just like Tatum demanded I'd do last night. Thank goodness. He'd been a married man the last time he'd kissed a woman, with the rights and privileges that go along with that, at least for a while until Gwen had taken the polar bear plunge. And since his marriage ended, he'd been deprived of female companionship. Naturally, he'd pushed those boundaries last night like a fool. Tatum probably thought he was some kind of out-of-control oaf. His behavior shocked him. Not only the fact of boss kissing employee, but also his ethics. Where had they flown? Somewhere without a passport. Well, from this moment on, his ethics must return to origin, and they were put officially on the no-fly list. Another horn honked. Geez, where in the San Gabriel Valley was he now? Where was he supposed to meet this date? And had Tatum even told him this woman's name? No idea. The only vestiges of that conversation were 11 and Pasadena, both of which were eluding him right now entirely at 11:32. Thunk! Dawson's chest jarred forward, slamming into the steering wheel of his truck. The truck halted with a screech. Its engine silenced, but a loud grinding rose from the rear of his vehicle. Wrenching around quickly, he saw it all. A small convertible looked to be doing a little mountain climbing up the tailgate of his truck. Its front grille smashed to bits, and its driver, a teenage kid looking terrified. Dawson jumped out and ran back. I'm so sorry, mister. Thank goodness the kid was alive and not bleeding. The car, on the other hand, you okay? I was texting, but don't tell my mom. Don't. She'll never let me drive her car again. Dawson glanced at the impact. Well, I hate to break it to you, but I don't think anyone's going to be driving your car ever again. The kid's eyes went as wide as compact discs, and he promptly passed out. Within a few minutes, emergency vehicles arrived and hauled away Texting Boy. Police took Dawson's statement for the accident report. I'll cover the cost of it, he said. I don't want to bill the kid's insurance. His phone's clock told him that meet time for his date had come and gone, and he still had no idea where he was going. Since he had no idea where he was supposed to go or who he was supposed to meet, he couldn't even book a ride service. What choice did that leave him? Hi, Tatum. Sorry to call you on the weekend. He felt like an idiot. I got in a wreck and I forgot where I was going and I missed the date you set up. And can you come pick me up? How was he supposed to say this? It's no interruption. I'm just out combing antique shops. Antiques shops? Wow. Again, she'd done that before. With some guy. Oh, was she with Mr. Antique Shopper again? And if so, how close was she to him? His ego went all haywire. But no way could she be as delicious and responsive to Mr. Shopper as she had been with Dawson last night. Seriously, no way. During that hour, Tatum's thoughts had all been centered on Dawson and no one else. He was 10% certain that at one point she'd even moaned his name. Dawson had decimated her memory of that shopper loser. Or maybe that was his wishful thinking revising history. Antiques, eh? Yeah, and? Good. No Mr. Antique's date. Well, and hey, if you ever see any great maps of California from the early days, can you? What was he thinking? He had bigger problems right now than completing his collection. It didn't matter that he only needed one last map. The one from the 1550s, showing California not as part of the American continent, but as an independent island, to complete his collection. Bigger problems now, dude. Problem was, ever since he'd started hanging around Tatum Carlyle, he'd been less logic-driven, and a whole lot more driven by action, excitement, and adventure. Like the old me, he thought. Pirate talk, mate. Still, he was standing, waiting for a tow, somewhere near Pasadena, and the date Tatum had lined up for him was probably going to think he'd stood her up. I've got a situation, Chapter 14a. Tatum. Situation, she said dumbly. The timbre of his voice contained brain-melting properties recently activated by a chemical reaction inside her and sent her into a state where she could have been accused of driving while intoxicated. She pulled to the side of the road, careful to not allow the map she'd found, by incredible good fortune at the thrift store a few minutes ago, to slide off the seat and break its frame. Wait a minute, you're where? But he'd been scheduled to meet Kitty Kipling 15 minutes ago. What happened? Rear-ended. He'd been in an accident. Are you all right? Images of flesh wounds popped into her mind. Her legs beneath her tennis skirt went clammy. You're not in a hospital somewhere, are you? No. Whiplash is the worst potential problem here, and my neck doesn't even hurt. Believe me, my truck absorbed the shock of the tiny convertible with ease, but it hit in just the sweet spot to mess up the rear tire a bit, so I need to have it checked. That thing is a brute. I should christen it Brute. Or Brutus. Brutus the battle axe. She almost laughed but sobered instead. They should not be having this jokey, personal conversation. She should not be his first call in an emergency. Mostly, she should not have kissed him. She could be fired. Worse, so could he, even as CE. Well, good thing you don't have whiplash. With the shareholders' meeting coming up, you can't afford time off for physical therapy. Just for dating, he joked, right? But it's working toward a goal of saving Rafferty, so it's different, she said. You're right. Anyway, I'm so late now, it's rude. Can you tell me the address where I'm supposed to be? I thought you had it. Well, you might have noticed. Last night I was in no state to retain information. Had the heater in her car suddenly kicked on? Tatum gave it to him. You should hustle. She'd used up a lot of personal credibility to line him up with Kitty Kipling. Standing her up would not look good, for either Dawson or for Tatum. My truck needed a tow. Can you request a ride from one of those ride apps? For some reason, I'm in a dead spot. In the shadow of the California Institute of Technology? That sounded unlikely. You're not serious. I'm dead serious. Bad pun. Actually, it may have happened in the impact of the wreck. Wrecks on trucks didn't usually affect phones. Well, is there anyone else you could call? What about Andy? He's at a wedding for his sister's best friend, taking a helicopter ride to one of those corporately owned Channel Islands, which meant Andy was out of reach. Okay, I'll come and get you. If she was the one he called when he was stranded after a car accident, did that alter their relationship? She wasn't sure she was ready to take another leap into relationship territory with Dawson, knowing how vulnerable that would make her, and considering how deeply gone she'd been over him before he decorated every visible inch of her skin with his kisses last night. Or your sister could maybe. My sister, he said, sounding disappointed. Tatum passed a lone pedestrian on a sidewalk. He was looking up at the street sign for Ash Boulevard, his hand shading his eyes. Dawson, she braked hard. Is that you? The man looked over at her and their eyes met. Are you in an old red Datsun? Vintage, thank you. Tatum yanked the parking brake, moved the thrift store find deftly into the back seat, covered it with a stray jacket, and motioned for him to get in. Like your truck, she hung up. It is you. He plopped down beside her. Wow. Dawson, what are you doing all the way over here? The meetup is in Old Town, not Pasadena proper. You're about 6 freeway exits off. Oh. He looked her over, his eyes landing on her legs, which pressed on both the clutch and brake pedals from beneath her tennis miniskirt. Aye. He trailed off. Tatum tugged at her hem. She'd tried working off her adrenaline from last night's fiery contact by smashing it down with her backhand swing on the tennis court with friends at the community center. But when a full 2-hour session had done nothing to stem the drowning tide of yearning for Dawson's touch again, she'd given into the throes of her crush by shopping for Dawson's most wished-for item. And she'd found it. Well, at least a possible version of it. It still needed authentication, but she'd laid eyes on it and spun in a circle of joy before paying full price, which she never would have, except for this one item. She opened her mouth to squeal the exciting news to him, reaching around for it in the back seat. He'd be so excited. They could blow off Kitty Kipling and just search out a map authenticator and pay him whatever amount Dawson cared to offer to get him to drop everything else and tell them whether this map was real or not. I just know it's real, she thought, but something stopped her. She didn't know why. No, she knew. The morning after their passionate kiss, she spent hours combing the back alley holes in the wall for the one material thing he desired most in the world, how devoted would she appear? Hopelessly, like a song from the musical Grease, desperately in love. She cleared her throat and it cleared her head. How did you get all the way over to this part of town? In no time, she had the Dawson heading in the direction of Red Drape Gallery. It's all set up for you to have a candlelit brunch in the back room, dim and romantic. Right in front of that big art find everyone was talking about last year. Art find? You know, the Mars Huber painting of that, he trailed off. He was referring to the half-clothed woman, the woman in just the red drape. Oh, brother. Maybe setting that up had been a mistake. He was already going to be susceptible to Kitty Kipling's formidable charms, her cascade of red hair that made her a dead ringer for the Little Mermaid, her trilling laugh, her mile-long legs, her meteoric rise in the world of fine art, and her genuine nice girl ways. No guy could or would resist her, or should, actually, not even Dawson Rafferty. I heard about that, Dawson said. I've been meaning to go see it and just haven't found the time. Are you going to show it to me? Me? No, you've got a date, remember? Right? He looked like this was news. Maybe he'd actually been concussed in the accident. I can call her and tell her you're late. In fact, that would be a good idea either way. Meanwhile, she might need to swing him past the emergency room just to do a quick MRI. A guy with a mind like Dawson's needed to protect that brain. Let me, he said, pulling out his phone. I'm the one who caused this problem. You got rear-ended. By definition, that's the fault of the driver behind. Well, okay, but either way, I want to stop and get something nice to apologize to this poor woman I've been so rude to. Can we grab flowers or something? That's perfect. You know that the only subject she ever paints is flowers. Who? Dawson looked at Tatum like she'd just spoken in Swahili instead of English. Didn't I tell you? Your romantic lunch date in the viewing room of the woman draped in red is the famous painter Kitty Kipling. Chapter 15. Dawson. Kitty Kipling. Dawson tried to mask his shock and gave a nonchalant I see. So, you've heard of her? Heard of her. He'd had a schoolboy crush on Kitty Kipling ever since being introduced to her at that benefit dinner for medical research last fall. Of course, he hadn't done anything about it, not even asked for her number, because what would a stellar artist with scads of admirers logically want with a right-brained robot programmer like Dawson? Nothing, so he had let it lie. Well, smolder. I think I met her once. Oh, when I talked with her, she didn't say, Tatum said. Crushing words, spoken so casually, like bombs dropped from a plane a mile in the air, too high to hear their detonation. Maybe not. When he'd first met Kitty Kipling, he'd thought about that meeting for 3 days straight. Maybe it was someone else I met. Is there a Katie Kimball who also does art? He sounded stupid when trying to cover up for his obvious lack of having made an impression on the artist. Kitty Kipling ticks all the boxes, considering what we discussed over the past few days. And trust me, if you see her, you'll have no question about spark. The word spark had a strange emphasis. Did Dawson detect a hint of bitterness in Tatum's tone? No, he had to be imagining that for sure. Tatum herself had insisted the physicality between them last night meant nothing, and that she'd only done it as a professional courtesy on Dawson's behalf. It wasn't Tatum's fault that Dawson had gotten carried away in the moment, nor Tatum's fault that he'd let his mind and his feelings go speed cycling down the Tatum Carlisle yellow brick road until she'd had to flatten his tires to protect herself. Spark is good, he muttered, and it drew a quick turn of Tatum's face toward him. Their eyes locked, and for the briefest second he thought he saw regret or longing there. He couldn't tell which. Regret, most likely. I look forward to meeting her. If she's still interested, that is, considering I'm now 45 minutes late. Dawson took Tatum's proffered phone and dialed Kitty Kipling from the contacts list. I mean, I can't imagine what would entice her to stay this long for a guy she's never even met. Dawson wasn't sure, but he thought he heard Tatum murmur, "I can," over the rumble of her old car's engine. It pinball tilted around his chest cavity for a second before settling again. What would it have meant? That Dawson was worth waiting around for. His eyes strayed again to the cute bare legs sticking out from beneath Tatum's white tennis skirt. "You play tennis, I take it? Some? I was on the court this morning. What do you say we plan to rehash the details of my date with Kitty Kipling over a quick tennis match this afternoon?" "What makes you think it would be quick? I'm pretty good on the clay." "Oh, so you like to play on a clay surface court, huh? Not grass for you?" Note the vintage Datsun mobile. I'm not exactly in the tax bracket to get into places that maintain a grass surface for a tennis court. Tatum gave him a withering look. "But I hold my own at the community center, so you'd better bring your best serve, or it will be a quick game. For you." The fire in her voice rekindled the coals smoldering in Dawson for her from last night, returning the blaze. "Drop me here. I'll meet you at the court, say 3 o'clock. You really think you'll be tired of Kitty Kipling by then?" No, he was pretty sure he wouldn't. But he was also pretty sure he'd be wanting a little more Tatum Carlyle time by then. Regardless, like that chicken's ingredient that made you crave it fortnightly, Tatum had something that made him crave her every 3 hours. He knew because the clock on his nightstand had told him so all night. Chapter 15a. Tatum. Tatum parked at the community center near the tennis entrance. It was stupid to come. Dawson wouldn't be there. He'd be caught in the web of feminine spells Kitty Kipling wove over every man alive. And Kitty wasn't dumb. She'd see what a catch Dawson was, even though he'd been late, which was apparently her biggest pet peeve. He'd win her over despite that. Well, he was Dawson Rafferty, billionaire genius. Maybe Tatum could pick up a game with someone else. Whacking the ball at whatever miles per hour would work off some of her escalating pent-up frustration. What kind of a fool kissed a man one day and then threw him into the arms of every guy's dream girl the next? This kind. She trudged inside the recreation center, exhaling with self-loathing, akin to that of a runway model who'd just binged on a smorgasbord and couldn't purge. Wait a minute. Was that Dawson? Dawson? He was on a bench looking at his phone. "I didn't expect to see you here so soon." "You're late," he said. "I'm on time. It was 3 minutes after 3, almost." She'd gone home, stashed the ridiculously overpriced and probably forged map of early California, showered, and done an emergency leg shaving. Now she wore a fresh tennis skirt and a clean top. Blue. So what? It was her only clean t-shirt, sort of. I guess Kitty Kipling decided not to stick around to find out how long exactly being almost stood up should take. She left. Her tennis racket banged against her shin, hard. "But you called and said you were coming." "We were only stuck behind that school bus for a few minutes." Dawson shrugged it off. "I was late." "She hates lateness. You said so yourself." Wait. This should bother him. When Tatum had mentioned Kitty's name, Dawson had looked for a second like a hungry puppy. Every eligible bachelor in Southern California knew her by name and by sight. So there was no guesswork necessary about how Dawson should feel about getting a chance to date her. Even Nix never shut up about her. I guess I blew that chance. I'm afraid that's probably accurate. No way was Tatum going through the rigmarole of begging for a second chance. Maybe that had something to do with the hungry puppy look. At least last night's lack of date prep for best practices to use during art small talk didn't matter now. Tatum hadn't sabotaged the date's conversation by wasting his time kissing him instead of outlining the differences between oil, watercolor, and gouache. Maybe she shouldn't have mentioned that Kitty hadn't remembered meeting him. Was passive-aggressive behavior a sin? A string of regret plucked inside her. She'd never dream of purposely sabotaging his confidence. That comment had been her subconscious taking the wheel. Surely, getting him a trustworthy wife was important to her. But even more important was how Dawson felt about himself. No guy wanted to be told he wasn't memorable. But it was the kind of thing she couldn't apologize for without making him feel worse. Dawson's eyes brushed lightly over her tennis miniskirt, revealing legs. Nice. Record scratch? No, she thought. Come on. Dawson picked up his racket and reached for Tatum's hand to lead her into the community center's tennis section. Let's see whether all your bragging about your tennis skills has basis, or whether you're nothing but air. The touch sent her back into a spiral again. He had to stop doing that, or she had to stop enjoying it. With her blood surging like this, she was going to be useless on the court, like a pile of boneless chicken. Hey, maybe that was his game, psyching her out. No mind games, please. She unzipped the cover on her racket. I think it's evident from what went on at the art show last night that we don't need to doubt there's a heat between us. But let's keep this a friendly competition, nothing more. For both our sakes. Instead of a sobered look like she would have expected, he winked at her, which meant she missed his first two serves. Blast the sight of his muscles as he stretched up to whack the tennis ball at her. Third serve. She returned it, right into the back court. He hit it, but it landed outside the line. Love 30, not a bad return. I guess you do have some of the tennis tigress in you. If embarrassment were a temperature visible on a gauge, Tatum's would be in the red zone right now. Tigress, her face blazed, until she realized that he was still doing it. He was trying to psych her out. I'm coming for you, she growled. Hide your children, man cub. They volleyed it back and forth until Dawson eked out a lead and then a victory. Thirst parched Tatum's throat at the second round of tennis exertion of the day, and she took a long, cool draw at the water fountain. Save some for the rest of us. He tapped her shoulder blade. Winners drink second, she said between gulps. You put up a good fight. What about you? He asked, after they'd both slaked their thirst and sat down with towels to pat off the beads of forehead sweat. What do you mean, what about me? I mean, you asked me a personal question last night, so I think it's my turn to ask you. Terror flashed in her. He is going to ask whether I'm in love with him, she thought. Her kisses had betrayed her with their passionate, unmistakable tone of hopeless abandon to his physical and mental charm. Don't look so nervous. I just want to know how you ended up working at Rafferty Insights after living everywhere else. I know you came to the area because of your grandma, but how did you find me? Relief puffed from her with her exhale. That's a softball. Thanks. You bet it is, compared to asking when was the last time I kissed a girl. Sorry about that. I'm not, his voice rasped. Tatum gulped hard. Blast that rasp. Rafferty Insights had a campus right on the ocean front. I love the beach, the water, the waves, the surf, but mostly the waves. They're part of me, and they remind me to be humble. There's something about the waves. Yeah, he nodded. Consistent and powerful, and nothing you can do to stop or change them. The waves tell me there's something vaster than my petty concerns. No matter what happens in my life, those waves will still lap the shore. Whether I complete a massive project or deal with a pained heart, the ocean goes on, permanence. Tomorrow is always a new day. He was quiet a while. Tatum had said too much. Why hadn't she stuck with I like the beach? Or anything else that didn't lay her heart bare? But any other answer would have been hollow, and around him she couldn't seem to force herself to feign shallowness. He placed a hand on her arm. Her insides turned to water, and then to ice, and then to steam, all three of the states of dihydrogen oxide in succession. Something about sitting there with Dawson turned all her filters to large objects so that everything flowed through. Is your family in California? There she went, asking the personal question again. You're close to them, I assume? He sat up straight and looked off in the distance to the other side of the court with its blank white cinder block wall. I have 2 brothers and 2 sisters. I'm in the middle, all in Southern California. 5 kids, lucky. Tatum's two brothers came every other year to Grandma's. Yeah, he exhaled. They're all brains. I'm the dumb one in the family, actually. I wish I were more like my older brother. His intellect never sleeps. Tatum's eyes popped. If Dawson was the dumb one, they all had to be Einstein-level geniuses. Are all five of you close? Yes and no. I mean, we're all kind of in our heads a lot, but when the chips are down, we're there for each other. No question. Dawson twisted his hand towel. They were really there for me when I needed them a couple of years ago. So that was what made him so somber all of a sudden. The family reference. Each of us has a role to play to keep the integrity, the glue of the whole family. She shrugged. I think mine is being around for my grandma. You should meet her. She's great. Stop. That crossed a line. Tatum backpedaled emotionally. 10 giant steps, Simon said. But before she could figure out the best way to speak her retreat, Dawson volleyed, like a tennis ball served with a rocket engine. Tatum, and are you dating anyone? What about that guy you were antique shopping with? Has he kissed you? He hasn't kissed me like you did. But Nix had made his affections clear the other day, and a few times since then. Tatum spent most of her off hours telling Nix why it wouldn't work for them. In vague terms, of course. Nix? He's named for a basketball team. Different spelling. Is he your boyfriend then? This basketball guy? He's my best friend's brother. I've known him forever and crushed on him most of her life until meeting Dawson. But there was no sense adding that. But are you dating him? No. Technically, that wasn't true. I mean, we've gone on dates. The whole time she and Nix were antiquing the first time, he'd repeated how great it was to finally get to go on a date with her, and then he'd dragged her to a movie the next day while Dawson was on some other date, and there had been a couple of dinners and he'd called those dates too. Repeatedly, Nix. As if he'd had any teenage dreams about Tatum. He'd been so busy keeping tabs on the surf and his grades and bikinis on the beach, he'd never really even seen Tatum until college. And that hadn't lasted for several reasons. Dates. Dawson frowned. I see. Tatum wanted to explain that it wasn't like that. However, it might be better if Dawson thought she had someone to fall back on, and it might help him be on time to dates where he could find a wife. Time was ticking down until the shareholders' meeting. Fast. And Dawson still hadn't found a girl to ask on a second date, let alone ask for her hand in marriage. How about you ask me some softball questions again instead? Tatum didn't want to talk about Nix. She liked Nix, but he was no Dawson Rafferty. Okay, biggest fears. Earthquakes. And more earthquakes. Oh, right. Of course. He looked sorry he asked. But it wasn't like that. No! I mean, yeah. I miss my parents. When I lost them in Japan, though, I came straight here to be with Grandma. I hate the quakes, but I love the people more, including being crazy, dog in love with her boss. So in love, I don't want to spend a day without seeing your gorgeous face. And let's just say I like my job. Oh, yeah. He raised an eyebrow like he'd divined her secret. She wouldn't say more. What about you? Phobias? Small spaces, totally. He described being stuck in a closet by his oldest brother one time as a kid. Lights off, too many musty clothes hanging in his face, someone's stinky gym shoes. Next question. Dream car? In 7th grade. Corvette. A Chevy, you've got to be kidding. You're a Ford guy. Hence Bruce the battle axe. As if there were any other way to be. Please. The Silverado is a far superior truck to the F-150. Apparently, these was fighting words. Banter ensued for a full 15 minutes until someone else came and claimed the court. They talked and walked around the outdoor running track. We've discovered an agree to disagree topic, it seems, he said. Next question. Favorite job you ever had? Hands down, this one. Also least favorite. As an adult or growing up, kid years. I should have specified. I worked at one of those kiosks in the mall and made license plate frames. You? I would have thought you'd say hair model or something. Me? With these curls, they're far too challenging. They challenge me, he muttered. Then aloud he said, mine was doing disaster relief with FEMA for a summer after some wildfires. Cool. They talked about that for 2 laps. Last question for Tatum. What do you want in life? Biggest goal. The one that seems most impossible to achieve. The air sobered. This was the easiest to answer, and yet the one she could never tell him aloud, at least not in precise detail. Be married to the man I love most, who challenges me and who protects me. To create a home that's both a place and a feeling. Oh, and to have 5 children. 5. What on earth made her throw out a number like that? 5. That's a good number. I like being one of 5. He didn't seem shocked or appalled. He just pressed his palms together like he was considering something heavy but retreated from it. Mine is to grow Rafferty Insights into something that can benefit the health of people all over the world. That's the best goal. I know you're going to achieve it, Dawson. I have full confidence in you. Her words were a thin strand, hope pulling long with tweezers and about to break. Every second she spent in Dawson's presence tossed a shovelful of dirt on her own dream's grave. Chapter 16. Dawson. Dawson rode his motorcycle away from the community center, his mind still reeling. She loves her grandma enough to choose a job that kept her close, even though it's somewhere that makes her confront her worst fear all the time. She wants a family, a large one. Could I ever consider a family that large? Every minute he spent with Tatum Carlyle changed him incrementally, like a slow-acting chemical process. She played the guitar and had given him music again, something he'd been missing for a long time. She surfed and had taught him how. She was incredibly efficient and kept him on track. She played tennis well and came nearer to beating him than he wanted to admit. She liked antiques, maybe even maps. She went to orphanages. She drove a vintage car and defended it. Most of all, she had full confidence in him. Those words were a bicycle pump for his long deflated ego. And that kiss! She was the purple pill to his heartburn. Since he'd started spending time daily with Tatum, his throat hadn't constricted once. Sure, the shareholders' meeting was coming up, and Addit Vielfort might try to rip Rafferty Insights from his hands, but when Dawson was in Tatum's company, all he could think about was the moment, the tennis match, the art show, the beach bonfire. Maybe being with her long-term would put his stress on permanent vacation. Coming up to the stoplight in front of Pier Plaza Market, he could kick himself. What kind of a harassment lawsuit magnet idiot would ask an employee who she was dating, let alone whether she'd kissed him? The logical side of him went on hiatus when he was around her. The Dawson who took risks was resurfacing. Pirate growl. Did her answer mean she had kissed that guy? Nix or whoever. The low growl of a scurvy dog erupted from the base of his pirate lungs. Sword drawn, he could have slit the other guy from stem to stern. The woman he wanted was Tatum, and the bylaws of Rafferty Insights prevented it, absolutely. Could I get them changed? A firefly of hope glinted, then extinguished. Maybe, but not before the shareholders' meeting, since any change would have to be voted on. Even if he got them changed at the meeting, it would be too late for Tatum Carlyle to become Tatum Rafferty in time to save the corporation from takeover. I trust her, he thought. She's the one woman who I could offer the shares to and feel completely confident she'd be loyal. He squeezed the steering wheel. He pounded the console and drove toward the shop to check on his old truck. Enough wasting time wishing for what couldn't be. He'd already done enough of that, and it was time to get serious. He needed to quit dreaming about what he couldn't have and start focusing saving Rafferty, even if it meant settling for some other girl. Bright side. There had to be a bright side. Who was to say that second best wasn't still good? Look at ice cream flavors, for example. Dawson happened to have a serious love for the chocolate ice cream that came studded with chocolate peanut butter cups. But when all he could get was vanilla with real strawberries, he still enjoyed that too. I'd better buckle down and start telling myself strawberry is my new favorite, he thought. because no way could he have chocolate peanut butter. Not and keep all the other things he held dear. As he rolled into his driveway, he shot a text to Tatum. You gave me a lot to think about today. Please set me up with as many good women as you have on your list in the fastest schedule possible. There. He knew Tatum well enough to know she would be efficient, and to know that he would soon have the luxury of several dozen great pints of strawberry ice cream to choose from, and possibly even mint chocolate chip, which was also good. He'd forget all about chocolate peanut butter. Chapter 17. Tatum. Tatum stared at the text from Dawson again. It had come in a few days ago, like a poisonous wind, seeping under the door of her soul, shriveling her up. Just when she'd opened up to him, he'd pulled back, way back, telling her to get on the job and send him a real option for a wife. It shouldn't have felt like a death sentence, but it had, which, of course, was all her own fault for diving headfirst, straight into that shallow pool, when she knew it would just paralyze her forever. An emotional paraplegic. The past 8 days, she'd sent date after date to Dawson, 5, 7, 9 women. None of them quite matched his wishes. I need someone who likes music and can play guitar, he'd said after a dull date with the CEO of a vacuum cleaner startup. So Tatum sent him that pert young pop singer whose work had been climbing the charts, and she bit her tongue to keep herself from saying, "Dude, I play the guitar." When that didn't quite gel, due to the pop singer's age and obsession with chord changes, Dawson gave Tatum his next requirement during their post-mortem at Thrillsville's riverboat ride. I need someone who can understand the importance of Rafferty Insight's work in the medical field. With that directive, Tatum had given him a pediatric nurse from a wealthy family up the coast, assuming that a medical professional would get it. Apparently, the nurse didn't get it. That, or she was a workaholic, because during Tatum and Dawson's retrospective meetup at the farmer's market for taste-testing mangoes, Dawson's latest tweak to the system had hit her like a brick to the gut. I think I need someone who appreciates the importance of hobbies and time off from work, who won't think I'm wasteful if I buy an old map. Tatum sent him an antiques appraiser whose business had taken off in a huge way after her appearance on a TV show. Apparently, that was a bust as well, because his next directive was, I think I need someone a little less self-focused. So Tatum sent him a social worker with lofty ideals and a trust fund. Though her work in African immunizations made Bill and Melinda Gates' efforts look like sorry shadows, she lived half the year in Africa. I need someone who wants to be here in Huntington Beach, at least most of the time. No one Tatum sent seemed to please him. Every girl had some huge, glaring void in her character. Tatum filled every requirement. I need someone refined, he'd said after misfire number 10. So she'd swallowed her pride and ventured to call Kitty Kipling again for a do-over. Tonight, she was meeting Dawson at the most unrefined location, Village Inn for pie at 9 p.m. after Dawson's long-awaited date with Kitty Kipling. Dinner at Red Drape Gallery was so much more refined, just like Kitty herself. No way would Dawson not fall for her. It was only a matter of a few hours until Tatum had completed her task, collected her paycheck, and won the game, or lost as the case may be. Tatum pulled up at Grandma's house, where she planned to spend the evening eating her feelings. "Everything going well with you, dearest?" Grandma asked, stirring the mashed bananas into the batter for the bread. "You're not really concentrating on shelling those pecans." Tatum looked down, and sure enough, she'd left about half the shells in the pile of chopped nuts. "Sorry," she said, starting to pick them out. "My mind is elsewhere. Is everything okay with you, Grandma?" Just 28 minutes until I meet him for pie and the wonderful, terrible news that he proposed to Kitty Kipling on the spot, she thought. "You're eating the pecans we were planning to put in the bread, dear." Oh, sorry. Tatum stepped away from the baking process where she was so clearly a hazard. "Did you say something earlier about a security issue here at the apartments?" Tatum always referred to them as the apartments, even though they were an assisted living facility. "What I said is it's all settled down. This assisted living facility is the best." "Hey, so it was good enough for Grandma." "That's good to hear," Tatum said. They have such excellent security that they even keep away unsavory characters. Some man came by claiming to know me, but he wasn't on my approved list. Beauregard the guard told me he came 6 times a few weeks ago, but they screened him. I'm sure glad they keep us safe from scammers. This would have been alarming if Tatum had heard about it during the event, but hearing about it after it was solved, all she could feel was a blunted sense of relief. Well, I'll tip Beauregard on my way out. Good for him. Oh, I already baked him 3 dozen key lime cupcakes. They're his favorite. Nice. Tatum disappeared into her misery again until her phone alarm rang. Time for her to take off for her post-mortem. Not that she fully expected Dawson to even show. She'd told him that if things were going well on any given date, not to worry about the post-mortem meeting, and she could reschedule. He'd never done so, but he'd never been out with Kitty Kipling. Tatum checked her phone for news that he and Kitty were absconding to the Nevada border for a quickie wedding. Nothing from him. 3 texts from Nix, 2 from Lark about a gathering on the beach that she should come to, but nothing from Dawson announcing his impending nuptials in the Elvis Chapel of Love, or whatever. Well, he'd most likely forgotten to even tell her. In Kitty Kipling's glow, what man in his right mind would consider the existence of a Tatum Carlyle? Sorry, Grandma. I thought my appointment would cancel, but it didn't. I have to go. She kissed Grandma goodbye, looked at the sad pile of nuts and shells combined, and headed out to be stood up. However, when she pulled up to the village inn a couple of minutes late, Dawson's truck was already there. Unless it was a clone of his munched tailgate Ford F-150, including the Rafferty Insights parking sticker. She went inside. Dawson sat at a booth, and she went over to him. Hey, how was it? How was what? He handed her a menu. The French silk pie is really good. If you don't already have a hankering for the lemon meringue. Tatum sat down, taking the menu, but not looking at it. It looks like you've already had a plate of each. In front of him were 2 empty plates, one with chocolate remnants, another with lemon. I'm getting the key lime next, and more of the chocolate. Speaking of key lime. Well, okay. I'll have the French silk, if you say so. The waitress brought it quicker than expected, and Tatum took a bite. You're right. It's silk. If only it had peanut butter in it, too. Dawson was devouring his key lime. What's going on, Dawson? I thought. She should get to the point. What about Kitty Kipling? Oh, her. She messaged me saying she was caught up and would be a couple of hours late, but that would have made dinner at 8:30. You shouldn't be here yet. Oh, I canceled. Tatum set her fork down. You canceled? Her phone alerted her about a text from Nix and one from her friend Amy. She ignored them. Sure, I told her I had plans at 9 that I didn't want to change, so we'd have to find another time to meet for dinner. But, Dawson, those 9 o'clock plans are for discussing your date with Kitty Kipling. Doesn't it kind of defeat the purpose? Dawson took another bite of his pie. I don't know. Not really. Dumbfounded, Tatum stared for a full 10 seconds before lifting up her fork again. He finished his pie and slid his next slice in front of himself and started on it. It killed her to sit there with him, watching him devour his French silk chocolate pie, knowing how those lips tasted, and that she couldn't taste them ever again. Dawson, you canceled with Kitty Kipling. She's pretty hard to get a date with, especially after a second miss. Maybe she wasn't his type, but he'd seemed pretty gung-ho when she'd first mentioned Kitty. I thought you were interested in her. What changed? Correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like she's a little busy for a dating relationship, and not very flexible. You were the one who tested me for flexibility and spontaneity. Turns out I might value that in others too. Dawson sipped his drink. If you want to, you can try to set it up again, but let's keep in mind I need someone who can make time to get to know me. Check, Tatum said, silencing a couple of texts coming in from Lark about the bonfire and clam bake. Someone who will prioritize a relationship, drop other things to be with you. Someone like, for instance, me. You're getting a lot of messages tonight. Dawson's knee brushed against Tatum's under the table, sending her into fits of happiness and agony at once. It's 9:15 and you're still hearing from someone. Is it that cute Nix person? It's Nix, short for Nixon. I thought it was a variation of no or denied. As in, Nix, your plans with Nix and eat pie with me tonight. Dawson's gaze raked her face. So, the texts were from him. Tatum grew warm. And she couldn't lie, even though she'd avoided Nix's last 11 requests for another date, where he apparently expected her to kiss him. Geez, the only reason he suddenly wanted her was she was unattainable. Some of them, yeah. She couldn't lie, but mostly from his sister, Lark. There's a clam bake at the Bolsa Chica Wetlands Park. She's asking where I am. So if Dawson needed someone who would drop other things to make time for him, hello. Here she was. Give me a second. I need to tell her I'll be late. You're still going later, huh? A clam bake sounds fun. Dawson finished the last bite of his pie. Who even does that anymore? People who like clams, I guess. And you like clams? Sure. I mean, seafood, right? Tatum rolled her eyes back in her head. Other than family and the proximity to ocean waves, it's the best part of living in California, the fresh fish. I haven't tried clams. Dawson tossed the admission casually, and Tatum finally saw it for what it was, fishing for a seafood party invitation. What are they like? How can you live on the ocean and never have tried clams? Not even in a chowder? He shrugged, pushing away his pie plate and tossing a couple of $20 bills on the tabletop. Well, we need to remedy that, she said. 10 minutes later, she'd left her car at her house, grabbed her guitar, and they were streaming toward the beach in his truck, the windows down, radio on, singing to a country song. Have you ever been to Bolsa Chica? She asked. Wind whipped Tatum's hair against her neck. She had to lean close to Dawson when she spoke so he could hear. His hand slid to her knee. I don't even know what that is. Is it a Mexican restaurant? I kind of figured a clam bake was outside. The Wetlands Park was up the coast a few miles. They pulled up at the beach where Lark had said everyone would be meeting, but Tatum didn't see the party right away. Bolsa Chica is a state park with a wetlands preserve. It's kind of fortuitous that you're coming along tonight since this is your next date location. Tatum hadn't chosen who would be the lucky girl to attend Dawson on this date yet, but she did know that Lark's workplace was a perfect place to appreciate the beauties of the Huntington Beach area, as well as have time to get to know a person. Those seemed to have been the most successful dates for Dawson so far. Not that any had been a success. Yet, time was running short. Dawson followed as Tatum descended the concrete stairway to the beach below, where the clam bake should be. She'd left her guitar in the truck. Bolsa Chica, huh? He had pulled out his phone and was typing into the search function. Ecological park, hiking trails, scenic overlooks. It's a great place to take photos. So you're setting me up with a professional photographer. I'm not the most photogenic guy out there. You'll have to wait and see. As would she. It needed to be someone who liked music, who had all the qualities on his list, and who could make time to fall in love with him. But she suspected Dawson was more in the mindset of I'll know it when I see it. If Tatum could show him the one right girl, he'd forget his list and start getting to know the real woman. But who? It killed her again when she considered the list. That list of doom. The list that fit a description of Tatum in every single aspect. And yet, he couldn't want her. Even though he clearly wanted her, his body language shouted desire for Tatum with his constant touching of her arm, her hand, her knee. The frequent and prolonged eye contact told her so as well, not to mention the times he let his gaze linger on her mouth as if he were reliving the scene at the garden art show, just like she was. Bolsa Chica is a little-known gem, she said as they descended the steps, still not seeing the party. Salt air came pungent into her senses, filling her mind with memories of their trip to the bonfire 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks? Had it been that long? The rope of her time frame for this task had shortened into a noose. Just days remained to seal a marriage deal before the shareholders' meeting. As amazing as it is, I would expect it to be more packed than Disneyland on the weekends, but it's not. If you think about it, Dawson said, helping Tatum over a fallen log of driftwood blocking their trail, that's probably a good thing, since if too much word gets out about a place, it gets too popular and loses some charm in the frenzied crowd. They made their way through a scrub brush area, the little sticks scraping against her bare arms. This place actually looks really cool. He cleared his throat, still reading from the Wikipedia page on his phone. It has seabird nesting islands, a river area, and a freshwater marsh. Freshwater marsh? That's really cool. Tatum loved how excited he got about facts. Knowing Dawson Rafferty, he could store these away and recall them at any given point in the future. To impress his future wife, she reminded herself. Oh, and here's something. Dawson turned the screen of his phone toward her. Did you know a fault line runs right under this place? Tatum stumbled, missed catching herself, and fell into the scrub brush paralleling the walking path. Dawson helped her to her feet, but she breathed. A fault line? I don't feel so well. Chapter 17a. Dawson. Are you okay? Dawson had never seen Tatum go so pale. Every pigment in her skin turned white. Oh, right. The earthquake mentioned. He was such a jerk. You need a place to sit. Come on. He led her by the hand into the museum, where he set her down on a viewing bench. I really don't like earthquakes. Tatum's words came out breathless. I know I overreact sometimes, even when nothing seismic is happening. Dawson spied a water cooler and jogged over to get her a little cone of water. It's not an irrational fear, considering what you've been through. She reached for the water. Thank you. Want a refill? He asked. She nodded, and he brought her another. When she took it from his hand, her fingers brushed against his, and the now familiar thrill rushed through him. But this time it was far from solely physical, more of a soul twinge. Tatum stared down at her shoes. If it had waited until a half hour later to strike, my parents would have been elsewhere at a diplomatic meeting. My friends wouldn't have been at home in their beds when their apartment buildings collapsed. They would have been outside on their bicycles, on the way to school, or on the train. Sure, then, there would have been the danger of falling debris, but they wouldn't have died in their beds with their families, crushed under hundreds of tons of concrete, suffocating in the dust and rubble. The cavity of Dawson's chest clouded with smoke and dust from that rubble. You lost a lot of people. 56, I could name offhand. I probably should, just to show respect for their lives. It was all Dawson could do to process the enormity of what she was telling him. She'd lost her parents plus dozens of close friends. All in a single moment, a sandbag settled on him. Every life is valuable, Dawson. Every single life. Mother Nature claimed some of them that morning, and I can't bring them back. So I have to appreciate every single person while I have them available to me. Her words poured like liquid light through his body. People mattered to her on an individual level, not just as masses as Dawson had viewed them. Masses with a problem to solve. I need to be more like this, he thought. I need to be more like her. His only chance of doing that was finding the one other woman out there who possessed all of Tatum Carlisle's qualities. Fat chance. Chapter 18, Tatum. It was a dark night, with no moon yet, and the stars seemed brighter than normal, the ones visible through the hazy orange glow of the coastal cities. It reminded Tatum of nights in Thailand when her dad had been there on assignment. A private beach area opened up as she and Dawson came down from the museum. Lark and 75 or so others stood in the smoke playing night frisbee with glow sticks and messing around. The usual. This is your usual weekend group. Dawson halted at the edge of the crowd. Wow, I thought it was going to be a half dozen people or something. Do you get together with this many people all the time? Usually there are more of us. She squeezed his hand, trying to reassure him. The air smelled of smoke and salt and clams and old sunscreen. They're cool, she said. Tatum took him closer to the action, and in no time they each held a plate of baked clams. Watch out for sand. Nix thinks he knows how to rinse a clam, but he misses some grains every time. She'd avoided Nix's gaze. Staying off his radar tonight was key for a lot of reasons. Soon, they were seated near the fire, the ocean in their ears, the smoke, blessedly blowing the other direction. Dawson looked at her like she was a foreign creature. I guess I never realized people did this. Baked clams? I know. It's kind of rare these days. Tatum dug her bare feet down past the warm layer of sand to where the cool, damp part lay. No, I mean this. He waved his hand around at the crowd. I know there's the community-sponsored bonfire and stuff, but a big group of friends who just meet up outside under the stars. Is this a regular thing? Tatum didn't know what exactly he was getting at until she recalled that he'd been holed up in a scientific lab for most of the past decade, busy changing the world's health outlook for the better. Yeah, it's good to get out, see people. Connecting with something more than a screen avatar is important. Dawson didn't speak for a while. Tatum let him sit in silence. He seemed to be processing, but then he came at her with a most unexpected question. And you're definitely not dating lots of these guys? Dawson kicked a pile of sand in the general direction of the frisbee game. Have you shut them all down or something? Embarrassment kindled inside her, singeing the back of her throat. Me? Oh, I'm not the type. What type? Theirs, I guess. By now, Tatum had relegated herself to the wallflower zone, or the friend zone, or the one of the gang zone. It seemed like all the other girls in the group got hit on or asked out or paired off with one of the guys in the group sooner or later. But not Tatum. I'm just not on their radar. At this, Dawson turned to her. Are you sure it's not the other way around? His eyes penetrated her to her very soul. My guess is they meet you and realize that you're so far out of their league that they shouldn't even bother. Now, the heat that had curled up inside her with Dawson's embarrassing question roared to a bonfire, but not for humiliation. Instead, it was with so much appreciation for his seeing her differently than any other man ever seemed to. You're just saying things. But then Dawson turned toward her and pushed a spiral of hair behind her ear. I'm being serious. The sensation of his fingertip brushing across her temple sent waves of chills throughout her whole body. He shouldn't do this to her, but she'd never stop him, not in a million years. She looked up at him, at his gently parted lips, and her chest rose, drawing her nearer to him. You're kind of like this Bolsa Chica area, you know. How so? Her eyes drifted shut for a second as she basked in the baritone of his voice. Maybe it's better that word doesn't get out too much about how beautiful and amazing Bolsa Chica is. We wouldn't want it overrun with fans. Some things are best kept a secret. His breath cooled her temple, and she knew she shouldn't let herself be this close to him, knew that the danger was mortal. He held her heart in one hand, and in the other a dagger. She peeked open an eye, and he looked to be leaning in for another danger-laced kiss. Tatum split in two, half of her consumed by longing, the other half ruled by logic. To kiss or not to kiss, that was the question. Hey, Tatum! A voice interrupted them, and Tatum turned to see Lark jogging toward them, clad in her bikini top with a hooded sweatshirt, half zipped over it, and a pair of short shorts. You made it. I hadn't seen you. Hey, who is this? As if Lark didn't know. With great effort, she pulled herself back from the precipice. Lark, this is she gulped, boss. Dawson Rafferty. Dawson Rafferty. Dawson, this is Lark Whitman. She's a scientist at Bolsa Chica, actually. Dawson stood up and shook Lark's hand. A scientist? His face lit up. What do you do at Bolsa Chica? I've recently been studying about its riparian areas. Fascinating variety of birds there. Recently, as in while walking around and looking at the museum's exhibits. Good one, Dawson. Lark dropped her lashes coyly while she shook his hand. I'm more involved in the marine life aspects of the ecological reserve. Tatum bit back the term warty sea cucumber, even though it poised itself right on the tip of her tongue. Interest bounced back and forth between Dawson and Lark. Tatum's insides spun like a lotto cage, everything ping-ponging frantically. I have to say, Lark went on, her lips forming a delicious pout, the kind Tatum had seen her use with effect on dozens of more experienced men than Dawson Rafferty. I followed your work with intense interest. What you're doing for the nutrition community is nothing short of miraculous. Dawson responded, and Lark complimented, and Dawson gave a gut laugh at something Lark said. Tatum couldn't hear them. All she saw was the chemistry brewing between two science-minded, hyper-attractive people. People whose intellects were so sharp that they'd rarely meet someone who could appreciate or keep up. To be that bright must be a lonely life. Blast it. Tatum had been more than selfish in not giving Dawson the chance to get to know Lark. She'd been protecting herself, marking her own territory, and not letting Lark cross into it. When Lark Whitman was probably the one woman willing to live in Huntington Beach, per his requirement, whose mind could not only keep up with, but also challenge Dawson Rafferty's. And she was wealthy enough that 50,000 shares of the company would be nice, but not an overwhelming temptation, as if Lark needed any extra prodding to be interested in Dawson Rafferty. Sick as it made her, Tatum knew exactly who Dawson's date tomorrow to Bolsa Chica would be. And she knew exactly what silver bullet she'd be sending with that date as a surefire way to Dawson's thus far impenetrable heart. Chapter 19. Tatum. Are you sure it's okay if I go out with your boss? Lark leaned toward the mirror and applied another coat of mascara, as if she needed it, her lashes being nearly as thick as false lashes already. Tatum said, "We've been over this. A dozen times or more," she thought. "I know, and you swear up and down you don't have a thing for him. But you did say you were into a guy at work. Please tell me it's not your boss, and that now you're setting me up with him despite your feelings. Because you know that's not my style. Trust me, I can't be on Dawson Rafferty's radar, and he can't be on mine. That's not how it looked when I walked up on you two en flagrante. We were not in flames. You know there's more than one definition for that, but whatever you say, right? So trust me. This is important. Besides, you're perfect for each other. We are, aren't we?" Lark gave a nervous giggle. "But I don't want to seem too eager. You, my dear, are eagerness incarnate with that cherry red lipstick and that barely there sheer blouse." Lark turned to Tatum, a look of momentary doubt flitting across her face. "Do you think it's too much? I can change into something less? Well, forward." She swung around and checked herself in the mirror again, while Tatum exhaled silently and willed herself to speak rationally and not cry, because tears threatened. "He's going to be interested in all aspects of you, Lark. What brilliant man wouldn't be?" Lark scrunched up her eyes and then broke into a grin. She beamed. "I can't believe you set me up with Dawson Rafferty." She flapped her hands and then clutched her heart. "I'm seriously giving you free rent for the next 6 months. I did promise. Whatever." Truth was, it wouldn't be worth free rent, even for the rest of her life. He's great. The more you get to know him, the more you'll like him. And I like every single thing I know about him already. So do I, Tatum thought. She tugged a baggy sweater over her head and looked around on the floor for a pair of yoga pants. He's pretty awesome. Of course, none of that changes my policy to only double date on a first date with someone I don't know already. Sure, that was her policy, but it shouldn't count for Dawson. He'd been vetted in the extreme, and it could put the brakes on their relationship development. Dawson needed to move things along. Besides, was Tatum supposed to line up a double as well? Forget it. It's a logical policy. Lark did another round of kissy lips in the mirror. Seriously, if she applied one more coat of that lipstick, her face would get so heavy she'd lose her balance and fall lips first onto the hiking trail. For safety, Dawson is safe until the kissing started. You have to come with us. Lark grabbed her phone and started texting. I'll line up Nix. With them? No, Lark, Tatum said. I'm not taking a no from you or Nix. Besides, Nix won't say no. He's been whining to me by text about 20 times a day about you. Geez, girl, what did you do to my brother? Lark. No scale existed with a measurement high enough for the awkwardness that would ensue if Tatum was to tag along on Lark and Dawson's date. He can't stop talking about you. Her thumbs were flying over the screen. I didn't tell you because I didn't want him to seem desperate, but sometimes you have to call a desperate spade a desperate spade. That's insane. You must have exposed him to some serious pheromones when you took him antique shopping because he's driving me crazy. Whatever. But the word antique struck a chord. Dang it. She needed to do something incredibly self-traitorous. She had to give the map to Lark. Hey, would you feel over the top taking Dawson a gift for your first date? Had her voice scraped when she said this? Of course not. You know me. I'm all about gifts. They're my love language. Hating herself every step of the way, Tatum peeled herself up from the double-strength gravity of the bedspread and slogged toward the closet to retrieve the thing to make Dawson Rafferty fall for any woman who gave it to him. With a final pang of longing, she unwrapped its edge and examined the map one last time. Lark came and looked over her shoulder. Is that the map you bought the other day? It was. Tatum said, It's the final missing piece in Dawson's collection. Oh, Tatum, I can't. Lark looked pained. You can, and you should. Tatum gripped it as though it were made of hope. But you found it. Lark stepped back. For him, I like maps too. Lark snapped her fingers in Tatum's face. I knew it. I knew you were into Dawson, but you kept faking like it had to be someone else. It makes perfect sense now. Tatum's fingers trembled, and her hand shook. She set the frame on the bed for safekeeping. If you don't like it, you shouldn't give it to him. Pushing Lark sometimes made her respond. I just wanted to do you a favor. Above and beyond offering me a date with the guy you've been crushing on for. How long? I told you. It's impossible. Both of us know it, and it's incontrovertible. For all the terrible reasons. So, either you date him, or else I'll set him up with Candace McNair, the notorious boyfriend stealer of their friend group, manipulative and irresistible even to committed guys. Not Candice, Lark shuddered. Perish the thought. I have her number right here. Tatum pulled out her phone. Not that she'd really subject Dawson to Candice. And if you don't take the map, I'll give it to Candice. She won't have any qualms. She's been wanting to trade up from her current guy for a while. No, I'll do it. Lark threw herself across the map. You're telling me this totally inaccurate drawing of California, complete with old-timey handprinting and misspellings, is the way to a billionaire's heart. Stabbing pain. If he sees this, there's a good chance Dawson Rafferty will be overcome and propose within days. Propose? He's ready to marry Lark. Like yesterday, chomping at the bit, a man of action. Marry! Stop! Marry Dawson Rafferty! I never even considered. That made one of them in this room. Achievement of her goal teetered. It could tip either way. Success meant everything, including the survival of Rafferty Insights and its work. But it still stung like falling onto a cactus. He'd probably want to elope, Tatum said. The sentence echoed its way through a long, painful tunnel. I've always thought elopements were the most sensible route. No fuss, no mess. No stupid flowers or dress fittings. Lark pursed her lips. Just getting down to the business of marriage and the future. I'm sure he'd agree. Sand filled Tatum's throat. Of course. An elopement doesn't mean there'd be no honeymoon, I hope. Lark added one more layer of lipstick. Tatum went rigid. I think I'll go down to the beach for a quick surf. The waves would wash her clean of the jealousy that gripped her throat, threatening to choke the life out of her. It's a good day for waves, I think. Good breeze out. Now she was filling the air with drivel, knowing it meant nothing. Be nice to Dawson. He's got a good heart, not just a good bank account. On paper, Lark and Dawson looked like a perfect match. Every dot connected for them. Interests, temperaments, drive, dedication. Everything. Tatum kicked herself. She'd wasted Dawson's time by not allowing the inevitable to happen sooner. Why had she put him through the rigors of dating all those wrong girls while withholding the obvious best option? Lark Whitman? Lark laughed, and she pulled her hair up into a cute ribbon. Dawson didn't stand a chance when Lark used a cute ribbon and that much lipstick. Wait! Lark whirled around. Thinking about my quickie wedding to the hottest, richest, brightest man on the entire West Coast distracted me. Lark planted herself in the doorframe, blocking Tatum from leaving the room to get her board and flip-flops. Go get cute. Nix is going to be here in 10 minutes to take both of us to meet Dawson at Bolsa Chica. No yoga pants, no baggy sweaters. I'm not doubling with you. Seriously, Lark, just couldn't insist on that. Be an adult, Lark. If I bend my double date first date standard for Dawson, what does that say about me? I think of him as a guy who wants a girl with standards. He does. Look, Nix is already on his way. I promise I'll keep Dawson at a distance, so love can blossom between you two. Because if it absolutely couldn't blossom between Tatum and Dawson, and it absolutely couldn't, well, Lark did have a point. Nix was a passable plan B. In fact, he'd held the top plan a spot a long time. He's bringing his camera. He says he wouldn't miss going on a photography shoot at one of the prettiest places on the coast, and with one of the prettiest girls. Oh, so now she'd morphed from the hot chick in a swimsuit into a pretty girl. Nix was exhausting, but his persistence did have a charm. But would it last? Once Tatum showed an interest in return. He's being sincere, Tatum. I know you don't think that. A short while back, Lark was the one telling him to leave Tatum alone. Look, I have known Nix almost as long as you have, Lark. He isn't likely to change his opinion of me as his kid sister's best friend. Lark took her by the hands. Like you said, you know him better than almost anyone. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Nix spent quite a few years at the top of your dream guy list. It was no use correcting Lark. Tatum said that list changed when I matured out of a teenage mindset. More accurately, when he'd kissed her and dumped her in college. That night, Nix had ceased to be a list of qualities. Smart, gorgeous, hilarious, carefree, and yet ambitious. He'd kissed Tatum under the mistletoe at the Christmas party her freshman year of college, teenage wish fulfillment achievement unlocked, after which he'd immediately chased after that floozy from the sorority house, the senior girl with the fast track to Stanford grad school. Tatum hadn't let him get away with that. She'd called him out as a jerk when he came back around after New Year's to apologize. He blamed his weakness on being a sophomore who'd never been hit on by a college senior before. She'd called him immature and callous. Well, maybe not allowed. Sure, Nix had settled down and landed his job as an engineer since then. He probably wasn't immature anymore. In fact, he'd gotten a lot more responsible over the years. And not so callous. After all, he wasn't charging Lark rent, who in turn wasn't charging Tatum rent. I do owe him some credit, she admitted silently. And probably a lot of back rent, despite Nix's spectacular topple from his pedestal. Nix's ghost filled the spot he'd emptied until Tatum met Dawson. Or, that was, the ghost of the Nix she once thought him to be filled the place anyway. Enter Dawson, who'd exorcised that spirit with one flash of his half-sided smile. Tatum said, I had a crush on Nix before I was old enough to know him. I grew up. Please, Tatum, let Nix grow up too. Lark's eyes were sincere. As his sister, I want his happiness more than anyone else does. And from what I've heard him say over the past couple of weeks, all of that very well could center in you, Tatum. It's like that day he spent with you opened his eyes that had been shut all these years. Then he's been asking you to dinner, making sure he texts you several times a day, making you gifts. True, all true. You did something to him. He's cleaned his apartment. He cut his grass and planted a whole vegetable garden. He's starting to remodel his kitchen. What? Why? What does that have to do with it? Lark tilted her head to the side, raising an accusing eyebrow, as if you didn't know. But Tatum really didn't follow. He's a changed man, you mean? All it took to catalyze it was one trip to browse through collectibles shops in Huntington Beach. Honey, Lark planted her hands on her hips. He's feathering his nest. He wants you to come live in it. Me, Tatum gasped. The look on Lark's face grew deadly serious. I swore I wouldn't tell you, but now that the moment of crisis is here, I don't see how I can hold back this information. Nix is really into you. He's got designs on a future with you. But we've never even dated. He thinks you have. Not only does he count the shopping and the trip to the movies and dinners, he's digging through the past, excavating every little hangout time on the beach together and calling it a date. All the times we got together and did mad scientist camp, and the times we hiked in Yosemite, and that trip we all took to Tijuana, those are now dates in his mind. He took a long time to fall for you, but he fell hard. He swears there's no going back. Lark stared at the ceiling a second and then back at Tatum. He claims he knows you well enough that he'd marry you today, if you'd have him. Marry me. The phrase whacked her like a baseball bat to the chest. I barely know him as an adult, Lark. It's ridiculous. Sure, he's gorgeous, always was, and he's a smart guy. And we have a good time together, but he's not into me. He's just, I don't know, lonely for female companionship. Lark rolled her eyes. No, he's into you. I am not kidding. Yeah, he is highly attracted to you, but still, he knows about your standards. He's not going to compromise them. What he mentions most is all your talents and skills, and how awesome you are as a person. The way you make him want to be a better man. You do know you raise men's standards for themselves, right? That's why the bad ones tend to stay away from you, and the good ones are drawn to you. At this, laughter popped from Tatum's mouth like an explosion. Drawn to me? When have men ever been drawn to me? Well, I saw the way Dawson Rafferty was looking at you last night. He's an example of a good man, or so you say, and I tend to believe you. I'm pretty sure if you weren't working for him, he'd be all over that. She drew a squiggly line in the air, tracing Tatum's form. There are such impossible barriers to that, unless I quit my job, which I'm not going to do, because it would be disloyal, and Tatum refused to be that girl, especially since if she wasn't around him, her soul would wither, and also because there was no guarantee he'd want her anyway. He's barred from even thinking about dating me, or anything else. She conveniently shelved their kiss. You're 100% serious about that. You really can't be with him. Really can't, if you're totally sure. To your core? Lark bit her lower lip and broke into a smile. Then I'm up for it. All of it. If you'll double, and I can see with my own eyes that you're not hating on me for taking your offer. Fine. Deflation set in. Resignation and, okay, the tiniest bit of curiosity about whether Nix was in earnest. I'll go. Good. Let's get on this date and see if he's as into me as I am into him. Lark broke into a series of raptures over factoids she'd read about Dawson in the tabloids, while Tatum reeled from the continuous pummeling this conversation had been for her soul. Anyway, quick. Go get dressed in something cute. Nix is going to be here any second. You want to borrow some of my lipstick? Men find it irresistible. Chapter 20, Dawson. The text from Tatum made his eyes hurt. It read, Twist of plans. Lark insists on a double date for a setup with a stranger. You'll be either pleased or disappointed to know that her other couple of choice is yours truly, accompanied by her brother. See you in 10 minutes. Ciao. Meeting Tatum's roommate last night had felt like an answer to his dilemma, for sure. She was gorgeous, smart, and could challenge him. Within 2 minutes of talking with her, he could tell that, no doubt, if Dawson could just concentrate on Lark Whitman, who appeared to be the closest approximation of his ideal woman, he might be able to allow her to eclipse the actual ideal woman he'd already found but couldn't seize. But with chocolate peanut butter Tatum along, he was going to be hard-pressed to keep his eyes on the strawberry ice cream. Strawberry is my new favorite, he chanted. Strawberry is nice. I don't even remember the taste of chocolate peanut butter. He dug his hiking gear out of his garage. Then he researched local marine life facts, so he could be prepared to converse with this wildlife biologist. Chocolate peanut butter is the flavor of the pass. Some other lucky guy will be gorging himself on it as soon as I get out of the way. Probably that basketball team named Chump. Dawson had as much as told Tatum she should forget about him, and in his own vague way, he figured he had set her free. He'd told her every guy would be lucky to win her attention, and that she should know that, although his actual meaning could have bled through to the words that he would be lucky if she'd bestow her attention on him. He tossed his hiking gear in the bed of his truck. Now, great. Not only would Tatum be with him on this date to distract him from the otherwise engaging Lark Whitman, but so would that brother, the antiques shopper, with the stupid name. Even if he'd never met him, Dawson couldn't stand him. It took him longer to get to Bolsa than he expected due to traffic, but when he pulled up, Tatum was already standing on the curb. She had her hair piled on top of her head in a curly ponytail, and she looked really cute in her hiking shorts and t-shirt. That girl looked good in anything. He sat a minute in his truck to admire her before noticing that she was standing there with another couple. Oh, right. Lark and her brother. Whatever his name was. A scowl pulled at Dawson's face. The brother had a huge camera in his hands, suspended from a thick cloth strap around his neck. Great. A photographer. Probably the artistic type. He smirked. Dawson never would have pictured Tatum falling for someone like that. Not that he should be concerned. Geez. Dawson was here to date Lark. Possibly to advance things at an unseemly rate, especially since Lark had seemed quite into Dawson, and not in that obsequious way that a lot of women treated him when they knew about his multi-billion-dollar company. Those women asked a lot of questions about his lifestyle. Instead, this Lark girl had asked sharp questions about the technology he'd developed, and about his plans for the upcoming moves he wanted to make, research-wise. Her inquiries made him excited about what Rafferty Insights might do next. Hi, Dawson got out of the car and went over to shake hands with Lark. But Lark ignored his outstretched hand and jumped into a hug. He had to lock his knees against the force of her embrace, but, well, not bad. She was supple. Supple was good. Dawson, this is Nix. Tatum made the introductions. You met Lark last night. I'm so glad I get to show you my little sphere here. She instantly clung to his arm. Well, all right. No shyness. Good. He didn't have the luxury of time for shyness. Bolsa Chica's bird life is impressive. Do you like birds, Dawson? Lark went on like she knew exactly what she was talking about, and yet had a lightness, a humor about her that drew Dawson in. She might be exactly the thing he needed to clear his mind from the temptation of Tatum Carlyle. Blast that corporate regulation. He should have insisted the board repeal it last year when the vice president of operations and her chief of staff had gotten chummy. Instead of letting them get married and keep working at Rafferty, the board had stared narrowly at the letter of the law. Dawson offered both a severance package. They got married anyway, but Dawson had lost two of his top, most trusted and capable employees. He should have forced a vote on that regulation right then. Hindsight. I want a picture of Tatum with her back to the marsh. Nix had stopped walking on the boardwalk trail that led them over the calm water of the estuary. The light is just right, and she's looking so fetching today. Fetching? What kind of idiot would use a dog word in reference to Tatum Carlyle? Dawson scrubbed it out of his eardrums. This Nix poser posed Tatum, seating her on the wooden planks. Nix, she said, I'm not much for modeling. But you should be. I mean, those eyes. Have you ever seen such vibrancy? The artsy weirdo asked Dawson. Dawson could have responded, yeah, he'd seen the eyes look a lot more vibrant when they reflected the firelight, and when she was about to let him kiss her. However, Lark reached for Dawson's hand and tugged him a few paces down the dock. Have you spent much time in the ocean? With this topic, Lark's eyes did the lighting up. I bet you surf. I mean, Huntington Beach is Surf City, USA, after all. The memory of Tatum's highly intimate tutoring session on the surfboard flooded his mind. The ghost of her torso pressed against the skin of his back. He finally replied a little. I've recently been taking lessons, but I've been body surfing for years, and I'm not bad on a boogie board. Not that it's got the same cachet. Anytime you're in the water, it's like freedom. Lark smiled at him, and he saw that she had ridiculously straight white teeth. Her smile wasn't half bad either. Personally, I'm more into snorkeling and skin diving. Lark described her work with marine life, a few bits of trivia about sea cucumbers, and pointed out a shovel-nosed guitarfish scooting along in the shallows. I have to honestly say that never in all my days have I seen a shovel-nosed guitarfish. The fish's name, of course, conjured up an image of a guitar, which made him think of that night on the beach with Tatum and her guitar. Don't you think? Lark had asked him a question, and he'd missed it, lost in his memory of singing with Tatum. This was getting bad. His heart had already made a choice. Tatum Carlyle. He'd set himself up for a serious mess. But the heart could be ruled by the head. He'd taught himself that 1,000 times, and he intended to make it happen in this case. His head said, "Get to know this Lark Whitman girl." She was very likely the answer to all his concerns, and she didn't come with the off-limits warning label either. Plus, she was pretty enough, and she made interesting conversation, at least the part he had listened to. "I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?" Lark chuckled and placed a loving hand on his shoulder. "You brilliant men are often lost in your thoughts. My brother Nix is just like you, so I'm used to it." "Brilliant, Nix. Very funny. Don't look so incredulous. Yikes. Apparently, she could read his thoughts. Great. That might be a sticking point." He liked keeping his thoughts private. Nix isn't the surf bum his hairstyle and physique suggests. He does hold a master's degree in environmental hydrogeology from USK. He's not an intellectual slouch, even if he talks like Bill and Ted before their excellent adventure. She'd seen and could reference one of Dawson's favorite movies. Wow. 5 tally marks in the Lark column. However, he refused to believe her assessment, that photographer. A scientist with an advanced degree? His jealousy-o-meter just flung its needle into the dark green zone. It meant Nix was smart enough to be good enough for Tatum, he thought. A roiling began in the bottom of Dawson's stomach. He took a drink from the water bottle in his day pack. Environmental hydrogeology? Huh? His eyes flicked toward where Nix was posing Tatum with her head tilted backward, and her eyes closed, leaning on one arm and the fingers of her other hand trailing in the water. What kind of a job does a degree like that get? Maybe it was a "do you want fries with that job?" He's a consultant for big building contractors, evaluating groundwater chemistry, as well as for industries like mining and drilling, helping them with their groundwater contaminant issues, as well as remediation techniques. It had been a while since Dawson had heard that many scientific jargon words in a row outside his own field of biological microtech. It took him a second to process them, but eventually he came to the realization that Nix had a real job, and that he wasn't the doorknob he appeared to be, flirting with Tatum with his tallness and his musculature, and his strategically tousled surfer hair. Dawson would never dream of attempting. Dawson bit the inside of his cheek, every audible word passing between Tatum and Nix, floating on the sea breeze straight into his ear canal, like a mosquito's buzz, ready to sting. "Nix, we're making them wait." Tatum pulled herself out of her obviously uncomfortable stance and jumped to her feet. "Come on," she said. "Not until I kiss you. Speaking of waiting, you've been waiting long enough." At that point, the oaf looped his arm around her small waist and planted a big kiss on her mouth. Her eyes flew open, and her face told Dawson that Tatum wasn't quite sure what to do with the moment. Good for her. But then her face changed, and she relaxed into the kiss like it really was something she'd been waiting a long time to receive. She had such a crush on him while we were growing up. Lark slid her hand into Dawson's, threading her fingers between his. It was only a matter of time until Nix grew up a bit and noticed the great thing that had been in front of him all along. It's like a romance novel, really. A romance novel, right? Dawson tore his eyes away from the display of affection. An old familiar ache developed in his chest, the hole opening up again that Gwen had drilled in his heart. Using all available willpower, he shoveled figurative epoxy into that hole, sending the nanobots of his mind to repair it. If only Rafferty Insights could develop a robot that could heal a broken heart, all the world would be saved. There'd be no need for substance abuse of any type, he was sure, because no one would need to dull their senses anymore. Lark went on. I'd call it a long, simmering build-up to the big romance unfolding down the dock. Of course, when he was a college sophomore, he kissed her under the mistletoe, so this technically isn't their first kiss, but it's the first one as adults. I'm so excited we were there to see it. It's like a dream come true. I've wanted Nix to notice her forever, since she's my best friend. It's kind of like in the world of marine life. Both the French angelfish and the anglerfish each mate for life, and several species of crane. I believe we each get one real chance at true love. For a fleeting second earlier today, Dawson had toyed with the idea of forgetting Rafferty altogether and just asking Tatum to marry him. He could get the board to fire him, and then he could rebuild another company, a better one, with Tatum at his side. Except he couldn't do that to the employees, and his research would all belong to Rafferty Insights by proprietary intellectual property laws, and all the progress would be lost. Tatum was totally into Nix, and had been for years. It made sense if she kissed Nix Whitman like that, like steam was coming off them both. Dawson couldn't wedge himself between her and her long-held dream finally coming true, even if it made him a little sick to his stomach. One real chance at true love, huh? He muttered, repeating the last phrase that had registered with him while Lark spoke. Dawson would force his heart to obey his mind. Lark had good ideas. She was interesting, attractive, and extremely bright. He'd trodden a broken path getting to her, including the massive misstep of trusting Gwen. But that didn't mean he couldn't still make the best of the opportunity that presented itself before him now. If all I get, he thought, is one chance at true love, I better get busy and make this chance mine. Chapter 20A. Tatum. Tatum pulled herself away from Nix's intense kiss, breathless and in a state of semi-shock. In all her mornings and nights and school day afternoons, fantasizing about what Nix's kiss would be like, she never imagined it to have as much passion or desire as he'd just poured into her in that moment. Wow, Nix! She heaved in gulps of oxygen to steady herself again. Hold your horses. What if I don't want to hold them? What if I want to giddy up? He set his camera down on the boardwalk and took her now with both his arms. He tasted like toothpaste and smelled like sunscreen, like always. This official third date has been building for a long time. I probably should have waited until we were on your doorstep when I dropped you off at the end of the date. That seems like your type of fantasy way for me to kiss you the first time. Am I right? She couldn't answer. Nix had sped out of her daydreams a long time ago on a skateboard from a sorority house. For the past couple of years, the only fantasies she'd harbored involved Dawson Rafferty. I'm not sure. Let me up the sureness factor. Nix pulled her tight to his chest, and as he leaned in to press his mouth to hers, a family of 4 with a stroller and kid on a big plastic scooter rumbled onto the dock. What are they doing, Mommy? A kid asked in one of those squeaky voices that really carry. They should not be kissing like that, or she will have a baby. And she doesn't look like a mommy at all. Mommies don't wear shorts. Indeed, that kid's mommy wore stretchy pants in a wild print. Nix pulled away from the near kiss, leaving Tatum with a confusing mix of longing and resistance churning inside her belly. Sorry, ma'am. We just now declared we've fallen in love. Nix tipped an invisible hat at the family. I couldn't leave my girl without physical proof. I planned to make her mine forever or longer. Forever. The word came out unbidden and much louder than Tatum intended. Or longer? That's right. I'm pretty sure it's obvious. We're each other's lifelong dream come true. So many thoughts swirled inside her, Tatum couldn't begin to organize them all. But she reached up and caught one and examined it. I can't have Dawson. He doesn't want me, and not only the Rafferty rules, but also Dawson's own ethics prevent him from ever becoming mine. Nix is, I guess, a solid alternative. Wasn't he? That thought fluttered out of her hand and back into the maelstrom, while she reached for another. Nix would treat me well. If I went to him, then Dawson would be free to fall for Lark with no residual complications, our one serious kissing session notwithstanding. Tatum ached, realizing that said kissing session's memory might fade over time for Dawson. Never for her. He didn't want Tatum and was already starting to forget her, regardless of the way he'd stared at her when he drove up to the parking lot. Regardless of the daggers he'd shot at Nix when Nix got possessive of Tatum, Dawson might not consciously want Tatum, but his subconscious gave off constant communication to the contrary. That, too, would fade. Lark will treat Dawson well. It'll be fine. And if we all get together this way, I'll still be able to see Dawson regularly. He'd be my brother. I could love him still, and would be expected to. It'd be fine. So many things were wrong with that line of thinking. She thrust that set of thoughts back into the whirlwind of her brain. If I tried, I could easily fall back in love with Nix. I was there once. I could go back. Lark's the perfect match for his logic and his mind. It is going to work. Problem solved. They walked up to where Lark and Dawson were standing. Tatum's eyes fell on the way their hands were clasped, with Dawson's fingers intertwined in Lark's. It looked so intimate and possessive. Lark was stroking Dawson's arm, and they were laughing and talking about something like animals that mate for life. An insane resurgence of envy gripped Tatum for a moment, but she muscled it back down into her soul. Nix's hand was close. Tatum clasped it and looked up at him. "You're being serious about that forever thing?" "As serious as a 50 micrograms per liter arsenic contamination in a residential groundwater supply," he said. Oh, that did sound serious. At least arsenic in the groundwater did. "In fact," Nick said, "I'm thinking about taking you up to our family's cabin at Big Bear just so I can spend some alone time with you this weekend." While Tatum processed the shell-shocking pronouncement that she'd obviously have to refuse if she was going to keep her lifelong standards, Dawson's head jerked to the right and his eyes bored into Tatum's soul. "Cabin," Dawson cleared his throat loudly once and then softer. "Oh, huh. A nice escape from the city life." It was like he was trying to recover from his outburst, but not doing it well. "Wow. Wow, that's great. I mean, you two enjoy yourselves." Lark beamed up at him. "It really is quite a nice cabin. It's been in the family for 3 generations. It has 7 bedrooms, and we could all go up there and spend some time on the lake, if you want. We have some kayaks under the carport." She offered Tatum a sympathetic wink before turning to Nix. "I'm not sure your Tatum is quite ready for alone time, brother. But if everyone can arrange time off from work, we could all have a great time in the mountains together." It might have been Tatum's imagination, but she thought Dawson let out a huge, audible sigh of relief, simultaneous with her own. "That sounds amazing. I love to kayak." Dawson brightened, and his look of horror passed. "We can take my Jeep. There are some trails I want to show Lark." "Oh." Lark looked like someone had just flipped the stadium floodlight switch on her face. "And I have something I can't wait to show you, too. In fact, I'll go get it right now. It's in the car." Lark jogged off toward the parking lot, a trip that would take her at least 10 minutes round trip, considering how far they'd come down the walking trail of the ecological reserve. A slight breeze blew, and the scent of Nix's sunscreen filled Tatum's head. She stuck out the tip of her tongue and tasted the hint of his toothpaste still on her lip. She could get used to Nix. Nix might be just the right guy for her after all. He did have a kiss that made her insides turn into one of those spinning rides at the carnival. That was something, right? Attraction mattered in a relationship, and there was no discounting the desire that could foment between them. Old crushes died hard, especially when the guy resurrected them with such insistence and passion. Confusion rustled inside her again. "Hey, I better go grab my camera." Nick squeezed Tatum's arm. "I can't believe I left it on the dock. I don't want to lose a single shot I took of you on the day you told me you were in love with me." He dashed away. Dawson turned toward Tatum. His jaw dropped open like a fish's. Instantly, Tatum flew to contradict the statement. I didn't say that I was in love with, but how could she? It wouldn't do either of them any good at this point. So, it was this Nix guy all along, Dawson said. Horror saturated Tatum's chest, gripping her with a chill. Did Dawson seriously believe Tatum had lied about her affection for Nix? No. She'd never hurt Dawson with a lie. She dropped her jaw to speak, willing her vocal cords to put up the impassioned argument, I swear, it's our first official date, and I was coerced. Or something like, please, I'm not the type that kisses one guy while lying to another. Or she could insist she was just as shocked by Nix's statement as Dawson was. But none of those protests would serve the greater purpose of making sure Dawson could secure a marriage to someone else, someone not in his employ, within the short amount of time he needed to do so before that jerk's attempt to take over Rafferty Insights at the shareholders' meeting and sink it as a business altogether. Too many actual lives were at stake. Literally, those lives and their healthy future muzzled Tatum. Nick sauntered back, a satisfied, lazy grin on his face. There's my girl. You have a sharp boss, Tatum. I looked up his company's business, and he's no dummy, what with all the tech advances they've made. He slid an arm around her waist, pulling her close to his muscled side. Plus, I have conclusive proof that he's a genius. He hired you. He looked down at Tatum with eyes of admiration and what looked like might even be love. Tatum had hardly imagined, even in the last few hours, that there could be a shred of sincerity in Nix throughout all this. In fact, she'd kind of pictured him as still playing heart games with her, and she'd responded accordingly, with the emotional brush-off such a player deserved. But now, in his eyes, she saw a realness, a depth of feeling that she couldn't have fathomed would exist. Not in Nix, not for her, and yet there it lay, as plain as red on a rose. Nix Whitman might actually be in love with me. The thought made her gasp silently, not just because the impossible had materialized, but also because now so much more was on the line. Someone's actual, sincere feelings. The last thing in the world Tatum would dream of doing would be to hurt anyone, especially a lifelong friend like Nix. Up jogged Lark, a beautifully wrapped gift in her hand. Bells of doom tolled. Go ahead, open it. She placed the large rectangular package in Dawson's hands. I got it, especially for you, since Tatum told me you like maps. It took me a long time to find it. Lark shot a sharp glance of warning at Nix, her eyes narrowing and her jaw setting. But it had you written all over it, so I didn't resist. Was there a good reason to correct the fib? No, especially when Tatum had been the one who'd put her up to it. That didn't mean silent screams weren't erupting at the back of her chest. Dawson busied himself with tearing at the wrapping paper. When he didn't know what to do with the wad of trash, Tatum took it off his hands. Force of habit, being there for all his immediate physical needs. What can it be? Tatum said, trying not to sound insincere. Oh my. Dawson filled in the blank with a word expressing his utter shock. I can't believe you found this. How did you know it was exactly what I'd wanted? He didn't finish his words. He just carefully set down the beautifully framed map of old California, the one from 1550 showing California as an island disconnected from the continent. I love it. Dawson took Lark in a strong embrace and kissed her with a passion Tatum had only seen once before in her life, the passion he'd bestowed on Tatum herself. Chapter 21. Dawson. In a million years, Dawson would never have expected to meet a girl as instantly insightful and incisive as Lark Whitman. It was like she saw into his very soul and read it like it was a magazine article or a blog post. The map alone. She just got him, and over the past couple of days, she'd proved it more and more. This alone time would be the clincher. He was going to see this weekend whether he could trust her with everything, and he'd pressed for things to get official. He didn't have the luxury of a long courtship or engagement. Shareholders and corporate pressures denied him that. I think we take the 2:10 turnoff just after the sign for San Bernardino National Forest. the beauty snuggled up beside him on the bench seat of his truck, which he'd opted for instead of his Jeep when she'd said she liked to sit next to her man on a drive. What fool would pass up that opportunity? All the supple curves, the beautiful straight teeth, the encyclopedic knowledge of things he'd never noticed existed before, like striped shore crabs. Lark Whitman was a gift. Tatum was a genius for finding her. And better yet, she and Tatum had been best friends for a long time. That meant in the biggest way ever, Tatum had vetted her and deemed her of value. Dawson could trust that. Even if she had a brother, he would have to grit his teeth to endure every time they met up, because that brother had his hooks into and paws all over Tatum Carlyle. Eventually Dawson would get over that. He'd have to. They took the winding road that led to Big Bear Lake and its recreation area. He'd been up here to ski a few years ago, and a couple of times in the summer on some Jeep trails, but work hadn't let him vacation much. Maybe a life with Lark would be less stressful. She'd make him take time off and enjoy life a little more. Not that he didn't enjoy life. Rafferty Insights was a good life, an excellent one, filled with meaning and purpose. He'd just given every iota of his attention to it until earlier this month, when Tatum had become his all-in-all scheduler, his surfing coach, his tennis partner, and his social calendar wizard. Your confidant, bozo. He swept that accusation from his mind, telling himself he'd been professionally wise to trust her. Because Tatum was brilliant, she'd sent him Lark. As soon as they came to a stop at the Whitman cabin, Dawson would have to message Tatum and relay his thanks. Maybe even offer her an additional financial bonus for making him such a great match. So, let's talk big things. Future plans, marriage, family. Lark took the reins of the conversation, and she steered it into territory that would normally terrify any guy who just met a girl earlier this week. However, in this case, he welcomed the veering into future talk, especially considering the circumstances. I know, it's kind of forward. It's fine, actually. Dawson geared down as they came to a dip in the road, careful to stay away from the sheer drop-off into the pines littering the side of the Rocky Mountain terrain. I don't mind at all. Oh, good. Because I feel like in this day and age, it's better to get these questions out of the way fast, so that neither of us is wasting our own time or the other person's. I like your direct approach. It wasn't the only aspect of her direct approach he liked. Lark had her right hand on his thigh, resting it there, its warmth soaking through the fabric of his jeans into his skin beneath. With her left hand, she was toying with the curls at the nape of his neck. It was sending alternating currents of chills and heat through him. Lark had it going on. You're a constant series of surprises. Good ones, I hope. She laughed, and it wasn't quite like the feeling he got from Tatum's laugh, but it still made him feel good. He could do this. He could do this. He could trade the ideal woman for her best friend and get pretty much everything on his list. It was going to be fine. It was going to work out. Like what surprises? Like the fact that for a marine biologist, you don't mind eating seafood. They'd been to dinner last night together, along with Tatum and Nix, who wouldn't keep his hands off Tatum. The sight had made Dawson temporarily lose his appetite, but he got it back when Tatum rebuffed Nix and reminded him that they were in a public place. Tatum had nerve. I guess I would picture a marine biologist as having qualms about it. I'm too hungry for qualms. Plus, who doesn't love clams? Have you ever eaten them baked in the sand before? Oh, right. You were at the clam bake? That's where I first met you officially. I'll have to imprint that moment on my memory. The first time I laid eyes on Dawson Rafferty in the flesh. She emitted a long, sensual sigh, one that sent Dawson's stomach to the ceiling of the truck and back. Lark definitely had a physical effect on him. Look, here's our turnoff. It's the 5th cabin on the right. Rustic, but it holds a lot of memories. Dawson wheeled his truck over a rock-strewn dirt road that led to the Whitman family cabin. What do you say we make some more? Chapter 22. Tatum. It wasn't that her date with Nix to the Huntington Beach Central Park Equestrian Center was going badly. The horseback ride through the massive 400-acre park was gorgeous, with its trails stretching from beach to hillsides and everything in between. The breeze through Tatum's hair, the strength of the horse beneath her, the constant entertainment of Nix's hilarious conversation all combined to make her laugh and smile. Nothing about it was a bad time. And so then I told Maury that if we were going to start a band, he was going to have to sing lead since I can't carry a tune in a fishbowl. Nix croaked out a few notes of shot through the heart for demonstration. And that was only a yelling song, not a singing song. He was as awful as reported. But Maury was like, "Dude, we can't have me sing. I'm like a bad version of that one guy on YouTube who does workout videos for old ladies and wears short shorts and styles his hair like he's Donna Summer." And I was like, "Dude, we can't start a band." Nix had a million stories like this, and he kept Tatum laughing for the entire 2-hour horseback ride. Next, he let her beat him at disc golf, even though she was terrible. He gave solicitous, hands-on instruction, helping her throw her frisbee straighter, during which he nuzzled her neck and complimented her on her shampoo choice. "You use Glister shampoo, don't you?" He correctly guessed the brand. "What do you do? Stand around the grocery store sniffing all the shampoo bottles?" I cannot confirm or deny. Nix then helped her throw her disc closer than she'd ever gotten it to the medal and chain goal in the past. "You're getting pretty good under my tutelage." Tutelage. Nix's vocabulary cracked her up. He wasn't so bad, actually, for a guy who'd shamed her at a Christmas party. "Nix, you keep talking about a future." Tatum sat down beside him at the picnic table in front of Kathy May's Lakeside Cafe, where he brought her a smothered hot dog and a fresh lemonade. "Yum, thanks." She took a big bite. It reminded her of the first time she'd eaten a meal with Dawson, the guacamole dogs, at the bonfire. It was an experience he'd be sharing with Lark from now on. She'd be the one reaching up to wipe the blob of avocado from the side of his mouth. The mouth he kissed with. Tatum shoved away unproductive thoughts. She was here, with Nix, and like she'd told herself earlier, it wasn't that her date with him was going badly. It was just that she kept being reminded over and over how wrong of her it was to be on it with him if he was feeling more sincerity than she felt yet. She couldn't hurt him, which was why she had to forge on and finish her question to him. She needed to excavate and find out just how deep his affections ran, which would tell her what her next required move should be. "What exactly does your vision of a future entail?" she asked. "Future?" Nix asked. "It's with you. It's you and me surfing all the days away. You're a crack surfer, and you look hotter than hot in that blue bikini top of yours." Oh, so it involved Nix's ogling her all day long. Her little balloon of hope that he might be sincere started to leak air with that icky hissing squeal combo. "So, a future of waves and sand and sun. That's right." Nix shoved his plate aside. "And this too, but more of it." He grabbed Tatum and pulled her to him, planting an impassioned kiss on her mouth. Then he pecked her cheek, her forehead, her temple, her eyelids. He was just moving down to the spot beneath her earlobe when she stopped him. "I get the idea. It's a super great future, don't you think? I'll be working and you can stay home and keep the bed warm for us." "Wait, I'm still planning on working, though. I have a pretty good job." "For that lunatic," Nix chortled. "Did you see the way he was looking at you last night at dinner? It was like you were the piece of cornbread on his plate slathered in butter and honey, not his professional colleague. No way would I let a woman of mine sit daily in the view of those wolfish eyes. I mean, I get it. I get that. He wants you because I feel exactly the same way, and it's great to be the man of the woman every guy wants, but he's got Lark, so he better keep his hands off you. Besides, I make enough money to support you, and I've got real estate investments up to here." Right. In Tatum's pocket, her phone buzzed. She pulled it out and looked at the text. It was from Dawson. "Just got to the cabin. It's a great view. You'd like it. You'll have to get that Nix washout to bring you up here sometime. You're a genius, by the way. Lark is perfect." There was a pause, and then another text came in, meant to delete the word washout in that text above. "Sorry." Tatum stared at the words, not sure what to make of them. They contained a mixture of needle pricks and satin compliments. He called her brilliant, which she soaked up like a thirsty sponge, but he also said Lark was perfect, which scraped across her soul like a cheese grater. It left her limp and aching, and as sorry as she'd ever been for anything in her life. She'd lost him. That was the upshot. The phone rang, a video call. "Who's that from?" Nix looked up from the last of his lunch. "Not the wolf." "You shouldn't answer. He's just going to stare at you with lascivious eyes. I'm telling you, you're not safe." "Not safe. Huh. He's my boss. I don't ignore his calls." She edged away from Nix and answered, "Tatum, I decided I couldn't wait for that Nix guy to show you the view. I had to show it to you myself." "Into Tatum's ear," Nix hissed. "See, he's supposedly with Lark, but you've invaded his soul. You'd better cut ties or he'll never get over you." Cut ties. The thought occurred to her that maybe Nix was right. Her working for Dawson after he'd married Lark wouldn't be a good idea. "I'm telling you, as long as you're still available, he won't get 100% focused on Lark. You don't want him dividing his interests, do you?" No, she didn't. It wasn't fair to him, to Lark, or to herself. Her eyebrows creased together. Maybe Nix was right. Maybe she needed to get herself off the market quickly because both Nix and Lark had mentioned Dawson's lingering interest in Tatum. She couldn't have him giving up everything. Rafferty insights, helping the world, all of it. Just because she kissed him pretty well in a nighttime garden. He needed to forget about her. She needed to do something to guarantee that. "Do you like that view?" he asked again. "Awesome, right?" "Nice view. Very pretty." Tatum mustered a compliment, which took effort even though the scene he was showing her on his phone was really spectacular, with its skyscraping pines and the crystal blue of Big Bear Lake in the distance. "Thanks. Where's Lark?" "Oh, she's just getting things arranged in the cabin. We just got here. I'm serious about your being a genius. I couldn't be here without you." "But you are there without me." Tatum blurted it before she realized that he'd meant in some kind of emotional place, not at Big Bear proper. He meant arriving at the point of finding someone to propose to. "I mean, you should enjoy it," she backtracked, embarrassment flooding her. "I mean, it's really pretty. Thank you for showing me. And I have to say, the thing that put me right over the top with her was that map of California. Wow. It was like she was clairvoyant about the one single gift that could push me into falling in love with her." "Love?" The word crashed against Tatum's ears. Exactly as predicted, the gift Tatum had chosen for Dawson had done exactly what she'd planned. Instantly effective. Love was suddenly a 4-letter word. She switched off the video feed, knowing that her eyes were welling with hot tears she couldn't allow Dawson to see. "So you're going to propose?" "I don't really have the luxury of waiting around, do I?" No, he didn't, and Tatum knew it. She'd been 100% successful in her quest to find him a match, the perfect woman to fit all his needs. Lark Whitman, one of the best people Tatum knew, would now be the wife of the best man Tatum had ever known, or would ever know. It was over. All of it. Success. The word plunked like a coin dropped in a 1,000-foot-deep well. "Hey, dude." Nix came over and seized the phone. "What's the deal? The video's off." He fiddled with it, turning the video feed back on. Tatum swiped at her eyes. "I heard the word propose. Go, man. I give you my blessing as Lark's older brother. In fact, elope. Make it all official. No sense waiting around on stuff. I know Lark's into that. She's always so logical. She wouldn't even call it impulsive. She'd call it practical. Thanks." Dawson looked happy mostly. Then his eyes met Tatum's, and he must have seen the distress on her face because a look of concern crossed his brow. But before he could speak, Nix was talking again. Nix was always talking. "I like your decisiveness, Rafferty. In fact, I'm going to humble myself and admit I'm your copycat." "Copycat?" Dawson repeated, a wince of distress following it. "What do you mean?" "I mean, I'm taking this girlie here on a cruise to Ensenada. She needs a vacation at least as much as her boss for now does. We'll be 2-day cruising down to Mexico, getting tan and stuff. And we'll see you guys when you get back. At that point, I expect both our girls will have wedding rings, not just engagement rings, decorating their left hands. I do like your speed and decisiveness, Rafferty. Copycatting you is a pleasure, an absolute pleasure. An absolute pleasure. There it was, the solution she'd been reaching for but hadn't wanted to grasp. Now she knew she had no choice but to accept Nix's offer and get herself completely off the possibilities list. Unless she did this, she was a potential spanner in the cogs in the machine. She'd seen how Dawson looked at her, noted how he needed her approval on everything, relied on her judgment, cared about her opinion. It had to stop, and she had to make it. "Yep, Mexico is calling to us," she said, with only slightly less enthusiasm than Nix had shown. But then she let him kiss her, and she shut her eyes to any reaction Dawson might have shown on the video call. Long live Ensenada, getting hitched. When the video feed switched off, so did all the remaining light in Tatum's soul. Chapter 23, Dawson. Ensenada? Right now? This weekend? Dawson gulped for air. He hadn't expected that sudden turn of events, although maybe he should have. Lark had mentioned a slow-burning romance between Tatum and Nix that had lasted for years. When those ignited at last, they could heat up like a match to a gasoline-soaked rag. Kind of like the slow-burning relationship between Dawson and Tatum had sparked into a blaze bigger than the bonfire on the beach, or than one of those inland California wildfires, or so he'd thought. One of the 4 chambers of his heart had been excised during that phone call, and he was operating on reduced power. Over the past few weeks, Tatum had become almost like an additional limb, and that was enough anatomical analogies, but dang. He missed her like oxygen, and now she was out of reach, probably forever. Logic. He needed more logic. There was one remaining available chance to save Rafferty, and Tatum had given it to him. Eventually Lark will forgive me for the fact she initially holds second place in my feelings, right? Eventually she'd get there, to first place. He'd make it so. He shoved his phone back in his pocket, shoved thoughts of red, white, and green Mexican flags flying over a wedding ceremony from his mind, and told himself to get to work. Later that evening, they ate a delicious dinner. Dawson hadn't expected Lark could cook something that amazing with just food from cans and boxes in a cabin. "You're quite gifted in the kitchen." "I'm probably gifted in all the rooms of the house, Dawson." Was she hitting on him? Probably. Women did it all the time, or so Andy said. Dawson rarely noticed, so this had to be pretty blatant. "Why don't you tell me more about yourself?" "You mean you need to get to know a woman before you know her in the biblical sense?" "That's refreshing." As a recent divorce, he didn't have a response for that. He'd only kissed one woman since his split with his ex-wife. That woman was Tatum. "Well, Nix and I grew up in this area of Southern California." "I haven't really left," Lark said. So, she was a hometown girl. That was a big tally mark in her favor. What about college? "Well, yeah. Other than going down to LA for school at USC, that's where Nix and Tatum and I became super close." Just when Dawson had stopped chanting her name in his head, Tatum resurfaced. "Somehow, I got the idea you'd known each other longer." "Oh, yeah. Well, she showed up on our block in the summers to visit her grandmother. We bonded as kids, then more as students. She grew up all over the world, but you were her home." "I thought we were talking about me here, not Tatum. I mean, I know you've had a thing for her. It's as plain as the nose on your face, man." Dawson lifted a hand and touched his nose. "Plain, right?" "Tatum is my employee." He tugged at his collar. Not even the bosses at Rafferty Insights are allowed fraternize with other employees. It's a hard and fast rule. "Right." Lark put the last plate in the dishwasher and closed it, and that's because studies show non-fraternization guidelines make for a successful and non-dramatic work environment. "That's really logical." Lark scooted closer to him. Lark did that thing with her voice and her lower lip that made something behind his chest flutter. She'd done it last night, and he felt powerless against it. It almost made him unable to hear the content of her speech as he focused on her straight teeth. I like a man who relies on logic. It's key to getting the best results. Gut feelings are a good complement to that too, though. Following his gut had become Dawson's thing again lately. It felt good. Instinct is vital in business dealings. Instinct is risky. In business dealings, I mean. She slid closer to him and ran a finger under his shirt collar. Instinct has its place, of course, but not in the boardroom or the laboratory. Lark leaned toward him and left a rush of hot breath on his neck. I mean, in a lot of places, instinct is vital. Her drift was obvious, but he wasn't quite ready to catch it. Instinct had been the key to his research discovery in college, which later became Veal Fort's fortune-making company Dexter. Instinct was how he'd first hit on the nanotech that created Rafferty Insight's core products. Instinct was what he'd lacked for the past 2 years, ever since Gwen and her roving eye had blown Dawson's world to smithereens. But he'd been feeling glimmers of it lately, and an idea brewing at the back of his mind the other day was starting to take root. He'd been able to feel it until a couple of days ago. Now it had blurred again. Success has required a healthy mix of both for me. Logic plus instinct. And don't forget working like a soul on fire. Now that I understand, she exhaled but didn't retreat at all from her proximity to his neck. Do you know how hard it is to prove yourself in the scientific field as a woman? She hung on the word woman. How have you done it? Because I saw you in action at Bolsa Chicago. Very impressive. Let's not talk about work, she said. That was fair. Work wasn't as invigorating to everyone as it was to Dawson most of the time. Okay, then. What do you do in your spare time? Hang out on the beach with friends, as you saw, for one. She drew a slow circle along the back of his neck, resting her head on his shoulder now. Did you have fun at the beach the other night? You look good at a bonfire. Why haven't you come out before? Work, I guess. And no one had invited him to the beach. Not until Tatum. She'd reintroduced him to a lot of things. Tennis, surfing, French silk pie, music, kissing. He cleared his throat in an attempt to clear his mind. You know what they say about all work and no play. My life is anything but dull, at least lately. I'll be perfectly honest, I've got more excitement in my corporate life right now than I ever wanted to face. Which is why I'm probably moving a little too fast with you by coming out to Big Bear after only a couple of dates. You! Moving fast! She pressed her lips to his jawline. It felt nice, no denying it. Vanilla and strawberries floated from her lips. Of course! What kind of ice cream do you like? Where did that come from? She slid closer to him. You're thinking about cooling things down, or sweetening them up. The latter, I hope. She really did have a skill. Dawson drew in a cooling breath. Just getting to know you. She draped her arm across his chest and nestled closer. She had a fluid quality his chemistry found hard to resist. Tell me about you instead. She pressed a kiss to his neck. I'll just listen. Oh, okay. He might have a hard time forming a coherent sentence, but okay. I study a lot. I like researching things to exhaustion. Oh, she sounded vaguely interested. Dawson was starting to lose interest in the conversation as well. Like what? Mostly metabolic processes in human anatomy. But I branch out. I am fascinated with human anatomy. She scooted nearer, any closer, and she'd be on his lap. Why did he feel so disloyal about this fact? Tatum had given Lark to him. Tatum was probably in Nix Whitman's lap in Mexico by now. When I need a break from that, I study a lot of antiques. Strawberries. He could almost taste them. They were sweet, not as sweet. Not as sweet as chocolate peanut butter, but still delicious. Very delicious. Of course you knew that, or you wouldn't have given me the map. Dawson's brain boarded an international flight, one where they served strawberry vanilla ice cream exclusively in first class, where his seat reclined and someone brought him hot washcloths and offered him foot massages and other thing. The map? She pressed her lips to his cheek, his temple. His earlobe? She said something, but he hadn't heard. He was busy buckling his seatbelt and checking out the travel magazines. Maybe it wasn't international. Maybe it was their trip to Vegas. That particular map, as you know, is a 1550 rendering of California. The cartographer was Portuguese, and other than the California is an island like Greenland factor, he's very close in his rendering. He was being a geek face about this topic. Luckily, she was into old maps, too. It's a good map. Lark nudged his cheek with her nose, forcing him to turn his lips toward her mouth. How would those strawberries taste? I wish I'd been the one to find it. Honestly, I can't believe you found it and that you would think to give it to me as a gift. He played with her hair. It was silky. I can't believe I met you. You're something unique. It's like you know me inside and out without anyone telling you. Lark coughed, pulling away. Well, it's a good map. A switch made a loud click in his brain, and the tape rewound, then replayed her statement that she hadn't gotten him the map. You didn't buy the map? No, Dawson? I didn't. She started tracing a figure 8 on his wrist. Or maybe it was an infinity symbol. Does it matter? Maybe not. I mean, yes, a lot. It was a huge percentage of the reason I'm here with Lark right now. Regardless, though, here I am, with Lark. Lark was here, and apparently already in the mode of making things happen quickly, even if they were only physical things for now. The idea of rushing someone had never sat well. Relationships blossomed at their own rate. Forcing them to bloom too soon could kill them, or at least destroy their beauty. At least Lark didn't seem like she was being forced to rush her feelings. Unlike Dawson. But he'd get there. He'd have to. Because this time around divorce or even separation would never be an option. Man, this whole plan he and Andy had concocted contained enormous personal risk. However, not going through with it would result in far worse consequences in others' lives. Could he trust Lark with the shares of Rafferty? He needed to decode her, a task that would be much easier to accomplish if her hands weren't all over me. Do you have any board games around here? Board games? She pulled away like she'd been stung. Oh, all right. We have that trivia one. You know, the one you have to be a genius to win? He knew the one. But he also knew that the subtitle was Genius Edition, not Genius Edition like most people misread. I know. You're thinking it's really genius, not genius. She grinned like they'd shared an intellectual secret, which Dawson guessed they had, and then she peeled herself off his body and went to a cupboard to extract it. A half hour into the game, Lark was leading with 5 chips to his 1. It seemed she could answer questions on every topic from history to sports. Impressive. You're smoking me at this? He pointed at the stack of cards she'd answered correctly. It doesn't hurt that my parents were both university professors. Tell me about them. Oh, you don't really want to know. She moved her piece around the spokes of the game board's wheel. That's a messed up story. No, really I do. Dawson felt like this might be a necessary clue. It will help me unravel the mystery that is Lark. Well, I'm not speaking to either of my parents at the moment, so I can't really give you their status update. Mostly for family, I just count Nix and myself. Everyone else can go. She named a hot location. Someday, if they change significantly, I'll let them back into my life, but they will have to do some serious groveling for that. For a minute, Dawson blinked, processing. Wow. Those were some strong feelings. Exactly how bad could the Whitman parents' behavior have been to warrant so much venom? Did they cheat on each other? How could you tell? Infidelity. It injured bone deep. Gwen hadn't spared him a millimeter with the cut of her sword. A well of empathy swelled inside him for Lark. Tell me about that. He needed to connect with her on that deeper level in order for this relationship to progress to the level he needed it to be at for the next step in this progression. He needed to find out where her values lay. Their connection couldn't just be based on chemical attraction and a mutual love for maps. Except that she hadn't bought him the map. My mom and dad split up after they couldn't forgive each other. I can't forgive them for not forgiving each other. End of story. What do you mean you can't forgive? It was like she hadn't heard his question. Nix talks to both of them, but I've made up my mind. I'm never giving their bad behavior a pass. Cheating is bad behavior, he said. Totally destructive. It's one thing to follow your heart, or to do what pragmatic things are required to advance a career in a field like mine. It's another thing to mess up your own family. Her face took on a hard set. I'm not sure I believe in forgiveness. It seems so weak, you know. I prefer being strong. A slow, dark, sticky dew settled on Dawson's soul like sour, black molasses. He knew all about the negative consequences of bad behavior. He'd lived it, but he hadn't sworn to never forgive. Not Gwen or Villefort, not anyone. That seemed like giving free rent to a soul-eating virus. Do you seriously mean that? That you never intend to forgive? Absolutely. It's the only power I have over them. But that was such backward thinking. By not forgiving, a person allowed the offender to continuously have power over feelings and thoughts. Forgiveness wasn't the weak choice. It was the strong one. He sat back, and all the time, since his detonated marriage to Gwen, he'd never once considered that he'd never forgive her. He'd been hurt and angry, all the stages of the grief cycle in mourning the death of their relationship, but he always believed in an eventual catharsis. If only so he'd be free of that tyranny. He'd always known at some point he'd heal and forgive, that he'd become the better, more experienced version of himself, that he'd rise from the ashes cleansed. A pirate. Sure, he'd had to bide his time through parts of that grief, just holding on to a hope of healing. But through it all, he'd always known the forgiveness would come. Then it finally had, a couple of months ago, about the time the spring buds hit the trees and the surf warmed up enough to try out his boogie board, and to learn to surf with Tatum. He brushed off the unproductive memory. She was surfing in Ensenada now with Nix Whitman as Mrs. Nix Whitman. Do you want a drink of water? He asked, getting to his feet and heading toward the kitchen. The altitude is making me thirsty. Dawson needed to sort this out mentally. A total refusal to believe in forgiveness might be a problem. More than anything, he wished he could discuss it with a trusted friend, someone who understood the stakes and the incredible pressure he was under to save Rafferty insights from the ravages of Eddie Villefort, who would stop at nothing to gut the company and leave thousands of people without the healthcare device that could save their lives. I need to call Tatum, he thought, which was ridiculous. How could he call the woman he actually felt strong emotions for, but couldn't have, in order to discuss his concerns about the woman he had giant qualms about, but whom he needed in order to save Rafferty? He couldn't. So he spun out an imaginary conversation with her. She would of course tell him that he was misreading Lark right now, and to be patient with her. People healed at different rates. Tatum and Lark were best friends, and that Lark had weaknesses but was good at heart. Also, if Tatum was willing to hitch herself to the girl's brother, to weld her own future to this mess of a family, then Dawson could trust her judgment that this wasn't as big of a terror as it appeared on its surface. Lark said Nix was talking to the family, though. He'd forgiven, he thought. Oh, come on. Tatum wouldn't set him up with someone terrible. She cared about him too much. She does care about me. I know it. A primal groan threatened to climb his throat. He'd known it all along. And he'd known for much too long now that he cared for her feelings as well. But it was too late now. Much, much too late. There was no more time to select another woman to date. The shareholders' meeting was just days away. He'd need time to marry, to arrange for her to buy the shares, to purchase them, and to convince her the gravity of the situation, all before Wednesday at noon. This was Saturday evening. There were 0 minutes left for dithering. He needed to be on one knee, proffering a ring, and then on the phone lining up a chartered flight to the Little Chapel of Love on the Las Vegas Strip by no later than tomorrow afternoon. After filling the water glasses at the sink, Dawson sent a text to Tatum. Book us a flight to Vegas at noon tomorrow, please. He took the 2 glasses of water back into the living room and handed one to Lark. She took it, caressing the rim across her lower lip. Yum, she said. Water in the mountains tastes so good. He drew another card from the games box and asked her the question. She answered it correctly. You win, he said, putting the last chip into Lark's game piece. I do. I like winning. What do I win? This was it. The moment. If you promise me you'll change your tune about forgiveness when it comes to mistakes I may make in the future, I'd like to ask you something. Me? Lark sat up from where she'd stretched out with her feet on the coffee table. Oh, you're a different story. You'd never cheat on a wife. No, he absolutely wouldn't. But I'll make other mistakes. I'd try to overlook them. Good. Well, sort of. Mostly. It wasn't any kind of promise or change of tune. However, the clock on the fireplace mantel ticked a deafening countdown. Lark Whitman. He dropped to one knee, jamming it against the wood floor of the cabin with a painful thud. Would you be willing to accept my hand? Your hand? She looked down at him on the one knee, then back up at him. You mean? She let out a little gasp. I need a wife, Lark. I'd like you to be mine. Chapter 24, Tatum. The text from Dawson blinked against Tatum's eyes. Acidic, frightening. Book Lark and me a flight to Las Vegas. Well, good. Dawson and Lark, making it official, and just in time for the shareholders' meeting on Wednesday. Success, triumph, Tatum Carlyle. This was what she had wanted and worked for, right? So why did she want to rip all her fingernails out? Hey, my darling. Everything all right? Nix weaved his car through traffic toward the port of Los Angeles, where their cruise ship awaited. The tickets lay on the dash, creating a glare against the windshield, but Nix didn't seem to care. Tickets to Ensenada. Tickets to Ensenada. 2 berths to Nix's disappointment, at least on the way out. He only booked one, a suite, for the return trip when she'd legally be Mrs. Nix Whitman. Or would she? The marriage laws in Mexico might not even require a marriage license, so would it be a legal union? She needed to look that up, and quick. Maybe even before she booked that flight for Lark and Dawson. You look upset. No. Things are fine. I think your sister is going to marry Dawson Rafferty in Las Vegas. Maybe tomorrow. Hot dog. I like the guy. Another long string of palm trees sped past Tatum's window, and she didn't pick up her phone to book the flight. Denial wasn't just a state of mind. It was a state of being. Nix drove as Tatum sped along toward where the world ended and the vast ocean of her future loomed. Lark's lucky. Dawson is. A cheese grater scraped the inside of her lungs when she spoke. No, I'm the lucky one. Nix reached over and put his hand on Tatum's knee and squeezed. Lucky you didn't kick me to the curb for taking so long to wake up and realize how perfect we are for each other, You actually think so? I know so. He ran a hand through his surfer god hair. Like remember in college? I remember in college. How he'd kissed her then run off with the older girl. I'm not sure you should bring it up right now, though. Yeah, I need to. Traffic snarled, and Nix brought the car to an idle. He turned and looked right at her. He had these great eyes, and he gave her that old familiar look that always made her feel like she'd traded her insides for cherry jello. I was an idiot. You were right in front of me, kind and smart and funny and perfect, and I let you get away. That's not how I remember it. More like he shoved her away by being a jerk. Suffice it to say, I was a fool for not treating you like the goddess you are. Goddess, huh? Goddess was a good place to start. Maybe there were a lot worse things than becoming the wife of Nix Whitman. I know you've still got a lot going on in there. He waved his hand in a circle toward her chest area, probably meaning her heart. And you doubtless think I'm rushing you, considering how you obviously felt about someone else lately. He could see that. That's over. It had better be, since you're foisting him on my sister. Nix had to drive again, but they made slow progress past the first fender bender. Another one, awaited a few hundred yards down the freeway. You'll get over him, I'll make sure of that. Until then, you should know silver is my favorite metal. As in, instead of gold? Yep, the chumps on the top tier of the Olympics stand have that yellowy metal around their necks and it looks lame. Silver is where it's at. Was he telling her what material to select for his wedding band? Or was he implying he wouldn't care that he held second place in her heart? Nix. Look, I've got time to jump to the top level. It won't be a problem once you've spent some time in my arms. The sultry look in his eye didn't say arms. It said something a lot more horizontal. Nix. The traffic opened up, and they were speeding along again, toward the waiting cruise ship, toward her future as Tatum Whitman, wife of Nix, sister-in-law of Lark and of Dawson. Oh, the cozy family reunions that loomed. She squeezed her eyes shut as tightly as possible. Dawson's face danced behind her eyelids. What are you going to wear for the ceremony? You packed a dress, right? I called your grandma to get the number for your older brother so I could ask her permission to marry you. When I asked, you called Grandma Mills and my brother. Tatum hadn't talked to her brother in too long. Sure. That's how it's done, right? He winked. Zach remembered me. Said you always had a thing for me, so he was glad you were finally finding your bliss. And trust me, there will be bliss. Oh dear, reality was hitting, like the crack of a baseball against a wooden bat. I brought a dress, the one with the napkin skirt, Dawson's favorite, the one she'd worn when she kissed him, when she'd felt like the prettiest girl alive in its long, unevenly hemmed folds. One I borrowed from Amy. It's blue, not white. Is that okay? How sick did it now make her seem that she'd brought it to have some vestigial connection to Dawson while she married Nix. She was a terrible person. Something borrowed, something blue. That's what they say, right? They did say that, whoever they were. People who weren't black-hearted fakers like she was. Makes this a traditional nuptial after all. Nix pressed her knee between downshifts in his very nice sports car. Dawson drives an old truck, she thought. She stared down at the text again. She had to set up that flight, now. Tatum logged onto the travel website for private executive chartered flights. Meanwhile, Lark scored too, like you said. I mean billionaire. Dude, score. Score was right. 1 point for his 10-figure bank account. For sure. But also 1 point for Dawson's logical but creative mind. Another for his good looks. But they took a back seat to his sense of humor and his down-to-earth love of guacamole hot dogs from food vendor trucks on the beach. How to score his humility, though. Multiple points for that, for sure. He'd humbly allowed her to steer him through the perilous world of the dating process without complaint, even when she'd thrown him women who barely scratched the surface of being a good match for him, like Ophelia Satchel. When she'd dreamed of him from her perch as his assistant, her crush was based on his externally apparent qualities, like his attention to his employees' needs at work. He cared about their emotional safety enough to set rules to protect it, including the very rule that she'd broken by allowing herself to fall headlong into love with Dawson Rafferty. Now, he wasn't just her boss or her crush anymore. He'd become her best friend, and she could never be around him on a daily basis again if all this went down. As predicted, professional success equated to personal failure. But us, we're going to show them. Despite all their money and power, we're going to be the epitome of happiness. We'll surf and shop and laugh every day. You'll be my little wife, and I'll keep you in the crook of my arm every night. We'll be bliss incarnate. Bliss. He did spin a lovely tale. They came to the freeway exit for the port of Los Angeles, and Nick stepped on the gas instead of slowing down. I'll rub your feet when you're sad, and you can. He whispered something shocking. And we'll have the prettiest little babies. Babies. She liked Nick's a lot. She always had. But the father of her future children. He'd be fun, sure. He'd be a good dad. But to Tatum's kids, jutting skyward in the distance were the spiky tops of several white ships waiting for their passengers. One bore the name the Chiquita. Their ship. the one set to take Tatum off to Mexico to become Mrs. Nix Whitman. Nix, stop the car! What? What is it? I can't go to Ensenada today. Fine. I'll rebook. How's tomorrow morning? It's not going to work. But, babe. Nix wheeled out of the line of traffic and shut off the motor. You've been wanting this for years. Lark told me so, and I know I pretended not to see it all along, but it was pretty obvious. Plus, I've kissed you a lot lately. It's there between us. No denying it. Look, I know it took me too long to see it, but forgive me. Let's make up for lost time. That was the thing about time, though. Time was lost. By its very definition. No one could hold it, even for a second. It was gone. I can't go back, Nix. But that's just it, babe. It won't be back. It will be forward. We don't even have to look back, let alone move back. You can quit your job working for that guy with the lecherous eyes and just let me take care of you. I'll be the man I always should have been. The man you inspire me to be, Tatum. I'll be yours, all yours. The offer dangled like a shiny coin spinning in the air, just waiting for a pauper to reach out and snatch it. Giving in to logic and marrying Nix could solve all her problems, and it could keep Dawson on task for saving Rafferty. Heck, just telling him she was going to marry Nix had propelled him to book a flight to Vegas. Well, to ask Tatum to book it. However, the desired effect had been achieved. So why put herself and Nix through the inevitable heartbreak that would ensue when she eventually came to terms with the fact that she'd never be able to feel that way for him again? She refused to hurt him that way, or herself. I loved you for a long time, Nix. And I thank you for all your sacrifice, for your sister's behalf, and for my boss's. You are wiser than you come across sometimes, you know. What are you saying? Nix's voice was tight. Please don't say what I think you're saying. Just by proposing to me, you fixed the biggest jam I've ever been in. And you saved a lot of people's jobs. I can't explain all the reasons why right now, but you're the hero of this moment, and I'll always love you for that. If you'll love me, why can't we? Because Nix's face fell from its sunshiny confidence right into the fog of confusion and disappointment. The sincerity of his affection for her was a knife in her heart. I see. I know, and that's what I wanted. Her voice scratched against her throat. Tatum, you can't waste your whole life pining after him. You have far too much love to give. I need to make a phone call. She dialed the Rafferty Insights private jet service and booked 2 sets of tickets, one for Dawson Rafferty and Lark Whitman on the way to Vegas, one for Mr. and Mrs. Rafferty's flight home. Chapter 25. Dawson. Dawson stepped off the plane at Henderson Executive Airport into the sweltering heat of the Las Vegas morning. Lark stood at his side, twittering like a little bird about this and that. He'd silenced his phone for the duration of the flight, shutting off the possibility of a text from Tatum begging him to abort his mission, begging him to choose her instead. He wished. I just need to check my phone. Something nagged at him to check the messages, even though he'd given specific instructions for all his employees except Tatum to put themselves on autopilot and not contact him until further notice. I thought we said no phones. Lark snuggled up to him. That this next day or so was you and me time. Her ring finger sported the giant diamond he'd presented to her last night when he'd slid to a knee at the foot of the couch and asked her to make this spontaneous trip with him. She'd readily agreed to postpone their physical liaison until after marriage, saying it would be all the sweeter that way, more romantic. I'm expecting a text telling us our driver is at the curb. Meanwhile, do you want to check out the ice cream shop? Down the way sat a place that boasted a lot more than 31 flavors. Yum. Ice cream. It should be an official food group. Couldn't agree more, except that he only ever gets strawberry. Oh, brother. He had to stop telling himself that. He checked his phone. A text from Tatum flashed like a neon Vegas sign. Not going to Ensenada. The whole airport expanded and contracted around him. No Ensenada trip? Did that mean she wasn't marrying Nix? A man she didn't love and who didn't deserve her if he didn't feel how amazing she was back in college at first the brush of her mouth to his. A man who would still be Dawson's brother-in-law and he'd have to make peace with. Truth crash landed that indignant flight. Dawson shoved his phone back in his pocket. It changed nothing. "What flavor would you like?" the salesgirl asked as he stepped up beside Lark, who was already eating strawberry ice cream in a waffle cone. "Of course. Yeah, what are you having?" "Oh," Lark said, running her finger lightly over the glass case. "There are so many." She tapped her chin. "I love the fruit kinds. And the cookie flavors. Pretty much anything except chocolate peanut butter." Dawson stopped pacing the black and white tiles. "What?" "I just can't stand chocolate peanut butter." Lark made a gagging face. "I mean, I dated a guy once who ate that constantly, and I finally had to refuse to kiss him." Dawson stepped back from Lark. "I'm afraid this is going to cause a problem." Lark looked up from where she stood in front of the raspberry sorbet. "What problem? Are you saying you like chocolate peanut butter ice cream? But it's gross." "Gross? It's the one recipe I'm pretty sure was revealed by angelic inspiration to mankind. It's purely divine and not gross. If you're telling the truth, then this is going to get in the way of our love life. Because you should know I have a big bowl of chocolate peanut butter ice cream every night right before bed." "Yuck! No. Can you see the problem here?" Dawson held out both hands to her. She looked nonplussed. "Can you?" he asked the ice cream shop worker, who raised one shrugging shoulder. "So, you're saying ice cream is a very important part of home life." The teenage ice cream worker with braces responded unconvincingly. "See, even Marlena here gets it. Let's not blow this out of proportion, Dawson." Lark stepped toward him, her eyes questioning. "It's just ice cream." "Just ice cream. Come on, let's think about the future." He gestured with his hands. "What's going to happen? Forever we will have the wrong flavor of ice cream in our freezer. That's what's going to happen. Our kids are going to grow up confused about which ice cream faction is true and which is false. They'll be getting conflicting information." "Kids." Lark rested her hand to the side of her cheek. "Who said anything about kids?" "I'm sorry, but this is a deal breaker." "Wait, she didn't want kids. That might be the actual deal breaker in lieu of ice cream. Also, her vague non-commitment to forgive his future foibles. If you can't stand chocolate peanut butter ice cream, then we might not be able to go forward." Dawson stopped to take a breath as a giant red flag waved so close to his face he could suffocate. "It's another thing to do pragmatic things to advance my career." She'd been discussing her parents' infidelity at the time. She'd been flippant about being pragmatic. So had Gwen. In fact, Gwen had used that very word in one of their final fights. Lark stepped to him, rested her hand on his shoulder. "Is this really about ice cream?" "Yes. No. When Gwen cheated on him, she'd claimed it was because she had no choice. She'd needed to use all her assets to advance her career. She'd called it a practical decision, not an emotional one. Pragmatism and ethics had clashed between the two of them, like titans. Would they clash again? Between him and Lark? Was he really about to choose a logic-only driven woman? Hitch himself to a self-proclaimed realist? The old sword sent off sparks against the whetstone, sharpening to a finer and finer and finer cutting edge. "Our kids off the table, at least for the next 15 years. A crease formed between her eyebrows. "But you, of all people, understand the importance of career." Yeah, he did. I also understand the importance of fidelity. Who was the most loyal person he'd ever known? Through and through, in all aspects of life, because if it came to relationships, even Andy Fielding fell short in having a completely loyalty-integrated character. He used and disposed of women and made no apologies. One person exemplified fidelity. "I need Tatum." "Excuse us." Lark took his elbow and led him out of the ice cream shop. "I think I know what's really going on here. Hint, it has nothing to do with ice cream or kids, and everything to do with a certain best friend of mine. I get how this must look to you, but I never meant to use anyone, I swear. Who feels used? Lark sniffed. Look, Dawson Rafferty, on paper you're a catch, which is why my rational side agreed to this little Vegas quickie wedding. Besides the fact Tatum assured me the two of you could never be a thing. So, I risked it. I figured my emotions could come into play eventually. They hadn't yet. So he wasn't going to hurt this woman. So, he trailed. An apology danced on his lips, but it couldn't come out. I don't understand. Look, I'm not blind. My logical side can see you have a thing for my roommate, clearly. And she's a total goner over you. So how come you never dated her? Am I that transparent as the glass case over the ice cream flavors? She's my employee. Duh. So fire her, then date her all you want. Marry her even. What are you doing here with me, bozo? He was a bozo. Lark in her logical mind had hit the nail on the head with that epithet. I think she'd refuse to be fired, like any boss's dream employee. But Lark was right. If Tatum didn't work for him, then he could propose. In fact, he could propose immediately. She's the one I trust. There was only one instance Tatum may have lied. He needed to know because he had to trust her implicitly. Lark, tell me something? That old map of California. Obviously Tatum bought it for you. Obviously, he asked. Come on, I'd only just met you. She wanted me to impress you. I went along with it. If it impressed you, it should have impressed you about her, not me. But how? It must have been hard for her to locate. You know it. She even looked for it when she was in San Francisco last year. Dragged me to 6 different antique shops, though I didn't know why at the time. But why didn't she just give it to me? Well, with your feelings already so wrapped up in her, how else could she get you to notice me? Genius Girl knew the perfect distraction from herself. It had been. The deception had worked too well. Trust me, it was a sacrifice for her. Forgive her for the deception. She knew that the girl who gave it to you would capture your heart. Can't you see how much that cost her? She looked in San Francisco, as long ago as last year. Don't tell me you're blind to that too, Lark sighed. Truth made his soul its punching bag. Well, Lark reached up and ran a hand through her hair. Men seem to need everything spelled out for them sometimes. Memory after memory of the things Tatum had done to make his life better flashed through his mind, a speeding reel of images spinning into a movie of his life over the past couple of years since she'd become his assistant, and then his matchmaker, and then his matchmaker, and then his closest confidant. Why didn't she say anything? Lark arched a brow. And lose her job? Oh yeah. Lark rose up on tiptoe. She placed a soft kiss on his cheek. It's been fun, Dawson. Really fun. You've given me a pretty great fairy tale that I'll look back on for a long time to come. The day I almost became wife to a billionaire. But I'd never stand in the way of my best friend's happiness when it's so obviously within reach. Go to her, now. Yanking his phone from his pocket, he fired off a haphazard text to Andy, asking for Rafferty Insight's termination paperwork to be drawn up. Pronto. Thanks, Lark. He leaned in and pressed a kiss to her pretty forehead. I'll always appreciate you. I hope you find someone who can match and challenge that mind of yours. He handed her his Black American Express card and told her to go ahead and stay at their hotel suite, do some shopping, and enjoy the week, and she smiled. Thanks. She shooed him off. Now go. Back at the private jet gate, Dawson fielded a phone call from Andy. Dawson, man, don't you know? Know what? He hailed the pilot who'd flown him and Lark to the private airstrip, who was drinking a coffee at the cafe. That if I fire Tatum, she's not an employee, and I can marry her and quit all this useless dating. She's amazing, you know. Other than me, and possibly you, she believes in Rafferty Insights more than anyone else on Earth. And I have my doubts about you. She's also really great at pretty much everything else in the world, so don't try to talk me out of this. My mind is fully made up. In the few minutes since Lark had suggested it, Dawson's mind had gone from iffy to solid, to immovable to the Rock of Gibraltar, steadfast and eternal. He motioned to the pilot who'd brought him here. The guy drained his coffee cup and gave a thumbs up. They both headed back toward the jet. Dude, I'm not going to try to talk you out of it. I'm calling to tell you that she's already not an employee. You mean you already did the deed? Excellent. You are a clairvoyant man. I'm doubling your salary. Well, thanks, but that's not what I meant. Then what? Dawson climbed the rolling stairs to the plane's cabin. Heading home had never sounded so good in all his life. Tatum would be there. She'd be in his arms by nightfall. He couldn't wait to give her the great news. Explain? Well, think about it. A multi-billion-dollar corporation can't exactly have a matchmaker on its books. When I drew up the contract for hiring Tatum Carlyle as your assistant and outlined her duties, I took her off the Rafferty Insights books, and the contract was for her to be your personal employee instead. You knew that. I mean, seriously. The auditors would have a heyday with that expenditure. It would make headlines Rafferty wouldn't want to make. Oh, right. Of course. In his haste to get things taken care of quickly, Dawson had simply trusted his lawyer and not looked at Tatum's current contract. So, you're saying I could have been dating her all this time? He spluttered. You're saying I went through all this fake rigmarole for nothing? Unless you counted your personal policy. To blazes with his personal policy. If she wasn't a Rafferty employee, he was free. Can you set up a meeting between Tatum and me for later on? Shoot me the details when you have them. I'll be there as soon as possible. He looked down at his phone again, scrolling back to his last text from Tatum. Not going to Ensenada, the text said. She wasn't going to belong to Nix. She was going to belong to Dawson, and possibly even in time for the shareholders' meeting on Wednesday. This was the best Sunday he'd had in ages, maybe ever. He was so excited he was giddy. With a schoolboy laugh, he punched a quick text to Tatum with the excellent news. You're no longer a Rafferty Insights employee. Chapter 26. Tatum. Tatum kicked at a sand mound. Her foot struck a rock inside. How could Dawson do this to her? For one, firing her in a text. Rude dog. And with an exclamation point to boot. For another, it was completely unfair. After all she'd done for him, she'd accomplished every single thing he'd asked of her, up to and including arranging a marriage flight and honeymoon suite for him and her best friend. She swam in a sea thick with jellyfish. Sting after sting. The sun set beyond the pier, orange at the horizon. Cold fell instantly, like any spring day, though today was anything but any other spring day. She was fired, alone, and jilted. The end of an era. The end of all of it. Everything she'd dreamed of and sacrificed for. Fired. Did she mention fired? The waves rolled with their usual message. The waves will be here tomorrow, no matter how bad things seem today. Huh. Foolish, naive. How could anything be the same tomorrow? Today's waves should be upside down, or purple, or sliding sideways. You're no longer a Rafferty Insights employee, the text read. A smart girl would have asked why not, but petrified organisms didn't ask why. Not even a word of thanks. Dawson Rafferty had never once struck her as the ungrateful type, but run off with her roommate, then fire her. She stomped the sand. Did she get no consolation prize if she couldn't have thanks? What about her due based on the contract? Wasn't there going to be a cash bonus? If ever an employee had earned a promised reward for loyalty, it was Tatum. Hurt squeezed out her eyes and ran in hot trails down her face. She swiped at them, getting sand on her cheeks, angrier that she was letting emotions take over. Dawson Rafferty would never let emotions take over. That was probably why he hadn't wanted her, why he'd opted for the nubile but logic-driven Lark Whitman instead of perky little nobody Tatum Carlyle. Tatum Carlyle. Every guy's pal, nobody's true love. She might as well print a t-shirt. Trademark it. She'd get over him. Someday. A glutton for punishment, she looked down at his text again. You're no longer a Rafferty Insights employee. A full-force boot hit her chest. He'd fired her, taken off with her roommate, and left her heartbroken and jobless. Probably homeless, too, come to think about it. Lark would be moving into the billionaire's mansion if that's what Dawson had, and Tatum wouldn't be able to work for Rafferty again, not even if they offered her a job, which they wouldn't. No way. He'd taken everything from her now. Chapter 26A. Dawson. Dawson found himself doing a little jig on the seat of his motorbike, unable to keep his feet or torso still as he rode back from the best jewelry store in Beverly Hills, where he'd spent the morning picking out the best possible piece of jewelry for this moment. Andy had promised to have Tatum waiting for him at the diner for him at the end of the pier, and Dawson readied himself to do something more rash than he'd done in years. Get on one knee, then they could get the Tatum and Dawson show on the road. Life with her would be amazing, celestial, like shooting stars and supernovas and solar flares and the aurora borealis every day. Dawson cranked the accelerator on his bike, revving it to match the energy in his gut. Cars may have slowed on the 405 freeway, but Dawson weaved between them, going faster. As he made his way southward, he flashed lazily backward through everything he loved about Tatum. Her surf lessons, her cheesy folk tunes, her bad singing voice, her tennis serve, her gusto when eating guacamole dogs, her charity to orphans, her love of her family, her pink pouty lipstick. Maybe most of all was the fact that she knew him well enough to buy him the very map he'd been looking for. No, most was the fact that she'd sacrificed the opportunity to give it to him, just to ensure that he'd be more interested in Lark, to save his namesake company, and the jobs of people he cared about. One memory eclipsed all others, kissing in the trees. Yeah, baby. So nice to relive. Wow. For the first time since his divorce, a single memory took up all the emotional space in his mind, fully erasing every vestige of memories of Gwen, her cruelty and her selfishness. It not only crowded all those out, it neutralized their poison. Tatum's kiss was the antidote. He gripped the accelerator and angled it backward, doubling his speed and letting the wind pelt his face as he rode right on the white dotted line between slow cars. It was a reckless move, but he was a pirate growl. Suddenly, all traffic halted at a spot where the road narrowed, and he couldn't maneuver between cars. Good thing, though, because at the same moment, a vision opened up in his mind. It was the solution his subconscious mind had been grasping after, but missing for months. The way to alter the calorie scavenger bots to make them effective and safe for a much broader spectrum of patients. I think it's going to work, he thought. Then it's going to work, he shouted to every driver and car on the 405. I finally got it. Of course, Tatum had been the inspiration, whether he hollered ownership over it or not. Her influence, patience, loyalty, and love. Not only had it cured his emotional pain, it had removed his mental block. He'd better race to the lab and type in all the code before the vision vanished. Traffic opened, and he sped again. Incredible! His mind was alive. All the pieces were hooking together like a massive 10,000-piece puzzle right before his eyes. Then another thought hit him. Once he'd written this down, he'd be able to announce the breakthrough at the shareholders' meeting on Wednesday at noon. By Wednesday afternoon, he'd be announcing it to the press. When yet another vehicle jam-up halted the traffic, Dawson dialed Andy fast and fire-hosed the news at him. Sorry, but isn't that a little rash, announcing before trials are complete? Andy asked. It's been way too long since I've been rash, Dawson said. Then, who's the guy who proposed to Lark Whitman and hauled her to Vegas to the Chapel of Love after knowing her less than a week? I'm pretty sure you've cornered the market on rash lately. Dawson didn't argue against that, or explain any of the inaccuracies of Andy's words. The principle of my variation is so simple, it can't fail. It's like, if you're the Colgate toothpaste company and want to sell more toothpaste, you make the hole in the tube larger. Then people end up using more paste and having to buy it again sooner. You're not really talking about toothpaste. No, I'm talking about the calorie scavenger. If I wanted to sell less toothpaste, I'd adjust the hole smaller. For the robot, I want it to work at half power for a certain person, not full power as originally designed. Instead, we implant it based on that person's individual dietary needs. We decrease the caloric neutralization, robot by robot, and we can do it remotely, patient by patient, so they're always under medical supervision. Dawson hadn't done all the math, but based on the vision that had unfurled in his mind like a scroll, complete with diagrams, illustrations, and equations, no question he'd be able to launch the new 2.0 version soon. I'm going to roll it out by the end of the year, Andy. You're right. I'm cornering the market on rashness. Hey, I love this man. This is like the old Dawson, the one from when Rafferty Insights was a startup. It was true. Is Tatum there yet? Give the phone to her. I want to tell her all this. Andy's tone altered. I don't know if that's such a good idea. Just then, the traffic cleared instantly, like a dam breaking. I need to call you back. I'm on the freeway on my motorcycle. He shoved his phone in his pocket and rode as fast as good sense allowed toward the pier and the diner and Tatum. He had so much great news for her. For one, he couldn't wait to see the look on her face when he told her what motivated her firing. Surely, she'd guessed it by now. Chances were, she'd heard it all from Lark, and she was probably already polishing her nails for the ceremony. Did Tatum wear nail polish? Yeah, pink. He'd seen it once. Man, he intended to take note of every detail of Tatum from now on. She was such a great inspiration to him. Everything about her. At last, he charged into the diner. But the atoms of his invention's vision vanished when he laid eyes on Tatum. She was so beautiful. She was leaning over the table across from Andy, her chin on her elbows, and she hadn't looked up yet. His innards tossed in the surf. Why hadn't he seen it all along? If he'd just done what looked so logical now and proposed to Tatum at first, he could have saved 3 weeks' struggle against the vicious world of dating. Not to mention, he could have spent the past 3 weeks really solidifying all aspects of their relationship. One short conversation, and he was pretty sure they could get started on a few of those aspects right away. Considering the steam level of the kiss they'd shared make that too many days ago. He rubbed his hands together and walked faster toward the table. Andy looked up, caught Dawson's eye, and fired him a warning look. Whatever, Andy didn't. Tatum whirled around in her seat, and her face went from distraught to furious. Dawson skidded to a halt on one heel. Hey, what's going on? You have some nerve. Tatum shot to her feet. Firing me. After all I have done. Smoke could have been coming from her ears. Andy jumped in. I tried to explain Dawson, but she wouldn't listen. As if any explanation for this was going to suffice. It's low, Dawson. I had thought so highly of you. You put me through so much, and then to just jerk my job out from under my feet. Tatum. Dawson stepped forward, ignoring her fierce bubble, and swept her into his arms. You're not fired. You haven't worked for Rafferty Insights for weeks, which means you're eligible to be my bride. Tatum's mouth hung agape, and she ceased to draw in the breath she was obviously inhaling to resume her rant. Her mouth snapped shut, and her eyes met Dawson's. After a second, she said, Bride? Dawson nodded, tugging her closer. That's what I said. Which is why I am an idiot for wasting so much time. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. I realize now it's been you all along. You weren't allowed to be on my radar due to employee dating policy, but when we started spending time together, it all surfaced like a surfboard out of a wave. Tatum lifted him like that too. An irrepressible buoyancy, almost violently shooting upward beyond the surface, never to sink. Dawson lifted her chin with a crooked finger, looking down into her eyes. I'd go to any lengths, though, Tatum. You've resuscitated my adventurous side, a part of me that had died a few years ago. A side I'd almost forgotten. Now I'm ready to chase new horizons at Rafferty Insights. And in real life, he kissed her softly, but only with you at my side. Her lips were sweet, like chocolate silk. I want to be at your side, Dawson. He pressed his mouth against hers again. Tatum was the electricity that fueled his soul. The voltage snapping between them would soon prompt the diner's staff to ask them to leave. But Dawson didn't care. This girl wasn't just saving Rafferty Insights and the lives of all the people who had been helped by its innovations. She had rescued Dawson both body and soul. He was going to make her his first thing tomorrow morning. "Do you have a dress you can wear with this?" From his pocket, he dug out the little velvet box with the Beverly Hills label. His knee bent, and Tatum's eyes went wide as he sank, his knee nearly touching the ground, when Andy stopped him. "Hold on." Andy wedged his way into Dawson's consciousness. "Wait, boss. There's just one problem with that." "Problem?" "Fix it. You're in charge of fixing stuff." Dawson's gaze hadn't left Tatum's. In her eyes lay a version of himself that stretched far beyond the tech world. Together they were unstoppable. Andy and his problem were invisible. "So, Dawson," Andy insisted, "I'm not sure I can simply fix this." Dawson waved him away. "What do you say, Tatum? Marry me." She dropped her lashes a moment and started to answer. Dawson was breathless, but along came Andy again. "Note to self. Fire him as soon as this is over." "Boss, hold up. It's a serious legal situation, and you're not going to like it." With effort, Dawson pulled out of Tatum's visual grasp. She hadn't answered yet, although he had a pretty good idea of what she was going to say. The warmth of her kiss implied an impending yes. The phone in his pocket started buzzing, and he wished he'd left it on the sand-encrusted asphalt in the parking lot. He didn't answer it, but it did break the tension climbing between him and Tatum, so he answered Andy instead. Okay. What are you talking about?" Andy cleared his throat. He was scrolling the screen of his phone with his thumb. "Just a sec. I remembered it only a moment ago, and I'm trying to find it in the bylaws of the Rafferty Insights Corporation files." "Seriously? Legalese?" Dawson groaned. The last thing he wanted right now was to have his proposal to the sweetest, cutest, most loyal girl on earth interrupted by legal jargon. "It says right here," Andy read from the phone screen, "that before a terminated employee can marry a current employee, that termination has to be valid for at least 30 days or the current employee loses his or her position in the company." Dawson's head snapped around and he yanked the phone from Andy's hand. "I'd be fired for marrying her? Even though she's been otherwise employed for all this time? Whose lame idea was that?" Andy cleared his throat and looked at the rafters. "You requested the clause to be added yourself. It was after the vice president of operations married that girl from accounting. You thought it would help the rehiring process. Oh, brilliant and deadly. The shareholders' meeting was on Wednesday. This was Sunday night. There weren't enough days. Why didn't you bring this up before?" "Like I said, I just remembered it. But for another thing, up to now, I didn't think you were going to marry a former employee. It hasn't been the full month. The last day of her employment at Rafferty was exactly 26 days ago." 26? "But the shareholders' meeting is in 3 days." Andy finished the sentence. "It'll be 29 days since her termination." Andy swallowed hard. "And all that would be fine, but the clause says that if you marry her, you'll automatically be terminated. You won't be able to serve as company president or preside at the shareholders' meeting. It will be awfully hard to stop a hostile takeover under those circumstances." Truth rang like a gong in the restaurant's air. Outside, the roll of the waves continued their regular rhythm, but they seemed louder, menacing, and destructive. Dawson gripped the table, processing, rejecting, and reprocessing the terrible fact. "So, I can't marry her." Dawson thought he heard an almost imperceptible gasp come from Tatum. He glanced over at her, and her eyes were shining. This had to be emotional for her as well. "You can, just not in time for her 30 days termination to be complete before the shareholders' meeting on Wednesday." "So," Dawson met her eyes, which went dull. "Not in time to save Rafferty Insights." Chapter 27. Tatum. It wasn't Tatum's style to hyperventilate, but if it had been, now was the time for the panting to begin. What kind of an evil prank was Andy trying to pull, coming up with this move to ruin all the happiness she'd nearly grasped? There has to be some loophole. She refused to accept it, after everything she'd been through. Now this. We have to stop Villefort and save Rafferty. No loophole, Andy said, an apology in his eyes that said this wasn't anything they could work around. When the vice president of operations and the girl from accounting got together, one of them resigned, but then they got married immediately and asked to be rehired as there was no regulation against married couples working for Rafferty. Instead, Dawson, you said you don't want to reward sneaky behavior and asked the board to make regulations requiring a waiting period between termination and marriage. The initial waiting period was 90 days. 90 days, Tatum gasped. That was draconian. 30 seemed lenient by comparison. Andy offered the olive branch, but no one was taking it. I'm fired, and you're prevented from marrying me. Her voice was flat as she looked at Dawson. Andy frowned. I'm afraid we can't solve the hostile takeover threat this way after all. Unless Tatum agreed to step aside and let him marry someone else. Anyone. Not Roz, but almost anyone else. I should have stayed away from you, Dawson. If I just leave the picture, you're free to make some other decision. Tatum, Dawson's voice, came out as firm and resolved as she'd ever heard it. You can stop that line of thinking right now. I'm not picking someone else to marry. You're not getting away from me so easily. He pressed his arms around her, pulling her waist toward him. He felt warm and solid. It's not your fault I created a hostile work environment. Hostile to love, that is, Andy said mirthlessly. Tatum sighed. No good deed goes unpunished. If you want, boss, I can call an emergency board meeting, see if we can get those regulations amended, and then you can whisk Tatum off to the nearest courthouse in the morning. The courthouse? Dawson must have felt her stiffen at the words and perceived her concern because he said, Would you prefer a church? Of course. She'd never wanted to get married in a courthouse. She wanted somewhere holy, like where Grandma Mills and Grandpa got married at a little chapel out in the San Gabriel Valley. But that was irrelevant. Our marriage is not a good idea. Think about how it looks, Dawson, for you to be rewriting the rules when it fits your needs. It's not good. And when you go to the shareholders' meeting Wednesday and all this has gone down, they will get spooked. Dawson sighed, like he was wearing lead-lined clothing. You're right, of course. But I can't see any other solution. There's no other woman I'm ever going to marry. 30 days or 30 years, I'm only marrying you. While the reassurance was wonderful, it didn't solve the big, looming problem that pretty soon Rafferty Insights would belong to Ed Villefort if they didn't come up with a way to stop him. I could go to Villefort, try to convince him that he should stop this revenge-fueled nonsense. It won't work. Dawson shook his head firmly. All he wants is to see me go down in flames. I saw him at the racetrack 2 weeks ago, and it was like he'd turned into an avenging demon. What did you do to him anyway? Nothing. He did it all to himself. Dawson explained the history between him and Villefort, a cheating scandal where Villefort had tried to falsely implicate Dawson, but had failed and gotten himself expelled from college. So he blames you for changing the answers on your test after he cheated off them when you'd written in the wrong answers just to throw him off? I couldn't let my education drown along with his. If I got them right, and so did he would just lie and say he was the one who did the work and I'd copied his test. He would have had me in a noose. My instinct saw what was coming, and I had to preemptively strike. Wait, I thought you said you were friends. The betrayal she'd just heard about pained her very heart for Dawson. I had thought we were, he said. No wonder Dawson had such a chip on his shoulder about disloyalty. And no wonder he had no patience for cheating. Between his college best friend and his ex-wife, they'd worked together to decimate Dawson's trust in people. Inside her, a new resolve solidified that she would never once in her life give him cause to doubt her loyalty. So I guess I can see why he's out to get you, but ruining Rafferty Insights seems excessive. Oh, there's more, Andy said. Tell her, Dawson. She needs to grasp the magnitude. Dawson frowned, then described what happened after the cheating scandal. How Eddie Villefort had taken Dawson's original tech startup idea and built it into a company based solely on Dawson's intellectual property, which he'd stolen. In a barrage of underhanded cuts, Villefort rose quickly in the tech world. He'd gloated over Dawson at the time of his graduation, while Villefort basked in money from his business Dexter. But Dawson is Dawson. Andy patted the boss's shoulder. He didn't let losing one incredible idea stop him. He just came up with another one. That's the thing that bothers Villefort the most. He can't keep Dawson down no matter what. Tatum basked a moment in that. Dawson really did have incredible qualities. She'd known it from the first day she interviewed to work at Rafferty Insights, Crush City. Now, that crush was wild gazelles on the savannah. And he loved her too. If I lose Rafferty Insights, it will be a huge setback. I have done all my recent discoveries in the lab, which means they are the corporation's intellectual property. I won't be able to use them if the company transfers ownership. My new breakthrough could save hundreds of thousands of lives. Villefort will torpedo the whole company, along with the chance to help that many people. You can't even take your own ideas with you? Tatum gasped. That's unfair. It's how the rules of takeovers work. It makes it so former employees can't just go create a spin-off company and sink the original business after a huge investment has been laid out. That made sense, but it also made her mad. Worst of all, Andy shook his head. I did some recon. Once Villefort runs Rafferty Insights into the ground, he intends to maintain patents so that no one can reuse Rafferty's intellectual property for the next 75 years. He can tie them up that long. 75 years. That was beyond Tatum's projected life expectancy. That's like a life sentence in idea prison. A sadness washed across Dawson's face. Andy set down his empty milkshake cup with a hollow paper thud. The reality of everything Andy was saying crashed over Tatum like a rogue wave full of driftwood and debris, toppling her confidence. Sure, Dawson said he was devoted, and his intentions looked 100% sincere. However, would he still feel that same intense loyalty to her once he was watching Rafferty Insights circle the drain after he lost the company to his nemesis in a hostile takeover? Tatum had worked for Rafferty Insights long enough to have observed the daily sacrifice and love that Dawson had poured into the corporation. He'd worked nights, given up practically all social life, as well as music and his family and everything else. He didn't just love Rafferty Insights. He was Rafferty Insights. He was Rafferty Insights. To allow Dawson to choose her over his own identity felt as wrong as killing him outright. If he chose her, it would be placing his life's work on the sacrificial altar and lighting the fire beneath it. He couldn't marry her, not in 30 days even. He had to immediately find a wife he could trust, someone who could exercise the option and buy the 50,000 shares. Tatum had become a distraction at this point, and her feelings couldn't matter. She had to step aside, because Dawson had to marry someone who could save the corporation from certain death. Someone who could save Dawson. Prickly heat crawled around in her stomach and out through her veins. Necessity, despite what every thread of the tapestry of her soul wanted, gelled into a fixed determination. She pulled herself out from the safe haven of the crook of Dawson's arm and slid off the red vinyl bench. I'm sorry, Dawson. I can't do this. She couldn't do this to him, and she wouldn't do it to herself. She wouldn't set herself up to be the woman he resented somewhere down the line, because surely he would, right? Her voice hitched. Goodbye? She fled from the diner and ran as fast as she could. She had to get away. From him, from Rafferty, from here. Tears streamed down her face, and the day's emotional whiplash took hold, pain flooding her with every step. She never wanted to set foot on the Huntington Beach pier again. Chapter 28. Dawson. Dawson sat in abject dismay as he watched Tatum run from the restaurant. Go after her, Andy said. You heard her. She clearly said she'd rejected him. A dagger pierced deep in his back. It stuck deep, maybe as deep as the one Gwen had skewered him with. She said she couldn't do it. She'd said goodbye. All hope drained from Dawson in a single instant. When he'd declared his intention to marry her, she'd seemed so relieved, so happy, so complicit. And now, one bump in the road, albeit a Sierra mountain range-sized bump, and she bolted from him, from their possibilities together. Numbness blocked all feeling. Andy shoved his shoulder, scoffing. Oh, women only mean what they say about half the time. The rest of their words are in code. Code? Dawson muttered, too bereft to muster volume of speech. She was very clear. Yes, if you only look at the surface. But women are all about subtext. Subtext. Whatever. Dawson could still feel the ghost of Tatum's presence, the warmth of her body beneath his arm. But she'd gone, and soon the bench and his arm and the air where she'd sat would cool, and he'd be left alone. Again. He flopped over and pressed his forehead against the formica of the table. Andy patted his back hard. Go get her, man. Quit sitting there. She doesn't want me, he said in a nasally voice, his nose pressed onto the tabletop. Oh, she most certainly does. Andy stood up and brushed off his pants. I may not be great at keeping a woman, but I have been around enough of them to know when they're saying one thing and meaning something else. He pulled Dawson to his feet and then took the trash to the bin. You have to trust me. Guys generally take things girls say too literally. It's just how our minds work. Duh. Isn't that only logical? To believe that someone says something they mean? How else was a person supposed to analyze information in life, other than by looking at the meaning of communication? Sure, he knew there were layers of meaning in things. He'd taken English lit classes and had that fact pounded into him. Why would a woman lie? She's not lying. It's something else, dude. If saying one thing and meaning another isn't lying, then what is it? Dawson asked in earnest. Andy huffed out a long sigh. Now, you don't do this all the time, mostly just with women, but I saw you do this with Gwen, and I'm not going to let you do this with Tatum. Do what, dude? Get too literal. All guys do it, so I shouldn't point a finger at you exclusively just because you're a scientist at your core. Dawson didn't need to listen to this. He wanted to get out of here, run somewhere, work off this paralysis. Dude, yourself. I'm not deaf. I heard what she said. No, you didn't. You heard that she can't marry you, because that is what she said. Dawson stomped out of the diner. Andy followed. Blast him. What I heard was, she's desperately in love with you and would do anything to protect your future happiness. If that was the case, she'd agree to marry me. Tatum was the hinge on which the door of his happiness swung. And when she'd initially semi-agreed to marry him, even after she'd been furious with him, his joy had resonated like a struck gong. No, since that's the case, she is walking away. She wants you. Bad. She has since before all this started. She has been hot for you for years. You're still not making sense, if that was the case. And I can't believe it is, based on the evidence. Why is she running out? For sure, Tatum had felt the same for him. If she wants to be with me, she would. She could. I offered, Dawson said. And she accepted, Andy said. Not in so many words, Dawson thought. 1,000 briars pricked Dawson's soul. What am I missing? What's this code language you're talking about? You'd better explain because I don't get it at all. What you're missing is that, in Tatum Carlisle's mind, you love your life's work. Choosing her means sacrificing Rafferty insights. She refuses to let you do that. She thinks it will ruin your life, and she won't be part of that. Dawson's eyes narrowed. No. Yes. Andy tugged Dawson to his feet, and they walked out into the salt-filled air of the night. The wind was blowing, and the waves were crashing loudly up at the shore, a half-mile off. Believe me. How could Dawson believe something like that? It was almost the polar opposite of her words and her actions. I'm more of someone who trusts empirical evidence. Right, and that's where you go wrong with women. It's why you lost Gwen. Forgive me for saying so. Dawson's right knee buckled just as he took a step, and he had to catch himself against the railing. You're treading on dangerous ground there, Andy. Maybe so, but you need to be told. That Gwen Thurston Rafferty spoke every single sentence to you in woman code, and you never once deciphered it. Dawson leaned his back up against the railing and crossed his arms over his chest. Oh, really? He smirked a deep frown. And you are the Rosetta Stone of woman speak? Not necessarily, but I did watch your marriage go up in flames and know why. Speaking of flames, every word from Andy's mouth fanned embers of anger into a roaring blaze. Oh, mighty marriage guru, give me your wisdom. You're being sarcastic. I hardly ever hear you use sarcasm. The ancient meaning of sarcasm is to tear flesh. Don't tempt me. Andy held up a hand of surrender. Fine, fine. I was just saying that you and Gwen were a bad match because she always hinted rather than coming out and telling you things she wanted or needed, and you only took things literally, like when she said she needed a break, and what she meant was she wanted you to plan a weekend getaway, and you told her she should quit her job at the sister company and sell it to someone who had more stamina. How do you know about that? None of Andy's words were cooling the bonfire of fury yet. That was between us. She talked to me. I told her to be patient with you, and to be more direct. You were her marriage counselor? That was rich. You were talking to my wife behind my back? Hey, don't take it wrong. I did everything I could to convince her to be more of the woman you needed, and to not turn away from you when you were hitting the low points. But Gwen didn't want me. And Tatum, he deflated. I can see what you're thinking, and you're totally wrong about Tatum. She does want you, and she's putting her own wants and wishes aside so that she can guarantee you can get what she thinks you need. Can't you see the difference between her and Gwen? It's like night and day, black and white, all the opposites I can't think of right now. Dawson harumphed. I could have told you that. He stomped down the pier. Dude. Andy was on his heels. Just go to her. Tell her that you want her more than you want Rafferty insights. Tell her you can rebuild and that your ideas haven't been exhausted. That part was true. Dawson's creativity had just resurged after a long dry spell. Not only had that vision come out of the heavens into his mind, but he'd felt like there were dozens more queued up behind it, ready to pour out onto the design paper. But that was only if Tatum would have him, and she wouldn't. Or would she? I don't have any evidence. They reached the end of the pier, and sand peppered and crunched under each of their steps on the asphalt. Accept your word. Trust me on this. Please. Andy turned to face him, his keys jangling in his hand. I'm like you. I want Rafferty Insights to succeed, but I also know Rafferty's success depends on your peace of mind. You heard yourself earlier bragging about the latest innovation that had come to you since you discovered Tatum's love in your life. You need her, man. Don't be a geek face. Go get her. Geek face. Right. I'll think about it. He would think about nothing else. But in order to win her back, he was going to have to figure out how to prevent the hostile takeover. If Andy was right, she wouldn't accept him otherwise. That night, Dawson didn't sleep. Instead, he went to his lab, where he stayed all night thinking. It took all his willpower not to input into his software the inspiration he'd received while riding his motorcycle and reliving Tatum's kiss in the trees. However, logic precluded it. What he'd said to Tatum today about any intellectual property created at Rafferty Insights prior to a hostile takeover was true, that anything put into a computer or even written on paper would belong to the new company if he lost the battle at the shareholders' meeting. It would belong to Villefort, and Villefort would set fire to it and dance on the coals, playing the violin. In fact, even if Dawson were to jot it down at home, Dawson's employment at Rafferty Insights would mean the corporation owned the intellectual property. The regulation was a safeguard against employee theft, among other things. Yet, again, Dawson had been hit with the law of unintended consequences. He cursed Villefort. If that guy could just learn the art of forgiveness, the whole world would be a better place. Once implemented, Dawson's vision today would help people of all metabolisms regulate all future weight problems. It wasn't just a take-it-off solution, like so many lose-weight fast ideas. This new variation on the calorie scavenger would be a keep-it-off permanently answer. It was so far-reaching, it staggered the mind. After today's discovery, it wouldn't all be just the cosmetics of weight loss, although no one would blink if that became the most lucrative use. joint pain alleviation, improvements in mobility, reduced strain on internal organs like the heart and lungs, plus the self-confidence skyrocketing. Those and 100 other outcomes from his work couldn't be measured, tallied, or sent in. He had to save this company from Villefort, who'd said right to Dawson's face that he didn't want to keep it running and make the fortune. Villefort had a fortune already, one built on the shoulders of Dawson's original idea. No, he had enough wealth. What he wanted was for Dawson to go down. He'd attacked where it hurt Dawson most, Rafferty Insights. Well, almost where it would hurt most. Damage to Tatum would hurt far more. At least he'd kept that relationship as far off the radar as possible. Villefort couldn't know about her, or about Dawson's feelings for her. He sighed, grateful for at least one non-terrible outcome of his company's dating policy. In a way, his stupid rules had protected Tatum from the ravages of an epic villain. After a few hours of doing practically nothing, and coming up with no solution to the shareholders' meeting situation, he slouched out of the laboratory and rode his motorcycle home. Chapter 29. Tatum. Tatum spent the rest of Monday avoiding conscious thought. She didn't shower, didn't need to, since she had no job to go to and no life to live. Every pump of her blood sent shards of her heart through her veins. She'd walked away from what could very easily have been her one great love. How could making the right decision feel this wrong? Worse, Lark was still in Las Vegas and kept texting Tatum pictures of cute tops she was finding in sassy boutiques on the Vegas Strip, using Dawson's credit card. Tatum had no idea how that had transpired, and frankly, she didn't want to know. All she did want to know was how soon she could relocate. Leaving Grandma Mills would be hard, but she did have the assisted living staff, and the truth was, Tatum hadn't been as attentive to Grandma's needs as she'd intended to be when she moved here, getting so engrossed in Rafferty Insights, or make that Dawson Rafferty, had absorbed a lot more of Tatum's time and emotional energy than she'd originally intended. She should quit Rafferty, relocate to an apartment out in the San Gabriel Valley, get a job as a clerk in a law office or something, melt into the woodwork. Despite the prep before the shareholders' meeting, Dawson texted several times. The messages all had the same thrust. I'm working on something. Don't give up on me. Truthfully, she hadn't given up on him, and she never would. What she had given up on was them. They absolutely could not be. You need to find someone feasible to marry. Stat. She had sent in reply. Terse but truth. Tuesday morning, she took her first shower since she'd seen the port of L.I. and climbed in the Datsun to go visit Grandma. Tatum walked into the brightly lit yellow and red kitchen with the gingham tablecloth and the comforting scent of baked goods. Troubles. Grandma handed Tatum a plate, a napkin, and a slice of coconut cake. A lot on my mind. Well, take a load off. Tell me what's up. Grandma got her own slice of white cake with white frosting and white and brown toasted coconut shreds. They both settled down at the red and white check table. Don't mind me. I always eat cake for breakfast. My life might be cut short at any time. I have to live it. A few bites floated down inside her like sweet clouds. The tropical flavored sugar soothed like a salve. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to tell Grandma. My boss. Well, former boss has a conundrum, and I was trying to help him with it, but there doesn't seem to be a solution. I want to help him out, but I can't think of any way. You really believe in this company? Yeah. Tatum sighed and twirled her fork. And in the company's owner. Grandma nodded, wise to it all. So what do you mean, former boss? Tatum didn't answer that. If I do what I want to do to help him, he could lose everything. So don't do that. He won't respect that. I know. Tatum pressed the tines of her fork against the plate to gather the last crumbs of the moist goodness, then suspended them in the air, looking at the smashed wreck of what used to be beautiful. I know I'm being vague. You'll figure it out. I have a good feeling about this. Yeah, a good feeling from Grandma Mills went a long way. Of course. You're smart. Combine that with loyalty and a good heart, Inspiration is bound to come. Her eye twinkled, especially when it's motivated by love. Love? Her face went hot. I mean, she might as well admit it. Love used to play a part. It can't anymore. He loves you too, I can tell, Grandma nodded sagely. Nothing in the universe is stronger than love. He does love me. He did propose. The ring with the rubies and the diamond proved it. She'd left it on the table, but the ring had been tangible, expensive evidence. Grandma, I think we both know the real reason I moved here wasn't to help you in your old age. Tatum gave her a sheepish smile. It was so you could help me. Maybe you moved here so you could meet this former boss of yours. If only the universe were on the side of their love. When are you going to see him again? Tatum set her fork down with a hollow clink on the plate. Tomorrow at noon, I guess. As a shareholder, she had a stake in the meeting. Maybe not a large one. She had no idea what percentage of stock she held. Probably pitifully small. Still, no matter how big her stake, she had a solemn responsibility to attend the shareholders' meeting, regardless of whether her votes could affect the outcome. She'd be there to vote against Vealfort, if nothing else. Grandma scraped her plate for the last bits of coconut and frosting. I may not know much, but I predict that you will know one way or another tomorrow whether or not this man can be yours. Just before dawn on Wednesday, Tatum lugged her surfboard out to the beach near the pier, even though she said she was never coming to this beach again. She'd lied, whatever. She just needed to clear her head. The waves resumed their regularity for her. With each successive splash, they alternated their message. He loves me. I can't save him. I love him. I can't save him. Their dichotomy tore at her, and she remembered once again that if she hadn't let him fall for her, he wouldn't be in this predicament. She paddled out past the breakers, then rowed in, dumping into the cold ocean. Again, until on a run where she caught the curl, a solution popped into her head. There was still time. With a few hours until the shareholders' meeting, she could bring back Lark, get them married, and transfer the 50,000 shares into Lark's name before the voting. If Tatum begged her, explained the severity of the situation, she was sure Lark could be trusted. I'd do that for you, Dawson, she sighed, staring out at the white-tipped crest of a curling wave and knowing he'd never take her up on her offer. Nor would Lark. Forget it. That ground had been trodden into a rut leading to nowhere. Tatum surfed until the sun was too hot and the waves flattened. When she stepped out of the water, she stopped in a dead halt at the water's edge. Dawson, Tatum dropped her surfboard, tipping it over on the sand with a soft thud. Shouldn't you be getting ready for the meeting? He stood with his hands in his pockets and a haggard look on his face. I hoped I'd find you here. I still love him, and I can't help him. I have to walk away. But she couldn't. His gaze pinned her where she stood, warmer than the sun above. Dawson had a hostile takeover to ward off. Don't you have to address the shareholders? She asked. Convince them to vote with you. If Vealfort hasn't already amassed a majority of the stock, yes. He nodded, looking out at the gray-green of the ocean. I'm just going to stand up there and share my vision for the future of Rafferty Insights and let the chips fall where they may. I've decided to wing it. Wing it? He didn't wing things? You sure? It's not my default setting, but my gut is shouting for me to follow it today. He shrugged. I've done all I can. Win or lose, I want you to be there with me. You're coming, right? Okay, she nodded slowly, amazed to hear these words from her staid, methodical boss. Of course. I mean, I have shares. I'm voting. You know that. But you, since when do you go with your gut? Since you, Tatum. The words hit her like the heat from the open oven door in Grandma's kitchen. You're not here to tell me you followed my advice and married someone suitable. It only made sense that he would tell her in person. No, I came because I have news, good or bad. Some of each. Do you want the good or the bad first? Chapter 29a. Dawson. Dawson marveled at Tatum's reaction to his arrival, which he hadn't expected to be so calm, based on their last meeting when she'd rejected him, plus her text telling him to marry someone else. He hadn't expected to see that light shining in her eyes, or the way her eyes had grazed across his chest and shoulders and then landed back on his face, filled with love light. Instead, he'd assumed she'd chuck a clod of wet sand in his eyes and holler, "Get lost, bucko." When she didn't, he decided maybe Andy hadn't been wrong in telling Dawson to go after her. Not that Andy had been right, of course, but not wrong either. Instead of prepping for the shareholders' meeting like any sane executive of a multi-billion-dollar corporation would do, Dawson had spent the morning digging up another type of information. That was why he'd be winging his speech to the shareholders. "I'll give you the bad news first." He set his jaw. "Andy just called me. Veal Fort is already setting up for a presentation at the shareholders' meeting. He has flowcharts and easels. He came loaded for bear." "Flowcharts?" Tatum gasped. "And easels?" "Yep, and dry erase markers." "Not dry erase markers." "So he thinks he is going to be running the meeting, not just attending as a shareholder." Signs point in that direction. "He's not, is he? Why would he even be on the agenda? Please, Dawson, are we going to lose Rafferty?" The tremor in her voice arrested him, but even more did the pronoun she used. Are we going to lose Rafferty?" "Not if I can help it. But there's also good news." "I'm so glad you have good news." The vertical crease between Tatum's eyebrows relaxed, and the way she gazed up at him made him stand a little taller. "Please tell me something good." He had all kinds of good things to tell her about his love for her, but if Andy was right, she wouldn't accept them yet. "There's one last person we are hoping will come to the shareholders' meeting. If she attends, and I can convince her with my winging it, heartfelt speech to vote with me and not support the hostile takeover, then I can keep the company." "That is very good news. So with her votes, you'll have over 50%? "By a razor-thin margin. Possibly only by a single vote. That's cutting it close. Too close. But if you're with me, I have a feeling it's going to go well no matter what. Let's do this together." Under his breath, he growled like a pirate. Chapter 30, Tatum. 6 weeks ago, Tatum wouldn't have imagined sitting here at the meeting of Rafferty Insights. Not as an employee of the corporation, but as a shareholder only. Or as the one person Dawson Rafferty couldn't seem to keep his eyes off. Every time she dared steal a glance his way, he was gazing at her with a look that turned her insides to marshmallow cream. Unlike the crusty glares of Edwin Veal Fort, which aimed alternately at every person in the room, arms folded and chin jutting beside his pile of huge posters and stack of stapled documents a few seats away, he looked like he'd spent the morning with the tips of that mustache of his in a pencil sharpener. Tatum's turn came for his hawk-like stare. They locked gazes. He said low but clearly, "How's it rolling?" "It's rolling," she said, "not the direction you think it is." "Well, as long as that certain shareholder decided 1, to show up and vote, and 2, to vote with Dawson." If only Tatum could figure out who mystery shareholder was and fall at his or her feet with pleas for mercy. Of course, she probably wouldn't be effective considering Veal Fort's persuasive history. Tatum had done all she could to convince her former colleagues not to sell out to this jerk. When they did anyway, they'd sealed their own doom. The committee room of the Rafferty Insights campus finished filling. Only half as many of the employees were here as last time. Normally, they all came if they were shareholders because it was a freebie excuse to get away from their desks for an hour and eat the catered lunch from local food trucks. The absence of a lot of former shareholders had her spooked. Where was everyone? Oh, right. Sellouts. Nearly all of them. Well, there was Janet from downstairs. Looked like she kept her shares and didn't get her vote. Score 1 minuscule victory for Tatum. At the back of the room stood the electronic voting machine. No ongoing tallies would be shown, but the results would be read according to the bylaws by the secretary at the end of any voting period. If the vote was for the agenda items, great. If it was for a hostile takeover, doom lurked. At the lectern, Dawson called the meeting to order as chairman of the board. We call to order the quarterly shareholders meeting of Rafferty Insights Incorporated. He'd changed into one of his better suits, the pinstriped one with a red pocket square, looking every bit the chairman, so handsome and in charge. Drama unfurled. Accompanied by a gnashing of teeth, Villefort raised his hand. "Mr. Chairman? Point of order." Dawson didn't recognize him. Instead, he ignored Villefort's inquiry, deftly deflecting it with Robert's Rules of Order. "The chair does not recognize the gentleman." But it came again. "Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman. The chair does not recognize the gentleman in the third row. There will be time for shareholder comments later in the meeting, but as the majority shareholder in attendance, I demand the right to speak." Worry shot through Tatum. Did he have that right? She didn't know. She'd attended these meetings out of duty ever since she started receiving stock in the company, right after being hired. When she soon realized how much good Dawson and his ideas could do, she'd gone whole hog and used the majority of her salary to soak up as much Rafferty stock as possible under her legal name of Mildred T. Carlyle. On the sly, she pulled out her phone and logged onto her online stock trading account. The numbers meant little. She didn't know the total number of shares extant, so she didn't know her percentage. Guessing was useless and frustrating. She slid her phone back into her purse. The chair recognizes the gentleman in the third row to answer a question from the chair, but only for that information. Dawson wasn't relinquishing control. To verify the querying party's statement that he is the holder of the majority of shares of this corporation, please state the number of shares currently held. A low rumble of reaction rippled through the audience. Villefort stood up, placed his hands on his hips with a haughty air. "Nearly as many as you, Mr. Chairman. I have amassed 48.5% of the stock. If I'm not mistaken, you own 46. Tatum did quick math in her head. That left 5.5% of the stock without clear loyalty. While she knew that at least one big chunk of shares, 50,000, remained untouched in the coffers and awaited a wife's exercising the option to buy, as far as Tatum knew, the rest were already out in the world. If a large enough group of that remaining ownership wasn't here in attendance to vote on Dawson's side, he was toast. "Thank you for your fine calculations, sir." Dawson pounded the gavel. "Now, back to business. But as you can see, Mr. Chairman." Villefort stood and demanded to be heard. "You do not personally hold the majority of the stock. At least not of the stock represented by stockholders in this room." "You are out of order, sir." Dawson was as calm as a dog in the sun. "Business will proceed to item 3 on the agenda." "Good enough." Villefort clapped his hands together in malicious glee. "The next item of business on the agenda is the vote on retention of officers." Villefort didn't seem to care that he was still out of order. "I call the question." Tatum grabbed her printed agenda. Sure enough, retention of officers right on the agenda. A standard corporate requirement at these meetings. Oh, couldn't they have left it off, just for once? Having that vote next was like flinging the door to the house wide open to admit a charging bull. "I call the question," Villefort said again. By calling the question, Villefort curtailed discussion on the topic of whether to retain Dawson as chairman of the board. It meant shareholders would be blindsided and not have the chance to even hear the fact that Villefort intended to wipe all of Rafferty Insights, and with it, their wealth, off the map. That jerk. But Robert's Rules of Order were clear. When the question was called, there was no going back. No discussion, nothing. Just a pure, unanimous vote. Dawson couldn't give his speech. He couldn't use either his logic or his charm or his filing cabinet chock full of statistics to persuade them to keep him as chair. The vote would happen. Now. How could this be happening? Dawson's life efforts were fading from technicolor to gray to black in a single moment. The vote will be on the entire slate of officers. Dawson was handling the horror like a stoic. Even if he'd come up with a new idea, to take that and start over completely, lose everything Rafferty Insights had done to help people all over the world with diabetes, Tatum's eyes tingled. A flurry of activity began. Like always with hand ballot voting, a setup time was required. The wait was agonizing. If only she knew what Dawson was thinking. She sent a quick text. "I'm here for you no matter what happens." Up front, he took a glance at his phone, then looked up. When their eyes met, his were wet. Her heart wrenched as he nodded at her. Dawson hadn't given his impassioned speech. He hadn't swayed any votes his way other than hers. Whoever the mystery voter was, if she was even here, would have to just be trusted, or else it was all over, and the future would shift away from good blood sugar levels for the world and toward despair. "Voting is available now. All in favor of retaining will vote yes," Dawson explained in a dispassionate voice. "All in favor of removal will vote no." Tatum wanted to surge to her feet, stand atop her chair, and make her version of a St. Crispin's Day speech, like the one from Shakespeare's Henry V. But she would have been out of order, and Dawson, despite the chaos, had maintained both order and dignity. She wouldn't deny him that. Going to the back of the room, with a drag in her step, she pulled out her shareholder's ID card and presented it to the official checking identification before electronic voting. Just like for every other voter, the attendant at the ballot box looked at it and announced her name and the number of shares she held. "Okay," he said, "that's Mildred T. Carlisle, 82,615 shares." Whether or not her piece of that grand pie might mattered, she had no idea. They were her widow's mite. With her teeth firmly biting her lower lip, she pressed the button. Yes. Janet came over and sat by Tatum. "I heard you don't work here anymore. I want you to know I voted to keep Dawson. I don't like the look of that other guy now that I've seen him." 15 minutes passed as voting completed and was tallied. At last, the secretary took her place beside Dawson at the microphone. "Mr. Chairman, the results are in." Villefort stood with his arms crossed, wearing a smug look of triumph. His pointy-ended mustache twitched, as if he was ready to break into a victorious grin at any second. He'd won, and he knew it. A 2.5% advantage was impossible to overcome. How could Villefort do something so utterly useless and vengeful? What a waste of time, of resources, what a waste of his life. With a vote of... The secretary named a huge number. Yes, votes too. Another huge number. No votes. The result is to retain the current slate of officers. The second number was fewer. He'd done it. He'd kept Rafferty, her eyes locked with Dawson's. He blinked several times as if to say, "We did it." Tatum blinked back her own tears to no avail. They spilled down her cheeks, and she swiped at them. Her mouth pulled into such a broad grin it ached. She wished she could run to him and shout for joy together. It had to be the mystery shareholder. Tatum stood up and looked around for someone who could be the champion of the day, someone with a wise and kindly countenance. If only she could thank him or her for the help in preserving Rafferty. A primal cry erupted from the far side of the room. Tatum wrenched her neck to see anguish marring Eddie Villefort's face, his eyes wide with rage. "Who is Mildred Carlyle?" His shout rose and hovered near the ceiling, hanging like a poisonous fog. The outcome of this vote can only be the result of fraud. Fraud. So I ask you, who is Mildred Carlyle? Show yourself. What? Why was he using her legal name? The poisonous fog descended and petrified her. The room fell silent. A pen rolled across a desk somewhere and dropped to the floor. Suddenly, a growling Villefort started dashing all around, leaping over chairs, grabbing at the name tags hanging on each person's neck. "Someone call security," Dawson said into the microphone. "Mr. Villefort, you are out of order." Villefort loomed up in Tatum's face. He yanked at her name tag and then tugged it tight, pulling her close enough to those dangerous mustache points she could have been impaled. "You!" His hand grasped her collar with a fearsome violence. His hands slid around her trachea. "You're no Mildred Carlyle. Imposter!" "I'm not an imposter," she squeaked out. The room erupted in rumbles and people ran toward her. You fake. Did Dawson put you up to this just to spite me? I'm not going to let him or you steal this victory from me. Stop, she gurgled. You're choking me. But Villefort didn't stop it. Instead, he squeezed harder, as if he would strangle her or snap her neck. Chapter 30a. Dawson. Villefort had Tatum by the neck. The contents of a volcano climbed the back of Dawson's throat. He sprang toward the back of the room, but Villefort was attacking her verbally and physically. Dawson ran hard, barely able to think. No, Villefort couldn't harm Tatum. He couldn't take her. He could have Rafferty and everything and everyone in it. Just leave Tatum alone. Villefort screeched. I have spent hours trying to get access to a Mildred Carlyle. She lives somewhere with a crack security team. They wouldn't let me at her, but I'll guarantee you're not Mildred Carlyle. Let go of that girl. Dawson leaped over a row of chairs and laid his hands on Villefort's shoulders from behind. He had to be careful. While Villefort looked like he might have planned to strangle her, he might just as soon snap her neck. Security, someone hollered. Where's security? They should be here by now. Security couldn't have gotten there in time, not with the scary shade of red Tatum's face had turned. Eddie, let her go. I swear she's a liar. I'm just protecting this voting process. This woman claims to be Mildred Carlyle, but Mildred Carlyle is a nasty old fat woman, 80 years old, and living in an assisted living facility in the San Gabriel Valley. Don't you think I did my background research? Or do you think me a fool? Through a constricted throat, Tatum eked out, Is that a trick question? Dawson slid a crooked elbow around Villefort's neck. Let her go. There are countless witnesses. There are security cameras. Every one of them will testify in a court of law that I took you down in defense of an innocent woman. Villefort didn't relent. She's lying. She can't be Mildred Carlyle. This is corporate fraud. Dawson put a hard squeeze on Villefort's throat, and at the same time, he slid a leg around Villefort's ankle, toppling him. In his fall, he lost his hold on Tatum. Wise girl, Tatum scrambled away, and soon Dawson had Edwin Villefort and his waxed mustache face planted on the terrazzo flooring. Security arrived, and Edwin Villefort was escorted from the shareholders' meeting. The police would be downstairs in a few minutes to take him to jail to await charges of assault. The whole room erupted in applause. Dawson helped Tatum to her feet. He looked down into her beautiful eyes and ran a hand through her curls. It was you all along. You are Mildred T. Carlyle, the mystery shareholder from Pasadena. I didn't mean to be a mystery. She took a shuddering breath. If you'd told me the name of the person, we could have cleared it all up. But you live here in Huntington Beach. I have a post office box in my grandma's town as my permanent address. Your name isn't Tatum? I'm named after my grandma. She looked up at him. We call her Grandma Mills, but it's short for Mildred. My middle name is Tatum, and I go by that. Mildred is Grandma. She bakes really good coconut cake, and she possesses great insight. Her eyes were bright, and her breathing had grown steadier. Dawson's adrenaline was subsiding too. How did you amass that many shares? So, I bought a lot of them, with all my paychecks. Lark gives me free rent, so I buy Rafferty shares. I've never heard of anyone so loyal. He kissed her with a flush of feeling exponentially richer than he'd ever felt for any woman in his life, but which he suspected would grow like compounding interest the longer Mildred Tatum Carlyle graced his world. The room broke into applause again. I love you more than technology. Now you're quoting movies. But you still love technology. I get it. Now look around, my love. There's a company meeting to run. Chapter 30b. Tatum. Dawson returned to the podium, and the meeting resumed, despite the huge shakeup. Thank you very much for your confidence, Dawson said, taking the microphone again. Next on the agenda is the chairman's report. I have a very special announcement to make regarding the direction of the company over the next 6 months. I think you will be very pleased with the opportunity you will all have to increase value of your shares. Was this his announcement about the advance in technology, Tatum glowed from the inside out. That, right there, was her man. Intelligent and true, and determined to change the world. And he would, now and again, over the next however many decades of his blindingly brilliant life to come. Murmurs floated through the crowd. One person, totally out of order, joked, "Can we first vote to revise bylaws to disallow stranglers from voting in shareholders' meetings from now until forever?" Dawson patted out the laughter. "Maybe later. First, we should revise the rules about intra-company dating and marriage." Chapter 31. Tatum. Dawson led her outside into the courtyard. His motorcycle was waiting there. He placed her on the back of it and drove them to the Huntington Beach pier. This place, a flood engulfed her, tearing through her like a riptide of love and loss. She could almost taste its salt water. Time after time, she'd come here with Dawson, and each time had been the catalyst of a major shift in her life. Becoming his matchmaker, teaching him to surf, playing her guitar, and singing together. The time she'd fled from him, thinking she could only help him by being as far from him as possible. Then came this morning, when he'd instinctively known to find her here. She, too, had come to their place. Although thousands of feet crossed the sand each and every day, as far as Tatum was concerned, this strip of sand belonged to her and Dawson, forever. The waves had slowed to a lull compared to their crashing power this morning. They soothed rather than demanded. They came in the regularity of a heartbeat, in the same predictable return as the sun or the moon. Nature had a pattern, an inevitability. Tatum slowed to a stop at the water's edge. She kicked off her shoes and let her toes seep into the wet sand as the tiny lip of water kissed her toes. Dawson joined her barefoot as well. Suspense shredded her. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. "They voted to change the language," she said. "Does that mean anything? For us?" Could she keep working at his side now and yet really be at his side? "In everything?" "Depends," he said. "Do you want it to?" As desperately as a person adrift in a raft for a week wants fresh water. With a soft kiss on his cheek, then his lips, she hoped she communicated how much she wanted it to mean. But there were a lot of things to discuss, and they couldn't all be communicated through touch, no matter how appealing that might be. "I haven't loved you long, Dawson." "Oh," he pulled back, a surprise in his face. "Because I've been in love with you at least since you taught me to surf." "I thought you were going to say since we played guitar on the beach and you sang a Michael row the boat ashore when I tested your spontaneity." That really is one of the more annoying folk songs. Dawson feigned hurt but broke into a grin, and they started walking down the sand again. "But that doesn't mean you didn't turn it into my favorite. Maybe we should sing some other songs sometime. Get you a more acceptable favorite. Can I tell you something?" Dawson took her by the hand. "Singing with you didn't make me love you. It made me need you. Then, kissing you at the art show made me ache for you. I haven't been able to stop thinking about you for a single moment since then." Tatum had been daydreaming about that kiss since long before it ever happened, when it turned out to be 100 times better than even her best of the best daydreams had ever concocted. "I say I haven't loved you long." They walked down the sand and onto the pier. But that's only when in contrast to eternity. He threaded his fingers through hers. They strolled along the pier, the wind lifting her hair and her spirits, telling him, at last, about her feelings unburdened her soul and sent it flying with the seabirds. "So that list of yours," he said, "with all the women's names on it, what did you do with it?" The one she'd considered soaking and putting down Lark's kitchen garbage disposal in a fit of self-pity the other morning. "It's folded up and tucked in my wallet." "Why?" "Let me see it." "Why? You want to make sure you've already exhausted all your other options?" "Just let me see it." He took the paper she'd scribbled on for weeks. All her notes looked stupid now, and they kind of embarrassed her, seeing him read through them. "Interesting. Hey, what are you doing with that pencil?" He'd taken a pencil from his shirt pocket and was adding his own scribbles. But they were all straight lines. He was systematically scratching each name off the list. Yep, at the bottom, where she'd penciled her own, and then marked it out, and then marked it out, and then erased the mark out in her brief fit of hope, he let his pencil hover. It's clear as day from the notes you made in the margin about my requirements. He placed check marks next to each one of them. You're the only one who had all these qualities in one perfect, looks amazing in blue package. Give me that. Nope. He held it out of her reach. Tall people. Let's see. His voice had a smile. Has experienced the world. Check. Understands the importance of Rafferty's work. Check. Loyal. Check. Check. Plays the guitar. Appreciates my map-loving hobby. Wants to live in Huntington Beach. Check. He lowered the list and gazed down at her, their eyes locking. All the check marks point to you, Tatum Carlyle. Why didn't you tell me? I'm pretty sure you saw that early on. What kind of employee keeps vital information like that from her boss? One with a long-term unrequited crush. Oh, so you had a crush on me, did you? He folded the paper and tucked it into his own pocket. Don't ask for this back. I'm keeping it. He walked beside her down the pier, taking her hand. I should have put another thing on that list. A woman whose kisses expand my mind. Please say I qualify, she thought, but said, not sure I would have liked hearing the results of that study if you'd experimented on an array of subjects. Did I tell you? He asked as they covered the long expanse of pier. While I was daydreaming about our first little passionate kissing session, that the idea for the world-changing upgrade to the calorie scavenger robot descended into my mind like dew on the morning grass. Oh, they were right by the diner now. The place where he'd offered her a gorgeous ruby ring, and she'd let fear rule her moment. It was a kiss inspiration, and only you could have given it. She led him to the shade of the diner's roof overhang. If you like, we could see if it works again. I'd definitely be open to that. He kissed her softly. I'm already getting a lot of good ideas. He nuzzled her ear and whispered something she couldn't hear but understood the drift of, regardless. So you're saying I deserve to be on the list? She whispered back. You are the list. He pulled her into a kiss that made her believe him. The dull crash of the sea went mute, and nothing existed except Dawson and his exquisite soul-expanding kiss. Dawson, she said, I love you. Dawson slid to one knee and pulled that velvet box from the other day out of his pocket. Giddy bands of horses galloped all around her insides. Tatum. Mildred T. Carlyle. I love you. I need you. You are the only woman for me. And I'll spend every day for the next 80 years proving it. Dawson, she said, but he went on. I don't know how to tell you this without sounding like a desperate geek face, but I'll die of lonely agony if you don't let me make you my wife. Will you marry me? Yes, yes, 1,000 yeses. Dawson took her mouth by storm. Hurricanes, gales, tempests, tornadoes. Excuse me. A pregnant mom with 3 small children exited the restaurant and interrupted them. I believe this is a diner, not a bed and breakfast. Right, sorry. Dawson wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. She just agreed to marry me. Well, save the honeymoon for somewhere else. Clearly, she was not charmed, despite the fact that with 4 kids, she obviously had an inkling of the spark of passion. Come on, kids, let's eat our ice cream over there. She dragged them to the picnic table nearby. Maybe they should go inside. She gazed down at her ring. It sparkled. In a contagious, soul-invading way. Her whole life was going to be like this ring, now that Dawson and she had a world and a family to build together. Ice cream sounds good. Tatum loved ice cream, and it had been too long. I'm really in the mood for my favorite flavor, but I doubt this place has it. Dawson got the door for her, and the air conditioning rushed at them. What's your favorite? Dawson asked. Chocolate peanut butter, she said. Dawson looked like she'd just slapped him in the gut with a heavy object. He even sort of doubled over. What? Tatum placed her hand on his back. Are you okay? You're kidding. You're kidding, right? About the ice cream. He looked up over his shoulder at her, his eyes wide and searching. This was weird. Please, not you too. Tatum groaned at this terrible news. My roommate hated chocolate peanut butter ice cream so much she wouldn't even let me have it in her freezer. She said it tainted all the other flavors of all the other flavors of all the foods inside it, so it's been forever. If you hate it too, I'm sorry. It might be a deal breaker for me. I have very strong opinions about chocolate peanut butter ice cream. She watched Dawson's face for a reaction to her near ultimatum, begging all the stars above that she hadn't overplayed her hand. Nope, no problem at all, he said to her, exhaling and standing upright again. He took her hand and they approached the counter. It turns out I like that kind very much. For some reason, his eye had a glint brighter than one of those cartoon characters' eyes when a single piano plink accompanied it. She didn't get it, but she had a lot of days to get to know the ins and outs and deep secrets of Dawson Rafferty. In fact, she had all the days. The end. Thank you for listening to Blinded. The other books in this series are Beached, Benched, Brokered, Burned, and Bluffed. Listen a little longer to hear about Dawson's friend Chet, who is the star of Book 2, Beached. Meanwhile, in Kilauea Cove, Hawaii, Chapter 1, Chet. Chet Winters dangled his fishing line in the water without baiting the hook. Same as yesterday, the ocean foamed a few inches from his sandaled feet. At the southwestern horizon, the pink sky threatened to break into dawn. When it did, he could count another day. He had to count. If he didn't count, he was forgetting her. An early rising seagull squawked nearby. Instinct would have made him shoo it off. But I can't. Noel loved seagulls. His wife had probably been the only human fan of the harsh, wailing scavengers. They're smarter than they look, she always said. A sudden swell soaked Chet's feet up to his ankles, and he lunged backward. He'd forgotten for the moment he was in flip-flop sandals, not his designer dress shoes polished to a sheen. He hadn't worn them, or a suit or cufflinks, since Noel. The sun's first ray sliced across the bay from the east. 353. Day 353 since New Year's Eve. You're never going to catch anything that way. I'm sorry. Chet held his hand up to shield his eyes from the dawn's glare. Beside him stood a young woman, her hand on her hip, and her hair up in a messy bun. She looked like she had just rolled out of bed and wandered down to the bay in her candy cane t-shirt and cargo shorts. Just like Chet's look, minus the Christmas t-shirt. Dude, that's not the way to catch a fish? Are you criticizing my cast? No, I'm criticizing beach fishing in general. She gestured toward his useless line. Then she flung an arm at his rod and reel. Unless you get farther out into the water, like at least on a raft or something, you'll get nothing. Surf churns too much here. Churns. You know what I mean. She threw both arms outward. A gesture. He exhaled and decided not to tell her the hook hadn't even been baited. Is this a Teach a Man to Fish charity project of yours? Because it's Christmas time or something? She waded out into the water and faced him so his eyes weren't in the sun anymore. He put his hand down. Huh, freckles. On the short side, she reminded him of that one actress, the love interest sidekick, from his one and only role in a romantic comedy. He didn't remember her name. What you need is to be farther out in the water. I have a boat. Not a great one, but it floats. If you want, I'll take you out beyond the breakers and we can catch you something, unless... Her gestures fell silent. Do you have a place to cook it? Yeah, why? She slapped a cupped hand over her mouth. Sorry. I guess I just assumed that I'm homeless. Hey, Chet Winters, screen name Colt Winchester, spy thriller star and owner of the global fashion empire to the nines. Homeless? He almost laughed. If it hadn't been day 353, forgive me. The bouncy thing gesticulated again, this time with all the apologetic moves. She patted the air and pressed her hands to her cheeks. I go down to the soup kitchen every day with my morning catch to donate it, and there are a lot of people down there, and with things are the way they are for a lot of folks, And since I see so much of it, I guess it was just on my radar and stuff. You've got to forgive me for jumping to conclusions based on your ratty t-shirt, unwashed hair, and matted beard. It's okay, really. I get it. Well, Noelle wouldn't get it. If she could see him now, she'd probably grab him by the ear and haul his sorry self to a dog groomer first, and then kick his backside all the way back to the gym. He'd strayed so far from his signature look he'd become unrecognizable as Colt Winchester. At least he assumed so. During his last 300-plus days of standing on the beach, getting sunburned and catching 0 fish, this peppy young woman was the first person to actually approach Chet and engage him in conversation. Seagulls had, but contrary to Noelle's opinion, a seagull wasn't a person. Still, I hate to see someone doing something so obviously futile. Now, she sounded like his agent. Fred had used the word futile just last week, as well as the words pointless, waste of talent, and snap out of it, as if snapping could have any effect on life-shattering grief. Thanks for offering. He could at least act gracious, even if he couldn't feel it through the fog of nearly a year in the cocoon. Acting was his skill, after all, not fishing. If you change your mind, her final gestures consisted of a one-shoulder shrug and a fingers-only wave goodbye. Maybe he shouldn't have watched her go, but there wasn't much else to look at this early in the morning, and his eyes trailed after her. Her messy bun had come down even more, and she splashed along shin-deep, kicking against the surf when it came in. Each kick sent a large fan of salt water, like it was a game. Cute. That was the word for her. Also, unbearably energetic. A few paces behind her, a seagull shrilled, and then he was joined by his posse. Chet watched as they scooted in and out of the spray the girl created with her legs motion. They played along with whatever game she led. A bell chimed a single tone at the back of his chest and resonated all through his frame, and instinctively he looked around to see if there was a church nearby. Stupid. This was the beach. The closest church was blocks away, and he was now the only guy out here. He shook it off. Listen to the rest of this sweet holiday romance between Chet Winters and Holly Day set at Kilauea Cove in Beached, featuring former A-list action movie star Chet and Holly, a woman with a mission to complete a bucket list for her late fiancé.